Kwale Wadigo hawa kutoka Kwale waje watutumbuize. Hawa Wadigo waje hao. Najua tribe inaitwa Wadigo Ni tribe moja hapa nchini Kenya ambayo kidogo inaelekea kukua extinct. Sasa tunakazana. Tunajaribu tuongeze population. Sisi Wadigo. Sawa sawa. Karibuni tafadhali Kwale County Traditional Dancers. Karibuni jukwani, karibuni mtutumbuize kwa dakika kama 10 hivi. Alafu tuendelee na program yetu tena. Bungoma, please be ready. Bungoma, led by the Speaker of the County of Bungoma. Mukue tayari, nafasi yenu inakuja sasa hivi. Haya, Wadigo, harakisheni bwana. Hi, ladies and gentlemen, once again, for Kwale County Traditional Dancers, some of them are your colleagues, tuwakaribishe tafadhali kwa vifijo na nderemo. Karibuni sana Kwale, asante. Please bear with us, distinguished guests. They'll be performing from the left side where I'm standing, because hapa wamesema ni nafasi kidogo, upande ule pia nafasi kidogo, kwa hivyo watakuwa na perform kutoka upande huu. Asante. Ladies and gentlemen, makofi kwa wadigo kutoka Kwale. Wapigieni makofi.
Alafu tunaona vile warembo, kuna wadigo weupe,
kuna wadigo rangi hudhurungi, wote tumechanganyika. Makofi tena for the cultural dancers all the way from county ya Kwale. Tafadhalini karibuni muwe pamoja nasi. Haya, watu wa Bungoma. Speaker wa Bungoma, tuonane kando baadaye pale nyuma. Tuongee kuhusu wale wadigo wametoka hapa. Baadaye. Naona amependezwa na rangi. Nitakuja nimuintroduce pale, lakini lazima uzungumze Chidigo. Ndio faulu. Haya, watu wa Bungoma, tafadhali ile kwaya yenu njooni hapa. Mlikuwa mwasema number 1 sio? Tuwapigie makofi watu wa kutoka Bungoma tafadhali. Isukuti iko wapi? Isukuti. Gani? Sio hiyo. Sio. Nilikuwa nasema mwambieni basi gani? DJ umeipata hiyo? Mwambieni pengine hajasikia vizuri. Muonyesheni tu atawatolea sasa hivi. Alafu na nyinyi wengine simameni basi. Simameni. Ama inaanza polepole. Sawa. Bora iwe kivumbi kushinda ya wale wa Kwale. Sawa? Ile kivumbi. Tukimaliza hii entertainment, tusikize Ukambani kidogo. Watu wa Ukambani wako wapi? Hawajafika Haya, tutasikiliza mazungumzo ya jana halafu tuendelee. Sawa. DJ nipe kibao cha kutoka Bungoma tafadhali. Kabla tuanze. Niko na dakika chache sana kabla ya kuanza. DJ anatayarisha. Halafu just briefly announcement kama jana tulivyoambiwa, sehemu za kujisaidia ni upande wa kulia unapotoka nje, naenda sehemu za kupumzika huko, right? We have 2 sessions today and we'll do them back to back because I understand that in the afternoon you are going for some excursion. Unaenda kutembea Mombasa, si ndio eh? Sawa. Hai, ndio hiyo. Ndio hiyo. Haya. Tuwapigie waheshimiwa kutoka Bungoma makofi tafadhali wakija hapa jukwani. Haya. DJ chiki. Haya. Makofi kutoka Bungoma tafadhali. Ndio hao sasa. Njoni tafadhali. Najua mko wengi. Wapi organizing secretary wetu Mheshimiwa Tony Barasa? Makofi mazito, ladies and gentlemen. Bungoma County wasema wao ni washindi wa traditional dancers za County Assembly. Asante sana DJ. Asante. Ladies and gentlemen, tunakatiza hiyo entertainment kidogo tu. We'll do another one after the first session today. Kwa kifupi sana nataka niwaulize mtulie ili tuweze kuanza. Tafadhali. Naomba tusimame tuanze kwa maombi tafadhali.
Hapa basi. Tuombe. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come to this morning with thanksgiving in our hearts. We praise your name, we glorify you because you are a great Father, you are a sovereign maker, and today we are here gathered as leaders of different county assemblies. My Father, my Lord, give us the wisdom in everything that we are going to discuss, mighty Jehovah, because you are the director of everything. I'm asking for journey mercies for those ones who are still coming, mighty Jehovah, those ones who have arrived, mighty Jehovah. Send your angels to come and guide us in everything that we are going to do. Father, we also pray for our nation in everything that is happening, mighty Jehovah. You are the one who chooses the leaders. You chose us, and let us be the leaders that you want us to be. Thank you, mighty Jehovah. Thank you for the day. Praise you, glorify you. That is in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Tusalie bado tumesimama tafadhali.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Innal hamdalillah wa nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfiruhu wa na'udhu billahi min shururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina. Allahumma taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alayna innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Ya Allah ya dhal jalali wal ikram. Allahumma innaka afuwun karim tuhibbul afwa fa'fu anna ya Allah. Sallallahu ala sayyidina maulana wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Amin.
Thank you, waheshimiwa. Asanteni, kaeni tafadhali. Thank you. So as I said, we have two sessions. One, which is General Session 3, we'll be talking about affordable housing. I know this is a topic that is quite dear to most of you. And urban development, county assemblies' role in Kenya's housing transformation. And we have our panelists who I will introduce later on. And then later on, this same morning, we'll have General Session number 4, which is strengthening governance and financial autonomy of county assemblies for sustainable development. Again, we also have our panelists who are ready. They'll be joining us later. But for now, I would like us to have a recap of what we discussed yesterday. Remember, we had a morning session, the first one, and then we had the second one. Equally wonderful sessions that we had very, very good discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me invite and welcome warmly our Secretary General, Mheshimiwa the Honorable Chege Mwaura, to come and do a presentation, which is a recap of what we discussed yesterday. Karibu Mheshimiwa. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali.
Thank you, Nimrod. Hamjambo. I trust that yesterday went very well for you. I also want to thank you for making time to be very early for these sessions. Normally, desturi ya Afrika tunakaa tukingoja room ijae ndio tuanze. And I feel that becomes very disrespectful for the people who came early. And that's why we made a decision that wakati ukifika, with a few who are there, we proceed. So jipigieni makofi for that. Asanteni sana. Yesterday, we did have 2 sessions together with an opening ceremony. The first session, ambayo ilianza saa 3, we were privileged to have a discussion on unlocking the public financing for childcare, addressing legislative, representative, and oversight barriers. Our presenter yesterday was Professor Teresa Mwoma, who is an expert in early childhood development. The moderator was CPA Susan Mtana. Our panelists had the controller of budget. Yes, part of it, yes. As a controller of budget, there was the CRA, Commissioner for Revenue Allocation, Madam Mary Chebukati. The PS was heavily loaded. Karen Ogengo, Teresa Obura, and a commissioner with IGRTC, John Kimwela, the Honorable, our own chair of budget from Migori, Kagali Graham, na tukakuwa na session nzuri sana. Some of the issues that we are trying to capture for purposes of resolutions and the communique that shall be discussed tomorrow emanate from the emerging issues from the discussions, where we had a discussion point on inadequate public financing for childcare. I am aware, because all of you do budgets in your own county assemblies, tunaanzanga hapo kwa ECD tukisonga. No one ever budgets from zero to the start of the ECD. And that was a new area, and hopefully this engagement, the ones who are in the education committees and the ones that are related with the early childhood in our committees, we have had a big discussion with our sponsors Kidogo, that we'll have a conversation that will move from this conference. We will engage you further between now and the next summit, so that we grow that conversation together with budget committees, so that we see if at least that awareness can be populated to the policymakers in the counties, so that the public financing of childcare is enhanced. Legislative and policy gaps that are there, there's a lack of comprehensive legal framework to regulate and have guidelines for child services. Unapata, especially in town areas like where I come from, Nairobi, they're very unregulated childcare centers, makeshift ones. So we want to have a regulatory process of having a way of domesticating laws that govern who should run a childcare, what kind of facilities are supposed to be in a childcare, the people running that those children cares, what kind of educational background do they need, so that there is a framework and a legislative conversation. And that's why I'm saying there will be a big conversation between the members of the education committees, the members of the budget committees in this regard. Then there's the access and affordability and the constraints, where the point was the childcare services are largely provided by private actors, making them very expensive and inaccessible to low-income households. I think in the rural and marginalized areas, it's even worse, where there is actually no access to this. So that you find a family that has one person being the breadwinner, they have to either go with to work with their children, or again have to use relatives, but the access and affordability constraints are very, very dire. We also want the framework to be able to address those kinds of things. Again, institutional and governance challenges, concerns were raised regarding the delays in disbursement of funds and the bottlenecks to unclear roles between, and very unclear roles between county assemblies and executive arms. What is the role of the executive? The role of, thank you, Kamu maybe is even better. What is the role of executive arms of government in providing this? And what is the role of county assemblies in making sure that we oversight the mandate that we give to county executives? Another one is on revenue allocation with disparities. Discussions highlighted inequalities in revenue allocation amongst counties, especially the smaller counties facing significant constraints. With CRA formula including affirmative action, financial gaps persist. So again, this is a conversation we're going to pick with CRA so that we look at what is sector specific in terms of revenue allocations, and if there is a certain amount of figures budget-wise that can help us move in this direction. Weak public participation mechanism, public participation processes in budgeting and planning were found to be in decision making. Sasa can you imagine, sisi ndio policy makers na sisi hatuna hiyo capacity. So you can imagine when the citizens are doing public participation in budget making process, they will never think of this gap of society. And again, a 5-year-old, a 0 to 5-year-old hana sauti. In fact, they do not have sauti until they get to about 18. So again, that's where the law comes in, because much of the law is to take care of the vulnerable people. Regulatory and operational challenges for providers. This is where now we talk about the childcare providers facing high licensing costs, complex regulations, and limited support affecting service quality and sustainability. Who is a child care provider? What kind of educational background do they need? What kind of support does the county require from them? What kind of licensing regime is there? So bulk of that particular resolution is to create a framework so that we know who are we talking about. And I endeavor even to add, because I never had a chance to have this discussion. Now, can you imagine that gap, and then now add for children living with disabilities, or the ones that have cerebral palsy, autism, the ones that now are not even what we are talking about. So there is a lot of area that we need to look into, because all this as a society that is serious, we must be able to take care of vulnerable and the weak in society. So some of the resolutions our technical team is working on zimewekwa hapa to address these challenges. The session proposed following specific actions: establish dedicated ring-fenced budget lines for children, childcare within the county budgets to ensure sustained financing, develop and enact comprehensive childcare legislation at both national and county levels to provide a clear regulatory framework, integrate childcare services into county integrated development plans CIDPs to ensure alignment with development priorities. This CIDP tuna deal now once we get into office, and CIDP runs in 5 years. So I can see Madam Susan there. The problem with CIDP is it's a medium to long-term planning for the counties. So after the elections in 2027, the CIDP is done immediately after. And so these members hata understand committee yake inafanyanga nini. Anaambiwa sasa the documents is usually this thick. Alafu unaambiwa petitioni CIDP, all the projects, all the programs that are supposed to run for 5 years ziko hapo. So if you're not like Kimani here from Wasingishu amegonga matamu tatu, inakuwa ngumu sana if you do not understand how CDIP is run. Alafu mkishaenda miaka kama 2, sometimes you see the problems you have with governors. Ukiwauliza hii project wanakuambia haiko ndani ya CDP. So naambia kama haiko basi tusote tukutoe kwanza tuanze tena. So those are the problems we have at the counties. So it is important that this conversation is also strengthened so that the secretariats within the county assemblies, that is the staff, and that's why we wanted the clerks in this meeting. And hopefully in the next summit we'll find a way of bringing the clerks of the committees to have these conversations. Because usually siasa inanga guarantees. You might have us here in 2027, about 80% you have new people. So the people who remain are the secretariat. Now the secretariat of CAF is kupanga all the 47 coordinators. But the ones on the county assemblies are wanabaki. They are the ones who understand the committees and they grow that whatever. So we need also to have that conversation, moving from the policy makers who are about our members of the CAF to now the people who run those actual committees and make it happen. We also talked about promoting public participation and partnerships to expand childcare infrastructure and improve service delivery, like what we've done with the team from Kidogo. Enhance oversight capacity for county assemblies to monitor resource allocation and implementation of childcare. This is what public accounts committees in our assemblies will be doing. If kuna pesa ambayo imepangwa ya kutenga that shughuli, then now we are able to oversight it properly, expand access to childcare, and then establishing facilities at the ward level, in particular underserved areas. So I think we also need a census. If you're talking about childcare actors, where are they? In your particular ward, how many childcare centers are there? Are they registered? Are they regulated as a starting point? So again, we will also go and have a census and a mapping to understand what we are dealing with. We strengthen public participation mechanisms to ensure meaningful citizen engagement in budget making and planning processes. As I said earlier, these kids cannot be able to discuss these issues on themselves. I don't think even their mothers or their fathers are able also to understand what they're supposed to be doing if this is a conversation that is usually equal kwa back burner. We want to encourage counties to enhance their own source revenue mobilization support, social services including childcare. I know your point inakaa tu kama Commission of Revenue Allocation. CRA inatakaga tufanye own source revenue, and it's okay. as we do the own source revenue, how now do you allocate that component into what is important for your specific county? Building capacity for childcare providers through training, financial support, and simplified licensing procedures. Again, this is a conversation, inakuja mambo ya budget hapo na mambo ya, I think, trade committees where we talk about licensing. If we add another licensing stream when it comes to childcare centers, what does that mean to your overall budgeting and again your overall load that you are giving your citizens in terms of the money, the taxation regime that is there? All this is a conversation that I hope that this conference starts it off, alafu pole pole, we can have a conversation between now and the next summit, so that by the next summit we feel that other counties, I mean, the conversation has gone beyond the counties. So ndio ilikuwa session ya kwanza, which went on very well. It was a new area, and I think the people in the education committees in our counties, they will not feel that for the first time. If you remember when we were in Nairobi at the Edge, the major conference topic was healthcare, and we talked about SHA and that one. So this time round, our highlight topics was on childcare, and then today after this session, we'll be having a big conversation on affordable housing. And we also, at the team in CAF, we try and get areas that are not only, they relate to the county, and it also has an arm on at the national. So the conversation is not just at the county level. And you can see education is both a function that is shared between national government and the counties. Again, housing, a big chunk of it is a county, but then national government through affordable housing has also come in a big way in the housing conversation. So we want something that has a national outlook, but also implementable in the counties, so that the conversation is both rich in the county and also in the national level. Just in case you wanted to know how we arrive at these topics. Toka hapo, tukaenda opening ceremony, ambayo ilienda mzuri sana up to lunchtime, and then in the afternoon we had the second session, which was on the general session on strengthening legislative oversight to enhance service delivery, counting more than money, oversight that delivers for citizens. We had the opening presentation by Wanjiru Gikonyo. Moderator was Madam Sylvia Katua from GIZ. The panelists had Senator Sigei, Wakili, Isaac Nganga, who is the Deputy Auditor General, Mheshimiwa Situma, our own governor, our own speaker from Bungoma, my friend Seth Okumu from Kisumu County Assembly, and Honorable Ann Mulwa, the park chair of Kakamega. Yeah. So nasikia ilikuwa, for those who didn't show up, this was a very interesting session. Nasikia makombora ilikuwa inatoka left, right and center ya kipesa. Everyone was covering their turf, which is good for a conference. There were issues on weak audit outcomes. There were corruption and procurement irregularities, fiscal constraints and delayed disbursements. I know hii inakosea sana assemblies and even counties as a whole. The pending bill crisis, tumeambua pending bill kwa counties iko juu na assembly hazisukumi. Weak linkages between oversight and budgets, data and information gaps, institutional coordination challenges, politicization of oversight, political interference undermine objective oversight, reducing the effectiveness and accountability mechanisms, capacity and resource constraints. Those were the issues that were captured by our technical team. The key resolutions that, and the way forward and action points that they picked was strengthening audit systems by ensuring timely review, enhancing anti-corruption measures, improving fiscal discipline through realistic budgeting, adopting outcome-based metrics, performance metrics to measure service delivery, to strengthen coordination between county assembly, senate, and oversight agencies. I think that is very important to make sure that whatever we do and whatever Senate is doing, there is a linkage in between there. There was also increased funding for oversight functions, including field monitoring, promoting transparency through public disclosure of financial and audit performance, enhancing public participation in governance processes. So these were the major issues that were captured yesterday in terms of the second session. And I know that the conversation about oversight, the conversation about budgeting, those are the bread and butter issues of a summit. You will never have a summit that doesn't have a component of budgeting and another component of oversight. Hiyo ni standard. So when we have that conversation building up, it's very important, because with that, it helps us take up our role very well. And remember the cardinal rule for any legislature, be you a women rep, be you an MCA, be you a senator, be you a member of a national assembly, your role, first of all, is representation, another one is legislation, and the third one is oversight. That one of oversight, according to the standing order where I serve in Nairobi, it says you are supposed to work with whatever the Auditor General gives you, plus any other line of questioning that would be important in ensuring that public resources have been utilized as to the best of what the taxpayer is giving. So those were the main ones. I know today we will have a more in-depth conversation. I can see the panel is already here. The whole is also coming along. So we want to have a bigger conversation on affordable housing and the challenges that they are getting, what's happening. I saw somewhere in Githunguri there was another story. So many issues are going to happen. So we are happy to have these conversations going. But more importantly, because we don't conference for the purpose of conferencing, we also want to improve the jurisprudence around legislation within the counties and in the national level. So I hope that this conversation is more engaging. We have robust conversations. People ask questions of that are pertinent in nature. And with the recap, which we'll also do tomorrow, I hope that you also understand that we are taking into consideration any view, any question, any comment as part of the way forward, as part of the resolutions and a part of action points, so that when we wrap up and we do a joint communique, everything has been that was discussed has been captured. I want to thank you for that. I return it back to Nimrod to continue the program. Asante sana.
Thank you, Secretary General, the Honorable Chege Mwaura. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'd like to recognize the presence of our senators who are here. Senator Veronica Maina, karibu sana, and thank you so much for being here. Also, Senator Beth Shiengo, thank you so much. Karibuni sana. And also on behalf of CAF, I want to recognize the presence of the speakers who are here, led by Chair Seth Kamanza, the Speaker of the County of Kwale. Just very briefly, before I invite our moderator today, you're being reminded by the Secretariat to register daily. Have your tags scanned at the gate, and this you should do almost every other day. Hata kama umefika saizi na umesahau, it's important that you get some time to get your tags scanned and to register daily. We also have a lost and found. It's a smart mobile phone. One of us left it somewhere, I don't know where, at 10 o'clock in the morning. Na mpaka saizi hawajaipata. Sijui wanawasiliana namna gani na watu wake. But we have the phone, it's at the reception of the hotel, the main reception. If you lost your phone yesterday or misplaced it somewhere, we found it at 10 o'clock somewhere. Please go and identify it, halafu uweze kuichukua. All right? So having said that, ladies and gentlemen, as I said today, now we're entering our third discussion. This is an interesting discussion, and it's on affordable housing and urban development. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a seasoned professional with over a decade of expertise in designing and delivering infrastructure and housing solutions across both development and humanitarian contexts. His expertise lies at the intersection of settlement planning, shelter and housing, as well as urban infrastructure, which includes water, environmental systems, and he holds a Bachelor of Science in Civil and Structural Engineering and a Master's of Science in Environment Engineering from the University of Nairobi. Additionally, he has earned a postgraduate certification in Sustainable Development from the United Nations University in Japan, and is a Prince 2 certified project manager. Currently, he works with the United Nations Human Settlements Program, the UN agency that is responsible for housing and urban development, where he focuses on integrated planning for sustainable, adaptable infrastructure in fragile and crisis-affected areas. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's give a round of applause for Engineer Eric Muchunku, who will be the moderator for this session. Karibu sana. Engineer, I've just been made aware that Senator Eddie Okech might not be available, but in his place, we'll have Senator Miraj Abdullahi from Mombasa. So she'll be joining us later on in about 5 minutes, but we can continue. We have about an hour and a half. Asante.
Thank you so much, Nimrod. Good morning, colleagues. So we want to first to start the session that is on affordable housing, and I'll just give a brief introduction of the session, then invite our colleague to speak to it. So, Excellencies present, honorable members and distinguished guests, county assemblies play a critical role in shaping and advancing Kenya's affordable housing agenda, and you are charged with the responsibility with approval of spatial and land use plans, approval of county executive policies, and including those on urban development. You also do vetting for appointments that serve within the housing and affordable housing spaces. In your representation mandate, you express the aspirations of the citizens in regard to adequate housing. So this session is to examine the critical role that county assemblies play. It focuses on how legislative oversight and representative functions can be leveraged to promote sustainable, inclusive, and well-planned urban growth while addressing the growing...
Thank you. My name is Eva Mageto, the Acting Corporation Secretary at the Affordable Housing Board. And I think it's always exciting for us, and my chair is here, but it's always exciting for us to have such sessions where we get to know more about the program, and we also get to have feedback because it is a new program, but it's also there's always room to do things better, and we are always open to ideas from various interactions that we have. So, all protocols observed. I hope you are all doing well. Karibuni sana. And again, it's an honor to be here. So, my role here is very clear this morning, and it's to take us through the legal framework under which the Affordable Housing Program operates in. I think it's important for this room to understand, to have a good understanding of the legal framework for the Affordable Housing Board, the Affordable Housing Program. I will focus majorly on the Act, and this is because the regulations really go into detail on the allocation criteria and how one gets a house, etc. But based on today's subject, I'll touch a little bit on that, but then my is also supposed to top up and give another 1.5 on top. Now, are we back on in terms of projection, Anthony? I can continue. Okay, sawa. So, in terms of supervision and management of the Affordable Housing Board, we have, the Act provides for a board of directors for the Affordable Housing Board, 9 in number. We have, of course, there's the chairperson as appointed by the president. We have the PS, National Treasury, the PS, State Department related to matters housing, We also have a nominee from the Council of Governors. We have a nominee from Central Organization of Trade Unions, COTU, and a nominee from FKE. And we also have 3 independent directors who are recruited through an independent process by the Cabinet Secretary. So we also have oversight in terms of the bicameral house, in terms of legislative and submitting budgets and report. We also have that supervision. So that is the Affordable Housing Board. The Act also provides for the CEO, etc. But then in terms of supervision is that we have our board. Now, we have 2, let me call them entities. We have the Affordable Housing Board, but we also have the Affordable Housing Fund. So the fund is where the monies lie, and it is the board that operates the Affordable Housing Fund. And this fund, based on the Act, includes heavily, one is the levy. So the levy goes into this fund managed by the board. It includes rent that we may receive from the housing units, and it includes interest on affordable, affordable housing units. So the Affordable Housing Board does not undertake development. We are not the ones who undertake the construction of these housing units. Construction is done by implementing agencies as outlined in the Act, and there are 8 in number. So the board is simply, the board is a funder of the projects. We simply fund. We get the implementing agencies to get the contractors and to get the job done. So these implementing agencies, they include the State Department for Housing and Urban Development, there's NCA, we have NSSF, we have county governments as implementing agencies, private developers are also implementing agencies, NHC, and so the funding goes through the implementing agencies, from the board to the implementing agencies. Now, our avenues of expenditure are also outlined in the Act, and this is from the funds that we collect as the Affordable Housing Board. We have part of it going to KRA, and this is up to 0.5%, and this is for collection fee. We also have monies that are allocated towards administration for the board, and we have not less than 0.5% to county committees, for the administration of county committees, of the conditional grants which are granted, which I'll speak to. So important to note here is that county committees are actually supposed to have, counties are supposed to have their county committees in place. And I don't know how many of us know whether their counties have their committees in place or not. Do we know? Do we know? We don't know. You don't know. Is there anyone in the room who knows whether their county has county committee affordable housing in place? We don't know. Okay. The whole thing is? So it is okay, thank you. So we actually do have a number of county committees in place, and we might be able to share that. And so the county committees, I can actually speak to the county committees a little bit. The county committees are, how I would put it is that these county committees are the eyes on the ground for the Affordable Housing Board. And this is in the spirit of working together and collaboration between the national and the county government. And so, sorry? So it's actually in the Act. I can, we have, let me just get that for you. Okay, it's not showing here. However, section 39, I think 39(2), if I'm not wrong, of the Act, provides for, we have members who are appointed. No, it's there, it's in the Act. We have members who are appointed by the governor. We have, that's what I'm actually speaking to. We have members who are appointed by the chief. First, we have the chief officer is part of the county committee. We have a chair who is appointed by the governor. We have 3 members in various industries as appointed by the governor. And we have the, I believe it's the CEC, and the chief officer. And this is in section 39(2) of the Affordable Housing Act. And so what they're required to do is be our eyes on the ground. And this is with regard to ensuring that the programs are implemented in the various counties. So we have what the county committees are mandated to do is to, one, develop a framework. They need to develop a framework for the attainment of affordable housing within the county. They advise the governor on the housing programs. They develop a 5-year and an annual housing investment program for the county. And this is what then informs what the affordable, it feeds into what the affordable housing then plans for. They are required to make reports on this 5-year and on the annual to the Affordable Housing Board, and this is one of the conditions for them receiving the grant. They're required to make annual reports to the County Assembly on the implementation of affordable housing, and they're also required to collaborate with boards of cities and municipalities in development for social and physical infrastructure that is related to affordable housing. And so the affordable housing program, yes, does housing units, but then we also, the housing units are accompanied with the associated social and physical infrastructure where it is needed. Just a minute. So the board is also the same with because as I said, the county committees are they're like the eyes of the Affordable Housing Board on the ground. Now the Affordable Housing Board is also required to prepare its 5-year and its annual Affordable Housing Investment Program. The annual Affordable Housing Program is also now derived or from the county. It feeds into what the Affordable Housing Board does, just to ensure that we have eyes on all the counties and we are able to ensure that there is proper distribution in terms of projects and development. Just a minute. Now, in terms of, sorry. Now, the other thing that the Affordable Housing Board also does is institutional housing. And institutional housing for public institutions is where we have, this could look like staff housing, it could look like student accommodation, and this is where the board funds construction of institutional housing to ensure that our institutions also have enough housing for their people. And so the Act allows us to enter into an agreement, or arrangements with the various public institutions to ensure that we have these houses for staff and for students as well. So the mandate is threefold: affordable housing, institutional, and social and physical infrastructure, those three. I'll quickly touch on, for about 3 minutes, I'll quickly touch on the issue of eligibility for a housing unit under the Affordable Housing Act. So we are required to, the idea is one ID, one home. You can only benefit once from the program. And the reason for that is because it's a highly subsidized program. And so to allow as many Kenyans to own, you can only benefit once. We have categorized our housing units into social, and this is for people earning 19,999 and below. That's the social housing category. Affordable housing category for those who are earning between 20,000 and 149,000, and affordable middle class, which is for those who are earning. And so the interest rate for these three bands is different. The lower one is at 3%, the middle one at 6%, and the affordable middle class is at 9% in terms of interest rate. And so this just ensures that everyone is able, regardless of the income, everyone is able to access a housing unit, which we have developed. The allocation criteria is stipulated in the regulations, which I may not have time to really delve into, but the allocation is stipulated in the criteria, the application process, all that is in the regulations. Now, I think I need to quickly just mention this, that for you, our process, our allocation process, our application process is heavily automated. You need to do it through the Boma Yangu platform. And so the application and the responses in terms of your success for allocation of a housing unit is done through the Boma Yangu portal. And this can be found at, you need to register on our Boma Yangu platform, bomayangu.go.ke. Once you do that, you're able to make voluntary savings and save pole pole until you get to your deposit of 5%. So the deposit required is 5%. However, for those who are under the social category, social housing category, they're not required to have deposit, the 5% deposit. And what they do is they apply for something that we call deposit assistance. So they apply to us, we give them deposit assistance, which is their 5%, and so they're able to own a home. So I think that would be my quick review of the legislative framework around the affordable housing program. I hope I have not taken up too much time, Bwana Moderator. Asante. I know.
Just a moment. Yes, thank you so much, honorable members, for the interaction. So allow us to take questions after we finish the discussions with the panel, so that you can consolidate all the questions together, and each of the colleagues can have a chance to maybe present what they have, and maybe some of the questions you have might be answered then. But allow me to ask one question to Ms. Eva. From what you've presented on the Affordable Housing Act and the relevant regulations, what is one sticking point that you think limits the effective participation of MCS in the affordable housing agenda? Eva, you want the question? Yes.
Okay, thank you for that question. I think the County Government Act and the Affordable Housing Act need to speak to each other. Of course, there's the holistic interpretation and application of all the laws that we have. But I think it's also important sometimes that there's clarity with regard to the specific act that we are referring to, and in this case is the Affordable Housing Act. As I said, there should be eyes on the ground for the Affordable Housing Board, and these eyes also need supervision. These eyes also need supervision, the same way the Affordable Housing Board is supervised by Parliament. And so what I think I would answer with regard to the question that has been put across is twofold. I think the county committees need to, one, present their 5-year and the annual affordable housing program to the county assembly for approval, but also they need to make reports to the county assembly in terms of their implementation and the progress that it's taking, because I think that is a gap that which I think we may be able to quickly address, although still with the holistic application of the laws which govern our nation, I think we are still able to do that. I think we can also have, I think it would also be something that would be considered maybe is for reservation of land for the program. Of course, this has to go through the relevant county assembly, but I think for us to develop these housing units for the various counties, and for us to have quick and ready available resources to aid in this development, I think maybe it's something that could be considered for reservation of land for purposes of development of the affordable, of the program, development of the program. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much, Ms. Eva, and I think it would only be fair to applaud her as she takes a seat. So again, I request we take questions after the panel discussions. There's enough time for that, so that you can hear what other panelists want to present, and you can be able to also respond and give feedback to that. So allow me to invite the very rich panel that we have. I want to start with the chairperson, Affordable Housing Board, Mr. Jerry Simu. Jerry Simu, just... So let me just finish introducing the panelists. So Jerry Simu is a finance and investment expert with over 20 years.
Tafadhalini, wageni waheshimiwa. Nawashukuru sana kwa kuja hapa. Lakini naomba hivi, kama tulivyofanya katika majadiliano ya jana, tufuate mkondo huo kwa sababu tukimzuia moderator kufanya kazi yake, kutakuwa na a lot of back and forth. Normally, as is the program ya panel, ni kwamba tunawapa muda wa mazungumzo. Alafu sisi tunatia kwenye bongo zetu na kwenye karatasi yale maswali yatatuuliza. Naomba tufuate utaratibu. Tumekubaliana? Sasa, naomba tafadhali. Maana tukianza hivyo hatua pili hatua. Naomba tufuate. Mimi naomba tufuate ule mpangilio huo. Kwa heshima nyingi na kwa niaba ya wote. Tuelewa bila wasema. Tuelewa kwamba watu wasema kwamba wote waseme ili maswali yapate. Lakini waheshimiwa wanasema kwamba vile umesema wakaweka kwa bongo zao ama waweke kwenye nakala karatasi wengine wangetaka kuna yule ambaye pengine ameelezea na pengine maswali mengi yalikuwa wake, wacha nimalize. Na huo muda unasema pengine atakuwa marai, yule atakuja, na pengine hilo si swala ambalo pengine walichukulia kwa uzito kama lile limezungumziwa. Kwa sababu jambo hili la affordable housing limekuwa dola juu ama chungu. Kwetu zote sisi tu tunaingishwa kwa koo, lipeni na tu. Hatuna mwangaza wowote. Kwa hivyo tulipenda tu Dina huyo aliyesimama. Asante. Mheshimiwa, nimekubali na pengine kwa kukosoa tu ni kwamba Madam Eva will be part of the panelists. Sio kwamba ameondoka kwenda kukaa sama mtamuona tena. Ni anaitwa. Kwa hivyo moderator atakuwa hapa. Kwa hivyo msiwe na wasiwasi na chairman pia atakuwa. Tumefahamiana? Hajaondoka, haidi anakuja. Asante, team moja. Asante.
Yes, thank you so much, MC. So allow me to go on introducing Mr. Jeremiah Simu, who is the chairperson of the Affordable Housing Board. He's already seated with us there. He's a finance and investment expert with over 20 years experience in investment banking around east and west of west and southern Africa. He has worked internationally and locally as a senior roles at the HSBC Bank and NIC Bank. He holds a Master of Science degree in International Securities, Investments and Banking from a prestigious ICMA University in Reading, London. So welcome, Jerry. So the second person I'm going to invite on the stage is Mr. Johnson Oltetia. He's the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director Kenya Mortgage and Refinance Company. So Mr. Johnston he has led and established operationalization of the Kenya's first mortgage refinance institution with over 28 years experience in the financial and public policy sector. He has leadership training from Harvard and Yale and is renowned for translating policy into commercially viable solutions. Welcome, sir. Then I want to invite Engineer Byron, who is the Acting Secretary for Urban and Metropolitan Development, the State Department for Housing and Urban Development. So Engineer Byron is an accomplished engineer with over 22 years of experience in both private sector and government across Kenya and Africa. He has demonstrated experience in engineering, project management, delivery oversight in a diverse sectors including construction, urban development, and contributing to major projects including the Nairobi Expressway, and the SGR project. Currently, Engineer Byron is the Acting Secretary for Urban and Metropolitan Development, where he oversees urban planning and development with a focus on sustainable and inclusive cities. Please applaud for my panelists. Wapige makofi. So also allow me to invite Ms. Mercy Okiro. Ms. Mercy is the chairperson for the National Construction Authority. So Ms. Okiro is a fellow of the Chartered Institution of Arbitrators and is leading arbitration and dispute resolution practitioner with over a decade of experience in alternative dispute resolution, election disputes, governance, construction, and sports law. Besides being the chairperson of the National Construction Authority, Mercy serves on the Sports Disputes Tribunal Bar Bench Committee and teaches at the Kenya School of Law and the Strathmore University. So Mercy holds advanced degrees from the University of Nairobi, Queen Mary University of London, plus an Oxford diploma in arbitration. Allow me also to invite Honorable Kevin Katisia, who is the Speaker of Kitui County Assembly. So Honorable Katisia is a Speaker of County Assembly of Kitui, an advocate of the High Court, with over 8 years of legal practice. He holds a Bachelor of Laws degree and a Master of Laws degree from the University of Nairobi, and is the managing partner at KK Katisia and Co Advocates. He's also a seasoned political analyst and strategist, having served as a political advisor to His Excellency Kivuta Kibwana during his tenure as Governor of Makueni, and a personal assistant to the former Vice President, His Excellency Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Please welcome my panelists. Yes, and I'm learning he's the youngest speaker. Makofi tena kwake. So finally, I also want to invite Senator Miraj Abdullahi, who is a senator and currently serves in the Senate as the Vice Chair of the ICT Committee, a member of the Labor, Social Protection and Sports Committee, and a member of the Roads and Housing Committee. Senator Miraj stands as a voice for the vulnerable, a champion of dignity, and a leader committed to transforming lives. She is the founder and patron of Mama Haki Foundation, which supports students through secondary education. Karibu, Senator. So I'm going to take my seat and pose a few questions to the panelists. Then after that, we can have an engaging session.
How does the affordable, and let me just, Eva has given, our company secretary has given a background on the establishment of the Affordable Housing Board. And just for a little context, I think it's important that I just state that the Affordable Housing Board is an allocator of the financial resources, that primarily the main source of income is the levy that all of you and the Kenyans out there are sacrificing to pay so that we can enable a larger part of Kenyans to be future homeowners. So first of all, that I would like to clarify that the first role that we do is to receive that levy and to ensure that we are custodians of that levy, to ensure that the money is used prudently, and to ensure that we grow that levy so that we can be able to do more projects in all our counties. As you're all aware, there is no county that has not been a beneficiary of either a housing project, a market, if not several markets, has not been a beneficiary perhaps of maybe even an upgrade of a school, or institutional housing, which might be student housing, it might be police housing, it might be prisons housing, or it might be armed forces housing. So across the country, there are projects that are being undertaken. So I think the first thing that I would like to say is that because we have ensured within a year and a half of the establishment of the Affordable Housing Board, that projects are being done in every single county. So in terms of our priorities aligned, yes, they are aligned to ensure that this limited resource is spread across all 47 counties, and to even an extent, I'm sure you're all beneficiaries to an extent of a project even at potentially at your ward level. And you're all seeing the benefits of the employment that is going on because of the affordable housing. In fact, we did a survey of the impact of the affordable housing levy over the last 18 months, and it has generated over 640,000 jobs, direct and indirect jobs. Majority, 465,000 of those are direct jobs. And if you think about it, that is only within a year and a half of this program being undertaken. So this program will easily hire more than 1 million plus people by the end of this year. And again, as MCAs, as elected leaders, in one way or the other, you will be beneficiaries. And as they say, housing haina ubaguzi, and this program is for everybody. So in coming specifically again also to the matter of the role of the maybe even county assemblies, one of the things that admittedly has not been done as well as it could have been done was the process at which land is identified for where projects are going to be undertaken. Now, that was, it has been agreed that that process will be regularized and standardized. And that process will involve either the county identifying the project, or sometimes it is the implementing agent who identifies where a project can be undertaken. But then, importantly, the standardized process that has been agreed upon is that going forward, all approvals will have to come through the county assemblies. So it will move from the cabinet secretary, it will then move to the CEC respective for lands, and then it will then go to the county assembly. And that is the process that needs to be followed going forward in terms of standardization of how county assemblies will get involved. I think I had the earlier speaker say that 3 key roles that is undertaken by county assemblies is representation, legislation, and oversight. So you will have an opportunity as far as the ensuring that that process is involving yourselves, and it has got your buy-in at your level as members of county assemblies. In addition, there are all affordable housing projects are of course subject to county approvals, and in fact it would be a very good outcome, particularly is because one of the requirements in our own act is that there is public participation as projects are being undertaken on county land. So, of course, you're a very key part of that process as far as the public participation is concerned at a local level, and we welcome your involvement and your buy-in into these projects. Now, because the Affordable Housing Board is undertaking, and just again, I just want to be clear, because we do not implement the projects, it's the implementing agents that implement it. And maybe for context, Kenya Roads Board, you don't hear Kenya Roads Board going to build roads. So we are the equivalent of Kenya Roads Board. Kenha, Kura, and Kera are the ones who actually do the projects at a project level. Kenya Roads Board receives the money and allocates it to those 3 agencies. So we do exactly the same thing. We receive the money and then we allocate it under a 5-year plan. Now, our company secretary mentioned, in fact, the largest section of the Affordable Housing Act, actually sections 34 to section 39, actually speak to the involvement of counties. Now, maybe the challenge for from where I sit is that there wasn't a very specific reference to the county assemblies and their role, because it is largely because the county, rural and urban committees are established under that act. Now, then, and of course, you know, this act was passed through Parliament, both houses of Parliament, and that was the outcome of that is this law. So, but it establishes the county, rural and urban committees, and the county, rural and urban committees are then meant to work with the Affordable Housing Board to come up with a county housing plan, a 5-year plan and a 1-year plan. So there has to be involvement from the county assemblies in that you need to, within your own channels, find a way to be involved in that process, because that is where the plan for that, for the housing and specifically for the county will be undertaken. So now again, just to touch on, and sorry, moderator engineer, because I think it was important in terms of just to demonstrate again that because the Affordable Housing Act requires the implementing agent to undertake projects up to the last mile connectivity. So again, our priorities are aligned because there will be instances where there will be upgrades of certain facilities that will be undertaken. Like the other day in Mukuru, I don't know if the MCA for Mukuru area, who represents that area in Nairobi, is here, but within the housing development in Mukuru, which is the largest housing estate in Kenya and East Africa, there are 13,000 units there. But there's a fire station that was put up in that development. There is a school, there is an ECD, there is a level 4 hospital. So again, there are benefits that come as part of the social and physical infrastructure that will be undertaken by this program, and ultimately that aligns your priorities to our priorities, and importantly, maybe we will be publishing the 5-year investment program. We have just finished a process of preparing that 5-year investment program. When we publish it, you will be able to see where you fit in as members of the county assembly, so that you can understand how the housing is being distributed in that area. So with that, I think I'll hand back to you, Bwana Moderator.
Thank you so much, Chair. Allow me to switch gears to financing and invite Mr. Oltetia. So the Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company provides long-term low-cost funding to accelerate financing of housing. How can you expand access to affordable mortgage financing for low and middle income households at the county level, especially those that are not accommodated by major financial institutions? And importantly, what role can county assemblies play in creating and enabling legal and regulatory environment to stimulate the uptake of these mortgage products? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, honorables. Good morning. Very nice to meet all of you. Before I go to answer the question, how many of us have heard of Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company or interacted with it? It's just about a few. Okay, so I have a lot of work to do for you to get to know what KMRC or Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company does. But I'll take very few minutes to just paint a picture. Now, Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company is a lender, and our main objective is to promote home ownership. In fact, we call it sustainable home ownership, and we provide that across the country, both in rural and urban counties. How do we work? We work through banks and SACCOs. So we lend to banks, we lend to SACCOs, and the SACCOs lend to the people. And that is for home ownership purposes. We create affordability. And that is why we are one of the champions of affordable housing. The way we create affordability is we lengthen the duration of the repayments, or what we call the tenor. You see, if you lengthen the duration of a payment, you make it more affordable, or you make it accessible to a lot more people, because the installment payments per month reduces and somebody gets an opportunity to be able to buy a home. Number two, we fix the financing in terms of the rate. In other words, we provide funding that is in single digit. Single digit is less than 10%. At the moment, a beneficiary of KMRC loans gets a loan at an average of 9.5% compared to the market rates of about 15%. And so that combination of a fixed rate on single digit and long term essentially then creates that affordability. You will then be able to actually afford. So far, we have supported 5,700 mortgages across the country. Actually, to be precise, in 39 out of the 47 counties. In one way or another, it has actually covered a majority of your people back home. So it's widespread, it's available all across the country. The people merely just ask for a KMRC home loan from a SACCO that is near them or from a bank that is closer home. How do we facilitate funding? We tend to target people who are normally not provided funding by banks. So the target is actually lower income earners who are usually considered risky or high risk by banks and even to some extent SACCOs. So we actually push what we call push financing down or further down market. One of the other things that we started recently, just to make that a lot more practical, is we started what we call a risk-sharing facility or a partial mortgage guarantee arrangement, where we are de-risking financial institutions so that they get the appetite to lend to someone who is running a business, an MSME, or somebody who does actually not have a regular income. A regular income earner, like a taxi driver, for example, can now be able to get a home loan. You know, a mortgage is a home loan from KMRC because we have taken what is called the credit risk from the financial institution, and now the financial institution can actually originate a mortgage from people who are in lower income and those who are actually unable to or who run a small business and who normally are considered high risk by financial institutions. Now, how do we spread that across counties? So county assemblies play a critical role in shaping Kenya's housing transformation by enabling effective governance and local policies. Now, of course, you do legislation from time to time, but you know what? If you want to reduce the cost of home, then focus on infrastructure. Infrastructure here is horizontal, which is roads, sewer, water, and that is actually where you reduce about 40% of the cost. And that is actually a role that counties can be able to play. County assemblies, of course, we encourage investment in horizontal infrastructure because that reduces supply side costs. And then county assemblies actually can integrate affordable housing priorities into county integrated development plans and even building budgets which is essentially crucial for that development. We recently expanded our provision of home loans across to a number of institutions. In fact, a majority of the regulated SACCOs are now members of KMRC, or they borrow from KMRC and then they do that distribution to the people. Initially it was a closed group, but now we have opened it up to almost all SACCOs, actually all SACCOs are regulated, and all banks that are providing mortgages as part of their normal course of business. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you so much, and it's good that you've mentioned that now SACCOs are onboarded within your frameworks, and the SACCOs that operate even at the lowest level can be able to access funding and give it to their communities. Now, allow me to speak to NCA, because you cannot talk about housing or construction without mentioning the National Construction Authority. And I want to ask you two questions that are related. One is on the regulatory reforms that are required to support innovative low-cost building technologies while maintaining the standards, which is a regulatory authority that you have. But also, how can county assemblies strengthen oversight of contractors that are working on these projects, and on enforcement of construction standards at the county level that these projects are being implemented? Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I acknowledge the presence of all senators, speakers, and all members of the legislative assemblies in Kenya. Good morning. My name is Mercy Okiro. I will get into the questions that have been asked so that I save time for the Q&A that was requested by the honorable members in attendance. On the issue of regulatory reforms that are needed to support innovative low-cost building technologies while maintaining construction standards, I think the three takeaways perhaps I'd want for this forum really to take is, first, last year, but something happened in the building industry or the building legislative framework, and this is the passing of the National Building Code 2024. The transition period was 1 year, and the code took effect from 1st of March 2025. To set the context, the previous code that was being used in Kenya is the 1968 code, meaning what? We've had 1 year and let's say a few months, actually a month, we are now a year old since the new building code came into effect. One of the things that building code changed essentially in the construction industry in Kenya is, one, it makes the requirement that all buildings must be multi-hazard so that they are mandatory, and they must be multi-hazard in the sense that they can also withstand conditions such as wind, fire, earthquakes, and national disasters. But more importantly, on the issue of affordable housing materials, during the public participation when we were picking of course views from the public as relates to the building code, one of the matters that came from the members of the public was that the government, that is the national government, being the regulator, must recognize the use of affordable construction materials, because not everyone is using cement, brick and mortar. Kenya is diverse, and also recognizing the cultures of the different communities. As a result, this code then, the National Building Code 2024, integrates energy efficiency, waste reduction, noise control, of course, as mandatory requirements and not aspirations. And we have also, in there are provisions that allow you to use what are called sustainable building materials. Also, we allow you to use, I'll call them, affordable is not synonymous with local, perhaps available materials, let's say that, because if I say affordable, doesn't mean affordable and local are the same. Meaning what? The National Building Code 2024 now allows Kenyans to use their own local materials, meaning if you are in the coast and you want to use palm trees, bamboo, mangrove, we allow you to use that. What I'd say is the support that the county assemblies, and also perhaps in conjunction and my undertaking on my end, because this is an area that I've said the code is just 1 year and we're still trying to do more sensitization, because from 1968 people used the same code until the new one came into place last year. First, from the county assemblies, my request is alignment of the bylaws. a lot of the development approvals at the county government, and anytime there's any form of construction in this country, the first person who approves is the county government. County assemblies in their legislative role perhaps can revisit in their oversight role whether the county executive is using the 1968 still or has then transitioned to the 2024 building code. Because it is this building code that then now will allow the county to oversight and allow people to use their local materials as per law. Because as I said previously, these were not recognized. Two, since again in legislative mandate, county assemblies may also decide to even pass a bylaw or any set of regulations as regards development planning, specifically to touch on these affordable materials while benchmarking with the Building Code of 2024. Also tapping into things like, and of course in the new Climate Change 2016 Act and now where we are at, we've left green building sustainability, we are even thinking of carbon credits. Again, legislatively, if counties can pass and inculcate such standards in their construction industries in the counties, this means there's something called green bonds. And these are bonds that you're given if you have legislation and by extension implementation criteria that shows your commitment towards the sustainability agenda, be it in construction, be it in any other really, but let me restrict myself to construction. That is the first thing. Two, incentive frameworks from the county assemblies. If you have in place incentives, and this now goes, let me say hand in hand with the incentives that we get in terms of green bonds, if you demonstrate that you are supporting sustainability. You've had His Excellency the President from time to time refer to these things, carbon credits, etc. There's an international market out there for some of these things, and you can actually be even given grants based on what you have to show in support of sustainability. So those are things that the county assemblies, assemblies in their legislative role can actually think around. Last, of course, is issues around, we've seen the local content bill that is now in Parliament by Laikipia women representatives on the issue of local content. Affordable materials, again, nothing stops any county assembly from passing a local content bill now, act in this manner for a specific county government, ensuring that a certain number of constructions or materials for certain projects, especially public projects, take into account local content, meaning materials that are locally used are recognized and in some instances even given priority. Of course, this procurement etc., so that it goes in line with carbon credits, sustainability. At NCA, I undertake on my part, as I said, I'm also here to check and reflect inwards. We will undertake as soon as possible to develop a guideline. I think this is what is necessary from the policy level, a guideline, because it is mentioned in the building code, but perhaps a guideline would be useful so that there's a sort of benchmark after which now, because policy is what will lead to legislation. We'll develop that policy. That is the undertaking I can give on the issue of affordable housing and affordable materials. You asked me 2 questions, so I'll take the second one. I think this is, should I take it?
Maybe not for now.
Okay.
Let me first proceed to the next person because of time.
Okay, I'll leave it at that.
So this will come to Engineer Byron. And I think it's Mr. Altetio mentioned about the issue of vertical infrastructure and horizontal infrastructure like roads and sewer. Now, how can county assemblies support integrated urban development to align housing with infrastructure, transport and service delivery? And well, you mentioned that you could also highlight entry points for county assemblies to this national housing agenda that we're having. Thank you, Engineer.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Good morning, everyone. My name is Engineer Byron Buyu from the State Department of Housing. First and foremost, receive greetings from my PS Hinga. He had purposed to attend this event, but because of prior engagement with HE in Kisii, he sends his greetings. Mnapokea habari zake? So, housing in general, coming from the backdrop of the African Urban Forum, there are certain key dynamics that we need to appreciate. About 35% of Kenya is urbanized, and it is increasing at a rate of nearly 3% every year. So by 2040-2050, we'll have 60-70% of Kenya's population living within the cities. So these development programs that we are running is happening squarely in your theater, within the counties, within the locations. Because where are we building these projects? We are building them in the counties as much as possible. So one of the biggest challenges that we faced in the program from inception for the last 7 years, even with the previous government, was the issue about costing of these units. And one of the most important things is availability of land. Because we've seen in some of our cities like Nairobi, the cost of land is very high. Actually one of the highest in Africa, and in some places in Nairobi, one of the highest within the world. So it is important from a county assembly forum that we safeguard with a lot of jealousy, a lot of the public land. Because every single county is urbanizing at a rate that is very fast. You visit one county, you go there after about 3 months, and things have changed. We are able to host big forums across multiple counties and things that were not there before. So it is important that what we are doing, what you're planning at the counties, what we are planning at the national government, these interventions are aligned. So when we are doing national projects like associated infrastructure for projects like, let's say, the Nairobi Rivers regeneration, that is sorting out to improve the sewer system that has bedeviled the city for the last 30 years, it is important that we align our budgets so that we are not doing individual projects. All these projects are heavily interlinked. You look at a market that has been set into a place, you look at some of the units that we're doing for affordable housing, we are trying to create an integrated economic way of living to ensure that it has sustainable services, it has good roads, it has good education facilities, as Chair has said, it is integrated to people's way of life. So it is important that these things are actually brought together. So specifically for the county assemblies, it is critically important that when projects are coming to your area, be the facilitative person. Welcome the projects. As to who is doing it or who takes credit of it is another question for the future at a convenient time. A lot of projects suffer a lot of setback because of issues of land availability, land planning, and so very many similar sort of issues. Take for example something like a big infrastructure project that was done on Thika Road. This opened up a lot of investment, property values went up, but national government was not able to capture back some of these costs. When we want to do sewer for areas like this, we have to go back and acquire some of this land at very exorbitant prices. And a lot of this land price escalating is because of deliberate and intentional government infrastructure. So it is very important that at the Legislative Assembly, guard very jealously the spatial plans. Let us think about the future. Let us not think short term. When we are doing a market, let us able to reserve those spaces. When we are doing roads, make sure that they're complete roads with street lighting, with walkways, with drainages, and thinking about the overall infrastructure. Very soon, there is no part of these county assemblies that where you're operating that is rural. These are places that are evolving very fast, and it is important that we legislate, we control building control. Sometimes we think these are problems for Nairobi, but I can tell you very well, in certain cities like Funyula, for example, where we have our affordable housing program, our program has 880 units in that particular place. That project is bigger than the town. So it is forcing the communities and the people around there to start thinking about the spatial plans, the drainage plans, their sewer plans, and it is important that these developments are actually safeguarded because all these developments are actually quite interlinked. It becomes much easier to be able to provide services such as gas reticulation, which we are running in our program, internet connectivity, and growth of businesses. In places like just down the road here in Tezo, a lot of units are being done, almost 900 units. That is actually creating a whole town. So urbanization is coming in a space whereby we can no longer continue to operate in isolation. Our plans must be aligned so that we ensure that the services that we are offering to the people are well aligned, we cater to their needs, and the designs speak to the needs of the people around there. So we do not have the luxury of doing our plans in isolation. We must work together, help us support with the necessary laws, and guard the land and the infrastructure that shall be able to promote a lot of growth in the future. Let us not look short term. Let us not look at things within our term. Let us plan in our IDEPs and our CIDPs, plans that are foolproof and for the future, so that when investors do come into these towns, they actually find projects that are ready. Affordable housing is just setting the pace. There's a lot of opportunities for private investors to also come within the cities and PPP projects. Looking at the sewers, looking at water supply, the way we are going, we do not expect government to fund all these things going forward. We must start to think of innovative ways to invite the private sector. Make these things affordable, make them accountable, let us know who is supplying water, who is generating what kind of waste, and let us make sure that the county is able to provide oversight so that we are able to attract the much needed capital. Government going forward, looking at some of the challenges that we've had, might not be able to finance all these things. So it is something that we must work very closely together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Engineer. Now, allow me to go to Honorable Speaker Katisia. Now, county governments are a key stakeholder in all these affordable housing programs that we are talking about, and in the whole housing agenda and urban development agenda. From a county assembly's perspective, what policy, legislative, and institutional gaps constrain the effective development or the effective delivery of affordable housing at the county level? What are the gaps that you've seen, and maybe if you have ideas that could provide solutions to that? Over to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Moderator, Mr. Eric, honorable members present. I want to acknowledge the chair of the CAF, Honorable Said Kamanza, SG, Honorable Shege Maura, all the county assembly speakers present, all the honorable members of county assemblies present, senators present. I can see my SG for Wiper, Senator Shakila Abdallah, all the MPs present. I can see my brother Robert Basil, and all the stakeholders who have come for this important summit. My name is Kevin Kinengo Katisia, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kitui. I want to confirm my profile as read by the moderator. And I want to start by insisting that I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. And the question which has been directed to me is a very pertinent question where county assemblies are involved. And when you talk of affordable housing and you don't mention county assembly, then I think there's a problem. Because the act, I'm sure, has been derived from Article 43, sub-Article 1B of our Constitution, where the law specifies that every Kenyan has the right to accessible and adequate housing. I'm sure the word affordable came from the word accessible. For it to be accessible, it must be affordable. Maybe that is where but if I was to be the one to draft the bill, honorable MPs and senators, I would have said accessible, housing. But the word affordable, I'm sure, is a word which is used so that people can really understand that this housing project is for the poor, so that everybody can be able to get the right to housing at a very cheap cost. I know this matter of housing has been there in our country for quite a long time. Even in the first regime of devolution, it was being mentioned. I remember in the second regime of devolution, that time I was working in Makueni as the political advisor of Governor Professor Kifota Kibwana, and this issue came up. However, at that time, the county government was supposed to engineer the process, but there were some legislative gaps which made the affordable housing not take effect in the last regime. In this regime, when His Excellency President William Ruto took over, he was very passionate about this issue of housing. And we know the politics which came when the Affordable Housing Act was being implemented. Everybody knows that many people were not quite clear about the issue of taxing people for the housing levy. And that's when my sister here was presenting, and she asked whether people are comfortable with the housing levy. I'm sure very few people can say they are comfortable, because there are some gaps, legislative gaps. People are not understanding how this money is managed. The chairperson of the board, and I'm happy that he is here. We are very happy that the board has been operationalized and it is working. However, the county committees, which are supposed to play a very critical role, are yet to be operationalized, unless in other counties they have been operationalized. In Kitui County, where I come from, I don't even know whether the committee exists. Because if I look at Section 34 of the Affordable Housing Act, the non-executive chairperson of the committee is supposed to be vetted and approved by the county assembly. So, and that has never come to the county assembly. I don't know, maybe by a show of hands, do we have the county committees in any of the 47 counties? Is there any county with the committee? You have heard for the first time today? So, I think I have to stand. So Chairman, how have you been working?
No, allow me, sorry to interject. To be clear, there are more than 30 county committees that have been established. So, and that is an ongoing process. 30 have been established.
Chairman, I'm sure nobody has heard you. Everybody was listening to me, because 30, which county? Maybe you can tell us, Chairman. Which counties? Because I sit down. Oh, thank you. No, I'm very passionate about this issue, because for a very long time, county assemblies have been taken for granted. We must be very honest about that. We must be very honest about that. The Affordable Housing Act should be fully implemented. Section Part 4 of the Affordable Housing Act, which establishes now the county, urban and rural committees, should be fully operationalized for the projects to continue. However, we have seen a situation whereby politically the governor is forced to give land for these projects to be done. There is never any reference to the county assembly. And the county assembly, all we see a project coming up, we are told this is affordable housing. We don't, for the record, we don't oppose affordable housing, because our people will benefit. However, it is only proper, only legal that the people should be involved. MCAs are the people's representatives. If you fail to involve MCAs in the affordable housing project, then how do you involve the people? Article 174 of our constitution is very clear that devolution came so that we can have the right to self-governance. And how do we achieve this self-governance? Inclusivity, public participation. So my challenge to the chairperson of the board is that please, we don't oppose affordable housing, but please, we need the goodwill. No, the board should support the county committees if this affordable housing project is to succeed. There is one thing about coming up with a very beautiful project, and now the other part of now managing this project. Maybe 5 years to come, 10 years to come, you can have structures which are very good, but the management is very poor. My advice and maybe my passionate appeal is that the same way the national government has been doing the markets, the modern markets, whereby they fund the markets, but after the markets are completed, they are handed over to the county government for management. That is the approach I may suggest we have for affordable housing, where they may come, whereby management of these projects is not done in the correct way. That's what you have seen, and I think I'm sure the colleague who has spoken about issue of mortgage, I'm sure you have seen, and I saw it in the papers sometime last week, but one, whereby people are given, they purchase these units, but they are not paying for them, you know, because the legislative framework is not very clear. So my passionate appeal is that number one, we need to operationalize the county committees. Number two, through CAF and SG and our chair for CAF, we need to agree that we need to domesticate, you know, this Affordable Housing Act in our 47 county assemblies. Section 40 of the Affordable Housing Act gives us the right to and the leeway to come up with our own legislations on how the affordable housing can be done in the counties. And I think that is the best way. Secondly, even in our county structures, we don't know which minister, you know, which CCM will be responsible for affordable housing. And that will have an effect. Again, we don't know which committee, which county assembly sectoral committee will be able to oversight. Because where you legislate, you also need to oversight. I've seen there's a budget of around 0.5%, you know, which is supposed to be used for the administration, you know, of these affordable housing projects. Who oversights, who looks into the utilization of that money? If the county committee is supposed to be paid allowances, they're supposed to be facilitated, how do the county assemblies oversight, you know, to ensure value for money for these affordable housing projects? Therefore, I want to indicate that there's a very big legislative gap in the county assemblies. And the chair for board, I want to challenge you, my brother, that if you want affordable housing to succeed, let it be your initiative. Let it be your priority to ensure that all the 47 county committees are operationalized. Let it be your actually utmost priority to ensure that we have legislations at the county level to really govern how the affordable housing is done for prosperity. Because we can have very beautiful structures, but now management becomes an issue. In the entire act, and I have read it, I don't know whether after you purchase that property, you know, maybe does it operate the way, maybe you have to be very clear about it. Is it a sectional property whereby somebody has their ownership rights, you know? Does it come a point where there will be a management company which will be managing the property? Because people are in the dark. And that's why I'm sure if you look at Bomayangu app, very few people are purchasing these units. Even us as leaders, we don't even know how they are done. Don't even know. So I think the board should take a deliberate step to ensure that at the county level, legislations are put in place, you know, and also as in county assemblies. Let us not wait for them to come and ensure that we are involved. We have to ensure that we are fully involved. I'm sure there is a minister, you know, maybe the minister who is responsible for matters urban development, put that minister to task, because they are the ones maybe who give those land to the national government so that they can be able to undertake these projects, because the county assembly should be fully involved in this process. And I want to start by saying that I've seen my colleagues from Kitui County Assembly, the MCAs are here. We have to ensure that we come up with this law, you know, we come up with the policies which will help us to be part and parcel of the affordable housing projects. Thank you very much. And the chair for the board, I'm here to be convinced whether we have that boards already in place, but it's up to you to convince us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. And this is the whole reason we have these panel discussions, so that this kind of feedback being given on the real time. I want to call on Honorable Senator. Two questions to you, and I'll just put them together so that you can respond together. So how can the Senate and the county assemblies collaborate more effectively to enhance oversight and accountability for the housing programs? And how is the Senate strengthening intergovernmental coordination to support urbanization, housing, and urban infrastructure development in the devolved governments? And I'm asking this because you sit in the Senate committee that is responsible for this particular matter. Over to you, Madam Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, my fellow panelists, and members of parliament at the county level, Senate and National Assembly. My name is Senator Miraj Abdullahi, and I sit at the Housing and Roads Committee. Just to enlighten why housing project, affordable housing is a pillar under the Better Manifesto. It is because globally we have a crisis of 1.6 billion deficit of houses, at least 50 million deficit at the African level. And at our national level, we have 2 million annually deficit of housing. So that is why under the plan, the Better Manifesto, it is a core pillar, and that is why we are fast-tracking it. As a committee level, I would like to enlighten that the Senate sits as the protector and facilitator of the county governments. Under Schedule 4, you will see that under Article 85, the county assemblies are the primary oversight body, and under Article 96, the Senate is the secondary oversight body. So when we are the facilitators, we get to see that there is no overlap, and that when the national government is implementing the affordable housing, it doesn't infringe the Schedule 4, where the permits and housing is under the county assemblies. This is where, as a committee, we have enacted, at the Senate, enacted the National Lands Commission Amendment Act of 2025, the Affordable Housing Act 2024, the Land Amendment Act 2025, Affordable Housing Regulation 2024-2025. After highlighting the number of acts that we have passed, the bills, this shows the goodwill that the Senate is working hand in hand with the county assemblies to furnish them with the necessary pieces of legislations that to make sure that while the national government is implementing these key and fundamental housing projects, it does not infringe the rights of the county assemblies. At the Senate, we were proposing that we establish joint sectoral oversight mechanism, that we create these committees that will collaborate when the Senate comes and oversees the projects that are being implemented at the county level. We work together, either with the CPAC committee and the county committees that have just had the MCSAs that they don't know even under which docket the CEC should be given the mandate. We also are proposing that we have a structural information sharing and follow-up protocols. When we establish such institutions, then it can be easier for us to collaborate so that we don't undermine the implementation of the housing project, but rather collaborate and make it more efficiency without overlapping the functions of the county assemblies. Also, we are proposing that we have joint monitoring, site visits, and capacity building. While we collaborate in making sure that the projects are implemented, we need to know how the levy is fully utilized. The public-private partnerships. When we have the joint monitoring, we can also oversee the public participation so that we don't just do them because they are constitutional requirements, but they are fully implemented to the full satisfactory of our people. We are also proposing that we have legislative and policy alignment. Yesterday, while I was making my opening remarks, I thought I spoke to the county assemblies to do some piece of legislations that even as we are addressing the affordable housing issues, then we will need to know how they are being given to our people. Are our marginalized communities being, do they get access to any Nilikuwa namaanisha jana nikizungumza, tuna jukumu la kuhakikisha ya kwamba wakati sisi kama seneti ama bunge la kitaifa tumeweza kuweka sheria, ipo haja na nyinyi kama serikali za ugatuzi kuweza kuweka sheria sambamba. Isiwe tu nyumba zinajengwa na kwa sababu tunaona kuna watu wanaweza kuingia kwenye boma yangu, ni kuashiria kwamba mtu yoyote kutoka maeneo yoyote ya taifa la Kenya anaweza kununua hizi nyumba. Je, sisi kama wasimamizi katika gatuzi zetu ambao tunapeana ardhi zetu ambazo ni za mababu zetu, tutawezaje ku-reinforce kuhakikisha ya kwamba kuna idadi ya kutosha ya kwamba tumeona walemavu wetu wamepata, wajane katika maeneo yetu wamepata, na makabila ambao wamepeana zile ardhi zao kuweza kupata a portion of the affordable housing. Nikiongezea katika hayo, tumeweza kukutana na serikali ya ugatuzi ya Nairobi kuweza kuona katika ile miradi yao ya affordable housing wanaoifanya inaweza kuwa ya usawa. Nikiashiria ya kwamba katika estate hizi ambazo ardhi zinataka kutumika katika ujenzi wa nyumba hizi, kulikuwa na jamii ambazo zinaishi katika ardhi zile. Je, sisi kama seneti tunaangaliaje wao wanaweza kurudi na watarudi kivipi? Na habari njema kwa wananchi wa Kenya ni kwamba bunge ama gatuzi la Nairobi waliweza kutuhakikishia kwa maandishi ya kwamba jamii zote za wananchi ambao walikuwa wanakodi nyumba pale wataweza kurejeshwa bure bilashi kwa sababu ya ile kodi ambao wameendelea kutozwa katika maeneo yale. Pili, tumeweza kuparticipate pia katika the Second African Urban Forum iliyofanyika tarehe 8 na tarehe 10 mwaka huu, na tuliweza kujifunza mingi na kuona kwamba ipo haja ya kuboresha bila kukiuka maagizo ya kikatiba ambayo yanaipa fursa magatuzi yetu kwa wasimamizi wa hizi ardhi. Asante.
Thank you so much, Madam Senator. Allow me, before I go to plenary, to go back to our colleague from NCA. I know I cut you off while you're responding to your second question. And the question was on how county assemblies can be able to strengthen oversight, especially in terms of the work that is going on the ground and the service providers that are doing that work. Please, in a very few time.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'll make it fast because indeed, as you've seen on this, apart from the Honorable Senator, most people are housing pure, but you see we oversight the entire construction industry. And the reason I came here also in person is so that I can make a personal appeal from the Honorable members of the county assemblies. I'll quickly say, one of the challenges that outside of affordable housing, by the way, let's expand the construction industry from bridges to that tank yenyewe inajengwa ina shule, all those, so long as they are in certain counties, those are projects that affect all of us countrywide. The issue of oversight. County assemblies, of course, in their oversight roles, and I'll say we would want to ask for support in this manner. In terms of building regulations, again, the executive approves permits, that is through the CEC lands, planning, urban, however you wish to title it, but really there's a CEC. Development approvals is one of the main sources of revenue for county governments. Assemblies then, if you can assist us in, first of all, ensuring that the building regulations are up to par, they are updated, they are modern, they reflect the current situation, which I say is the National Building Code 2024. Zoning has become a problem, and I've gone around the country, courtesy of the work at NCA, and seen, as Engineer Byron said, the developments. Please, before some counties, respectfully, development might have gone a bit out of control, so that you see 20 floors, 1 floor, very all over the place, Sitawataja, they know themselves. But since development is truly happening, I would beseech county governments to please support us also on the issue of zoning. Development approvals, now, MCAs, enforcement and oversight. If you look at the Physical Planning and Land Use Act, there is a requirement for digitization of development approvals, so that even here in Mombasa, if you're perhaps a representative of Kisumu, you can log in and see how many development approvals have been done in Kisumu County, what revenue is expected, and essentially were the procedures followed, because that is the oversight role. The CC lands planning and urban development must be oversighted, because when we get that physical planning approval license from the county government at NCA, because you apply at county government, then NEMA, then you come to the NCA. We assume that there was oversight. I will not say there isn't, but this is why I appeal that please help us in oversighting properly those. Joint inspections, please, if you can set up a protocol so that the executive can partner with NCA in inspection of projects. Nothing stops even a legislative arm from time to time wanting to join this so that they see that it is being done correctly at the county government. One of our mandates at the National Construction Authority is accreditation of skilled workers, and that's what I was discussing here with the Honorable Speaker. Essentially, accreditation of skilled workers, and now even more so in support of the affordable housing program. If kuna vijana wanajenga huko mafundi, maybe hawajaenda ile shule ya kujenga etc. At NCA we are set up in 14 regions, and I am actually in conjunction with the board and with the support of our cabinet secretary looking for funding so that we are in all counties. Because what we have now are satellite offices. For instance, our regional office is in Mombasa now with satellite staff in Kilifi, Kwale, and the coastal region. So without the expansion, or rather as we are, feel free as representatives of all the wards you present. We don't charge. You just inform us that we have people who have gained practical experience in construction industry, and we will bring our staff, assess their skills, and give them certification so that they become accredited skilled workers. Once you will hear from the affordable housing program, skilled workers is also one of the things that they look at when they are onboarding people to work on these sites. It is free. Our offices are in 14 regions. Also, you can send a request either to my office or to the executive director or any other office if you have people you know have skills in the construction industry, yet they do not have any formal recognition, because that is the support we give to the people. Also, be on the necks of your county executive in terms of the digitization of application for development approvals so that those systems can marry with the NCA system. Our system is online, kwetu hakuna anything manual, and that is also help us support. Last is, when projects are being done, and of course their money is appropriated for county projects, from roads to buildings, etc. My request again to the oversight committees of the respective county assemblies on the issue of payment and enforcement. Contractors who do the work in the county governments that are not procured from the national government, like for instance, affordable housing is procured in housing and then it's brought to the county government. Projects are being done by county governments. Are they being done by NCA registered and accredited contractors? That is also an oversight role. I will make a plea for the county assemblies to assist us with, because what is happening now in the national government is that you must be a registered and accredited contractor in some ministries for you to have your payment processed, because it is an illegality for you to undertake works without being a registered contractor. So that is an oversight role that would really support us, and I look forward to any questions that may be directed towards me. Thank you.
Good, thank you so much. So, Excellencies present, honorable members from the Senate, National Assembly and County Assemblies. We've come to the end of our first session, and I want us to open the floor now to questions. I know those are requests for these questions, and I want us to do it in a very orderly way, and I'm requesting Nimrod, maybe if you can come close and help me, so that we get first 3 rounds of questions. So I'm advised we have first 5 rounds of questions. I'll be recording them, then we're going to request the panelists here to respond to them. If it's possible for you to identify the person that you want to respond to your question, better still. Then you'll allow me to sit down so that I'm able to record the questions. So there's this hand here, there's the hand here, that's 2. There's the gentleman, no, that's already 2 on the front row. There's the gentleman there. I'm looking for a lady, those are 3. Yeah? Yeah, Madam Senator, that's 4. And the last lady at the back there, that's 5. So that's the first round. Of course, if this time, yes, you're part of the team. So let's go in that order, and please be brief because of time.
Thank you, Bwana Moderator. Mine will be very brief. First is to allay the notion or the fallacy that the county assemblies are here to be told how to get involved in the regulatory process of the housing. I think it is very clear, Article 185 is very clear on the role of the assembly in making any laws that are incidental to or development-wise as far as the county is concerned. And fourth schedule is very clear as well. The role of the national government on housing is as far as policy is concerned. When it comes to the county governments, we deal with the development and even the planning. So we are not supposed to be looking for a role to enter. We are already in the role. Where there is a mismatch, Bwana Moderator and your team, is that the same way the Auditor General places reports every year to the Assembly, to the Senate and the National Assembly, that does not happen with your committees and anything that is doing with planning of the housing. The housing investment plan for 5 years has not touched the Assembly. Your annual plans have not touched the Assembly. The reports on the one that the chairman was talking about, the one that they did on 18 months on the impact, has not touched the Assembly. So you expect the Assembly to come from nowhere and then fish around something to do with regards to housing. I suggest that you present those reports to the 47 county assemblies so that we start as a start and as a basis of how things need to do. Number 2 on the same is that the distribution of the housing, the levies that you are getting, the rents, the interest also need to be subjected. And I have seen a delegation from National Assembly, there's a delegation for Senate, and there's of course, all of us are here from the county assemblies. Where are we in terms of the funding that is coming from levies, that is coming from rents, that is coming from interest of what you are collecting? That report needs to touch the National Assembly, it needs to go to Senate, it needs to go to the 47 county assemblies if we need to be fair and you want us to oversight as it were. Finally, even on issues of implementing and operationalization, a member came here and asked me about sectional titles that PS Singa was talking about. Boma yangu, and I've seen even my MP here. Boma yangu that happens in Ngara where I represent. You have not developed the sectional titles of those 18 floors you are doing. Where are we in terms of how the implementation is supposed to be done? So there is a role that you want us to do on oversight. We are ready for you. Just give us the reports. As far as representation and legislation is also concerned, give us the wherewithal so that we can deal with KMRC, and we also need to look at how we check on what the governor is supposed to be doing, because the governor is supposed to create the county committees. If that county committee is not tabled in the assembly, then we don't know. And then but we then can't come here and fish it around. It needs to be in your policy operations that once that committee is set up, that report needs to hit to the assembly, and you need to be able to find a way of linking up. But so that I just don't give questions and I'm not giving solutions, County Assemblies Forum will follow up with your committee, with your board, so that we can get clear. You told about 30 counties that are set at the committees. CAF is going to follow up on behalf of the 47 counties to know where the status is and what needs to be done. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Kindly limit yourself to one question to allow other members to raise questions. Please, Mheshimiwa.
Senator Alexander Munyi Modigi, Senator for Embu County. Yangu ni kwa chairman wa bondi. Mambo ya masamba katika Kenya iko na sinda nyingi sana juu ya vita, na mambo ya title original na zile si original, na mambo ya familia. Na hii ni pesa ambaye imekatwa kwa mfanyikazi na wa kila mtu katika Kenya. Ni njia gani mmetumia, kwa sababu kaunti nyingi zimekuwa na shinda ambaye unakuta baadaye hakuna mtu atakuja kulalamika ama ile saba ni yake ama ni ya familia. Ya pili ya mwisho ni kwa chairman pia wa board na pia kwa Senator Mirachi ambaye ni wa committee member wa housing na pia na loans. Katika Kenya county 47 mambo ya housing mara mingi tukiwa senators na wale wengine viongozi tumeona imekuwa ni siasa ya serikali kuu na serikali ya county ikiwa na governor, na hakuna pahali hata popote MCA amehusishwa. Mambo ya hadhi, mambo ya kujenga, mambo ya inspection, inakuja dakika ya mwisho. Governors siku ya kuja koronji ndio yako mstari wa kwanza juu ya siasa. Senators wamekanyangiwa chini katika kaunti 47. Ni njia gani kutoka leo? Isiwe ni makaratasi mmetuletea hapa ndio tuwesaidia devolution katika masinani, ambaye kutoka leo sisi ma senators na MCAs ndio ahusishwe, kwa sababu tukirudi kule governors wanakanyangia senators, wanakanyangia MCAs. Asante, hiyo ni swali langu kwa chairman na kwa Senator Mirachi na timu yako, ndio MCAs oversight iwe imefanywa na njia ile inafaa. Asante.
Yeah, thank you. Gentleman. The gentleman there.
Thank you. My name is Atia Vincent. I come from Vihiga County. I had a concern that has been raised by our SG, so I will bypass that. The only thing that I wanted to raise is about the housing levy in the law that you are making. Did you put a maximum period under which you will collect these levies from the salaried Kenyans? Because I understand this is like seed money and this is a revolving fund. And the revolving fund need to reach a place where we will say we are going to collect these levies for this number of years, either 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years. When you are coming up with the housing levy law, did you put a period under which now salaried Kenyans or Kenyans will be watatolewa katika hiyo mzigo ya kutoa hiyo levies? Because I understand as you construct these houses, some of them are being sold, some of them are rented out, and we still have income. So I wanted to know whether there is a lacuna in the law or you are just going to collect these levies forever and ever. So that is my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Senator.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Senator Shakila from Lamu. My question is to the chair of the board of affordable housing. The affordable housing is a good idea. We respect it, and if it will work the way it's supposed to, then it will benefit a lot of Kenyans. My issue is there are institutional housing which somebody mentioned that they are going to be built. Maybe we need to know how many institutional houses have been built, because as we are talking, our policemen are living in a pathetic way. They have no houses. Their houses are so bad. They are actually, they're very wanting, number one. Number two, our students are suffering. What are you doing, or what is the plan for the affordable housings for the police, or the institutional affordable housing, like for police and for the students? Because there are TVETs and colleges which are empty because the students have nowhere to stay and they can't afford the fare to go and come. Yeah, and I have many examples to give, but that is one example I'm giving. So what is the priority when it comes to affordable housing? Is it the business of selling and renting these houses, or building institutions and houses which would benefit the students and the institutions like police stations? Another thing is when you build these houses, do you consider areas whereby there is water, schools, and roads? Because I know there are some houses in Nairobi whereby you need to buy 1 jerrycan of water for 100 shillings, and you need to carry that water to the 10th floor. And most of those houses now are empty because people cannot afford. There's no water at all. And they're between Pangani and Ngara, those houses. Yeah, you can't afford a jerrycan of water for 100 bob, and you need to carry it up to 10th floor. So really, when you build these houses, do you really consider the accessibility of the facilities required, basic facilities like water, schools, roads, and extra? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Senator. Last question. And I'm getting a bit worried because all the questions are directed to the Affordable Housing Chair. We have a panelist here from Kenya Mortgage Refinance Corporation. We have the State Department of the Urban and Metropolitan Development. Please pose some questions to them too.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Engineer Eric. My name is Lillian Gora. I serve in the County Assembly of Kisii. I also sit in Trade Committee, and we inspect some of the markets that are being done by the national government. I have two concerns. My concern number one is on effective utilization of these public resources that are allocated from the national government. We have instances of markets that are built, and 2 years or 3 years later, they have not been occupied. One wonders if there is effective public participation before the national government implements this. And some of the markets actually are just built alongside the county government markets. Like in the last financial year, we have 2 instances of a national government market. Then the wall of the national government market is the one that is supporting the wall of the county government market. So sometimes you wonder, is there effective participation, or the national government is just implementing these things because there is funds and they must do something in some areas? And my second concern is with the national government projects that are being done in the counties, particularly to the Miss Mercy. When you give these approvals to the people who are constructing the markets and wherever site, do you ever consider or asking them for the impact of whatever they are doing in the society? We have some sites in Kisii County particularly where we have reported cases of gender-based violence. And we have issues where people have come to report, at least within the assembly, because we go to the site sometimes, and they have said that they have demanded, for you to work there, there have to be cases of sexual exploitation and things like that. I don't know if these people who work on the site have ever been checked through, and to what extent are they promoting fair, labor practice and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. I have one question that has been given to me here, and this relates to the allocation of the units. And the question says that there are people that are employed and are deducted these resources. When they are about to buy, when they are buying these units, they pay the same amount of money as people that have not been deducted or are not maybe gainfully employed at this particular time. What is the rationale to that question, to that policy regulation? So let's come back to our panel here. I know a lot of questions are addressed to the chairman, but then I want to see if there's any other colleague who has a question that he has recorded that wants to respond to before I go to Jerry. Yes, engineer.
Thank you very much. Madam Senator from Lamu, thank you very much for very important points that you've raised. I'll speak about it a little bit. This fund that we are collecting, I think Chair will buttress a little bit of the points. We are collecting about 7 billion every month. If you do your rough math, it's roughly 84 billion a year. The number of projects and the momentum of demand is in excess of the trillions. Okay? So if you do your math, you can see that the money is not enough. But are we doing something about it? Yes. We are very deliberate. The program has several arms and functions that it wants to achieve. There are very many demands. One, we are pushing the agenda of home ownership. We are pushing the agenda of prevention of land fragmentation, which in certain areas like Kiambu County, that used to be a breadbasket, is now, I would dare say, littered with real estate. So land that should be the most productive is actually being pushed in that particular way. We are thinking about these projects. There is a provision where we've set 15% of the fund to deal with associated and physical infrastructure. All those things that you've mentioned. But remember, these problems are beyond 30 or 40 years. We are making deliberate plans. We are doing boreholes, budget allowing, and we are working with the Ministry of Water to allow larger addressing of such problems. If we look at the city of Nairobi, the demand for water is in excess of nearly 1.2 million liters every day. We are only supplying 600,000. And a lot of illegal connections and many things. So this is not a problem that is unique to the affordable housing program, but it has forced us to start the discussion. And you're aware His Excellency, through the Infrastructure Fund, will finance a lot of these dams and will do the last mile reticulation. So yes, we do think about it. But the good thing is that there is some level of water that is going to these urban spaces. I'll give you a quick example in Mukuru, where a family was using a maximum of 2 mtungis in a day. That's about 40 liters. When they give them a decent housing, they're now using waters, showers, and everything. Their demand shoots from 40 liters of a family of 5 to about 80 to 100 liters per person. So the effective demand is about 400. So it's a problem that we have noted, we are taking concerns, and we are trying to address. Specifically to your county, we are looking, because the good water that's going to supply the projects there is projects that will be done upstream. And if we align and look at the Mzima Springs and the rest of the springs, these are the ones that are supposed to provide water to the coastal centers. So a lot of these solutions are happening further upstream, but you're thinking about them. About institutional housing, we have over 170-something thousand units that are going across the country. Indeed, our students are living in deplorable slum-like features. We have tried as much as possible. We've put at least one in every constituency. When you go to the constituency level, there is competition between a TTC, TVET, a university, a polytechnic. We wish we could do all of them, but it is too much. That will push our demand or the fund approaching possibly 2 and above trillion. And you can see how much you're collecting, but Chair will speak more to that. So yes, we are working on a lot of police stations. And in some of our projects, some of the CSRs are actually building police stations. We are building schools. Like in Nairobi, from about 5 or 6 of the large projects, we have built over 400 classrooms across Nairobi. And the students have entered and they're enjoying the facilities. The thing is that the population growth and urbanizing is happening at a much faster rate than the government can naturally do it. But we are thinking about all those things. So some of the issues that you have mentioned shall be resolved by us on the last mile, but bulk of them shall be done at the last mile. So it's something that we continuously engage. We bring in private players. We should start thinking about giving some of this provision of services to the private sector so that they can become sustainable. But yes, we are thinking about it. And when you have such solutions, please come so that we can discuss and attract the investors. Thank you very much. Very quickly to the markets question. In Kisii, I think it is very regrettable. This program is 100% fair employment. There is nothing like we support like gender-based violence, and if there are those cases, I implore you to be able to report them. We have an affirmative action where any lady who goes to any construction site, as long as they are capable, they are able, and they have the skill, they are taken. They actually have a better chance of being employed than men. I've gone to projects in Bomet, Kisii, Kisumu, and everywhere. Our ladies are there. Are they at the 35-40% level? No. But they are at about 20%. But there are a lot of ladies who are involved, both from contracting, the consultants, the people on site, the supervisors. We are an equal opportunity, and we do encourage. The president is currently in Kisii and has launched and commissioned and laid foundation stone for more than almost 10 or 15 markets. And indeed, it is actually changing their lives. About projects that are aligned and sharing one wall, we go through a lot of participation. We talk with the local leaders, the MPs, and now I hear we need to extend that to the MCAs and everything. A lot of indication is done. Even with the markets that we are doing, like for example, perhaps the one for Gikomba, the demand outweighs what we are building. We are not building fast enough for them. So some of the things that we've done, even in, not to mention very specifically, in a place like Narok, the market is already complete, but the population of traders is almost 3 times our capacity. We've engaged the leaders more than 4 or 5 times, the MCAs for that areas. The formula for dividing them sometimes is very difficult. So what we've agreed, we've laid the cabro, and we'll have some of the traders operating from the outside particular place. So it is important that this program promotes fair labor practices. In fact, in many places, before we bring people from outside, we exhaust, and I have personally even gone out to look for them. In certain places, because we are able differently, certain people can work long hours, certain places it's a challenge, and we have to balance that out. So we are a fair process. We do not encourage anything to do with GBV. If there's anything specific to that, we have our county commissioners, we have a clerk of works. We can report that and ensure that practice is actually stopped. Our sites are gender-free violent. We have separate changing rooms. We have separate toilets. We have taken deliberate actions to make sure that is done. I think those 2 questions are good enough for now.
Thank you. Just to add on to the intervention by Honorable Member from Kisii County, Honorable Lillian, on the issue of sexual harassment and GBV, just to add on to that specifically with regard to the mandate of the National Construction Authority. Number 1, if the contractor on site has breached the code of conduct, one of the terms of the code of conduct which is available online for contractors who are registered under NCA, one of the requirements that they must keep up with fair labor practices and adhere to all laws of Kenya, including, of course, now laws that touch on sexual harassment. Having said that, also this forum is also for me to test whether things are happening on the ground or what we need to tighten. And as such, of course, we intend to extend that code now to accredited workers, but contractors, any contractor who breaches the code of conduct is subject to disciplinary action. You report to the NCA office or any email, including myself, and the board takes up that action and the contractor is investigated, and if they are found to be liable, action is taken. That's number 1. So that on enforcement of the code, that is what we do. The code of conduct does not condone unfair labor practices. I must say also, Honorable Lillian, since you've mentioned Kisii, and I say this without prejudice, we've had enough problems in Kisii with the construction there. A lot of unregulated, so perhaps as also you retreat back to the assembly, you can see how we can perhaps confer separately and have a meeting. Because we've had serious problems in Kisii County in terms of enforcement, in terms of approvals. Now when you raise this issue, it becomes that at this point we do not have a county office there. That's why I really need to look for money so that we have offices there, because the nearest offices end up being Kisumu. But I've noted that, but please note it is any contractor who allows any illegal activity is subject to disciplinary action by the National Construction Authority. And please feel free to report to anyone, a board member, the CEO, using our channels on the website, via email, etc. And if there's no action, I'll say here without any fear, if NCA does not respond, just take us to the office of the Ombudsman. They are the ones who oversight how we handle complaints. So far our score has been high, so we hope to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Chair?
Okay, thank you very much, and I've listened very keenly to the comments, and it sounds like perhaps this needed a session on its own, specifically around affordable housing and the role that counties play, because from where I sit, it looks like there are 1 or 2 gaps as far as the involvement of the county assembly, notwithstanding the fact that the Act made provisions for the involvement of counties, but perhaps there, in terms of linking that direct oversight role, there is something I think we can discuss. But let me start with from the MCA representing Ngara. I mentioned earlier that there is the 5-year plan that we are just concluded internally, and it is awaiting final board approval in the next week or 2. Now that would then go to National Treasury and then for presentation to Parliament or submission to Parliament. The Act does not require that it needs to be approved, but it's a submission to Parliament. So once that is drafted and submitted, you will be able to have a site as far as distribution of all the various projects and the proposed distribution over a 5-year period. So that will give you some insight. Of course, county assemblies play a critical role as far as spatial plans are concerned. So the spatial plans, and I think you should, in particularly where you have approved a county spatial plan, then you need to ensure that there is a nexus between housing and that county spatial plan that has been approved. So that is directly within your mandate in terms of the role that the county assemblies undertake as far as county spatial plans are concerned and housing. No, I just wanted to acknowledge you. Do you want to acknowledge you?
Yeah.
Do you want to acknowledge the senator?
Yes, let them settle, then I'll acknowledge them.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So, okay, then there's, so that's the 5-year plan. It's a document that will be with yourselves very soon. A question was asked around the titling process. So, of course, the process starts with the mother title, but the Act is also very clear that the buyer of that unit, upon payment, will then receive a sectional title. And the Act was also very clear that it will be undertaken in line with the Sectional Properties Act. So the assurance that buyers have is at the end of repayment, they receive a sectional title and they will own that unit for generations. Then there was a question around the land process by the representative from Embu. And now, in terms of the Act, there's various parcels of land. There's national government land, which is a very straightforward process. What I said earlier is that as far as county land is concerned, because the process has not been as it should be, it has been agreed that all land that will be earmarked for affordable housing will go through the county assembly approval process going into the future. So that was a process that I believe the the Council of Governors undertook together with the State Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Affordable Housing Board, that going forward all projects will be approved by the county assembly before they come into the program. So the request from ourselves was, and I think the request particularly because we have said it needs to be a collaborative effort, there is of course a need for all the projects that have been undertaken, that process is fast-tracked so that it does not then become something that gets stuck and becomes a bottleneck. And I believe the SLA was proposing 14 days within which these projects, from the time of submission, they would be approved within the county assembly so that at least the projects can be fast-tracked. And that was the request, so that the projects can be undertaken in a timely manner. There was a question around, is there an end to the levy and the payment of the levy? I think on one hand, I've heard very many requests from the floor, also from the senator from Lamu, around a request for urgent need for housing, institutional housing, particularly, let's say, in her county. Now, on one hand, we're trying to balance a request or a need for housing, because remember, this program at the time in 2017, when there was a World Bank study that was undertaken, it was found that there is a deficit at the time of about 1.7 million units and an annual deficit of 1 million units. So we are not saying that, so is there a need for that affordable housing? Absolutely yes, because we were coming from a place of a significant deficit. The market was only producing 1,000 units in the affordable housing space. So the way to look at it is that eventually there is going to be enough stock in the market and with buyers, and then the fund can become a revolving fund. But for now, if you think about it, the need is still significant. We have, even if we do 1 million units, we will have, by that time, have a deficit of 2 million units, because we will only have dented a deficit of about 1 million units. That also includes the need that we are saying our students are not well housed, our police officers are not well housed, our prison officers have been living in dilapidated conditions from independence. So we are saying that need is is one that will be, and the only way that you can sustainably finance the entire program is having that stable source of capital, which is the affordable housing levy. It allows us to then be able to do a larger program because we're able to crowd in other investors through using that stable source of capital. So if my answer to you is that the deficit, we have not even dented that deficit, and at some point we can then start discussing a sunset to when that levy will be, but we are very far from that point at this current point in time, just given the need for housing across the entire country. Now, the issue of services, I think Secretary from Urban has spoken partly to it, but the reality is that the program obviously has started in a big way, and then the services in certain instances are going to follow. But nationally, and that's where I think the mention of the National Infrastructure Fund and or other sources, because there is a program when these projects are being approved. They're being approved also in line, and that is why there is a major role for counties to also look at potentially what other sources there are to complement what is being undertaken by the Affordable Housing Board through its implementing agents. So the counties, because counties also approve budgets particularly the county assemblies, so that we can also maximize and align the limited resources are actually directed towards also the housing and with the associated infrastructure, where be it markets, schools, so that we actually be able to look at this complementary between the various pots of funding that are available. So yes, it is not perfect today, but I think we all agree that the impact of the housing program can now be felt. A question has been asked, where is this money going? The assurance you have is that the levy that is collected currently, yet from the time it started to date, is about 184 billion that has been collected. But you can see there are projects that are being undertaken across the entire country. The absorption rate for the last budget, the last financial year that has just completed, was 98% absorption rate of the levy. So that money is coming in and is going straight into brick and mortar. I want to give you assurance that as far as some of the governance is concerned on the program, prior to this program starting, the cost of construction was approximately anywhere between 55,000 shillings and 60,000 shillings per square meter. Now, the program started, and in fact, some people said that we will see that price go up because there will be all kinds of funny business that will be going on. I would like to just assure the public, I would like to assure the members of the County Assembly that in fact the cost of construction has come down, because when the implementing agent issues tenders, they have a capped price. In fact, if anything, we do hear some contractors saying that the margin ambayo imebaki kwa hizi projects is too tight. So the reality is we have been able to bring construction cost per square meter from 60, 55,000, and now there is no tender that goes out above 42,000.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
Just close in the next 2 minutes. The next session I'm told is about to start.
Okay.
Sorry.
But just to understand that there is governance, and because there is a capped price, and I have said there has been a 98% absorption rate in the last financial year, and equally now we will also have 100% or close to 100% absorption rate. That capped price, I can assure you, means that the taxpayers' money is actually being well spent, and in fact everybody will benefit, because if we can do construction in affordable housing at 42,000, that means even the private sector will come down, so there everybody will benefit. Now there is quite a few other questions that I would have liked to respond to, including to the Senate, to the Speaker of Kitui County. who raised the issue of the long-term asset management. I would like to assure you, because if there is something that I personally am I follow, because it's very important to understand that the taxpayer's shilling that is being deducted ultimately results in a structure, a home, which is what where our fellow Kenyans are going to live in. They're actually going to have a home. And now, for me, what is important is that structure is still there 50 years from the time we take over that structure, so that the asset that the Kenyan has bought, because he is also saving. That house is a saving for them, not in addition to it being 4 walls and a roof. It is also a saving, a form of saving for them. So I would like, the situation we would want is that they pass that asset to their future generation. And how do you do that? You ensure not only is the integrity of the structure that you receive high quality, and that's where we work with the likes of NCA, because every contractor that has been awarded a job is an accredited NCA contractor. But beyond the asset that is going to be handed over to us, ensuring that that asset is maintained. How do you maintain it? Every development that we have has property managers. And so when we say, for instance, in Mukuru, you're paying 3,900 shillings in a monthly repayment. That includes 2,600 towards principal and interest. It includes service charge, and it includes life insurance in the event that you pass on, so that your family can get that house at no further cost to themselves. So that service charge ensures that that asset is maintained, and it is maintained to a high quality. If you go to any of our developments, notwithstanding 1 or 2 challenges that you would find, because even where you live, I'm sure you have 1 or 2 challenges, that house is maintained at the same level as any unit anywhere in Kenya. They are maintained to a high level. And so when we meet again with the county assemblies, we will not only meet in a forum like this, we will go tour. We will take a tour, and we will go visit these some of these sites that we are talking about. In Mukuru, just last month, and it's important you understand, because I've heard a comment that, just wait 1 minute. I've heard a comment that the repayment is a challenge. Yes, initially, but we now have close to a 90% monthly repayment rate. So the Kenyan, the families that are living there, because again, these are 80% of the ones who are living in these units are households. They are married. So they have got joint income. So 1, they're able to repay. 2, they were repaying where they were, and we have made it as affordable as what they were previously paying in rent. So that is why we're able to now achieve a high monthly repayment rate. And this is now being replicated across the entire country. I would have really liked a longer session than this, but I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And unfortunately, I'm told the next session is about to start. So we don't have time for closing remarks. There's one question that was on land tenure. That was a... Yes.
You said first round of questions. Now you are telling us that the session is about to end. When will we ask our questions?
We would love to continue this session, but I'm informed there's no time for this particular session, because another session is starting. Yes, equally important. Nimrod.
Mabibi na mabwana, habari za mchana. Hivi sasa ni saa 6. Sawa, ninaomba tupate mwelekeo kupitia kwa mwenyekiti tafadhali. Manake tuna session nyingine na wageni wetu washafika. Tuchukue muda gani? Nauliza kwa unyenyekevu. Tuchukue muda gani zaidi kabla ya panel nyingine kuingia? Hilo ndio swali langu. Nani? Mwenyekiti njoo. Yes. Okay. Sir.
Thank you. I'm Honorable Francis Muya Mwangi from Nsingishu County. And we thought we had enough time, but we can see that it's a show of a few. But I want to give proposal because they will not even have time to respond. One, we have an issue. We heard what Senator Modegi said about what the governors are doing in those counties. My proposal is, first of all, the issue of county affordable committees. It is not known to us, and therefore going forward, because we know that all governors, many governors, if not all, they have a disease in Kenya of taking it all. Therefore, we have to come up with a way of coming up with this committee, maybe by a different body, so that it can be, they can be vetted by the county assemblies. Why? They are taking, or they take advantage of putting their colonies there, and therefore will not have the right people serving in those committees. That is my proposal. One, two, the issue of whatever we are discussing here, we can see that we have a shortage of time. Is it not possible, taking in mind that you are collecting more than 7 billion from salaried Kenyans, to take the same conversation to all leadership in counties, 2 forums, for the leadership and for the common mwananchi? Because I can tell you, this issue of affordable housing has not been conceptualized by all Kenyans, including leaders. You have heard what our Honorable Speaker from Kitui County have just expressed on behalf of us. Therefore, I am proposing that the conversation we have here, can it be domesticated down there, or castigated down there to all 47 counties, one for all leaders, so that everybody can know their roles, and for the common mwananchi, because we don't only need the structures. We want, by the end of the construction, our Kenyans, our residents, to go for there. That, the issue of regularization. The secretary talked that, you know very well how it started. Those who are in the higher and mighty offices were just calling county governments for the surrender of the lands. And therefore, there is a big question about the regularization of this issue. This issue needs to be revisited so that it can be put right, so that next governments cannot come and do away with this. Therefore, we need to move with speed with the issue of regularization. A fourth one, a senator in front of us said that they had a conversation in Nairobi County. What about the other 46 counties? Because she really said that they went and made the county assembly members of Nairobi County. What about other 46 counties? We also need such a conversation so that we can know where the interests of those people who are living in those lands were kept by the board. The second last is, what measures are the board putting in place to make sure that the materials that are building this affordable housing are secure? Why? I am aware that they are private, mighty, and above, who are using day to day these materials, coming up with their development all over in Kenya. And yet, we are the people who are carrying this burden. What measures have the board put in place? Because these materials are getting out of places where they are not supposed to be. Tutamaliza hii wizi lini, na ni sisi tunabeba huu mzigo. Kwa hivyo, mimi naomba tafadhali, jambo hili halitosheki hapa, tuende mashinani, kwa sababu tunawapea for, you said 7 billion every month, so that we can have a candid conversation with leaders and common mwananchi, so that we can conceptualize this issue of affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Kwanza nipende kupongeza changizo ambazo kiongozi wetu kutoka Uasin Gishu ametupatia, na naona ni mwelekeo mzuri, lakini pia ni mjuze ya kwamba tuliweza kuangazia masuala ya Nairobi kwa sababu wakazi walikuwa wanaishi katika estate hizi ambazo zitaathirika na miradi hii ya affordable housing. Waliweza kuleta maombi yao, prayers, kupitia kwa petition. Pia tumeweza kusikiza watu wa Kajiado, Kisauji kuhusiana na masuala ya title deed ya hiyo affordable housing ambayo inafanyika huko. Pia tumeweza kuja Mombasa, tumeweza kuwasikiza waliokuwa wakazi wa Bakstani, na tumeweza kuwapa mwelekeo ya kwamba wale waliokuwa wakazi waweze kupata fursa ya kurudi katika nyumba zile na waweze kuwa funded. Na zaidi pia tuko na open door policy, mtu yoyote anakaribishwa seneti kwa sababu sisi ni wasimamizi wa ugatuzi. Kakangu seneta wa kutoka Embu Mundigi amesema ya kwamba kuna hisia ya kwamba rais na magavana wanafanya kama ni miradi yao binafsi na kuweza kutenga wajumbe kutoka bunge la seneti na wajumbe wa maeneo yetu ya wadi. Nipende kuwajulisha ya kwamba sisi tuna majukumu ya kikatiba. Hatupaswi kuuliza kwa nini hatuhusishwi, bali tunapaswa kushirikiana ili kuboresha zile sheria ambazo ziko ndani ya katiba na kujitokeza na kuwaeleza magavana na rais ya kwamba sisi hatupo tu kwa sababu tunajiingiza, tupo kwa sababu tumejukumishwa na katiba yetu kuweza kusimamia ardhi zinapochukuliwa katika kufanya implementation ya hii affordable housing. Kwa hivyo yangu ni rai, hatuko hapa kwa makosa, tuko hapa kuelekezana na kuboresha yale ambayo tayari yapo. Sisi hatuna upungufu wa sheria, lakini tuna upungufu wa kukubali political will ya kuweza kuimplement our constitution. So mimi naomba wale walioandaa maandalizi ya jukwaa hili tuweze kushirikiana katika kuwakumbusha wale ambao wanahisi wanaweza kuinajisi katiba yetu na kufanya yale ambao wanaona ni sawa na wao, ili tuwapige kofi la kuwakumbusha ya kwamba tupo na tuko na jukumu ambalo si letu binafsi, bali ni jukumu la kikatiba ambalo sisi sote tulikula kiapo ya kuilinda na kuitunza na kuwajibikia wananchi. Asante.
Anything from Chair on response? Yeah.
Asante. So just to confirm, I think a representative from Uasin Gishu, mmesikia. Through the County Assembly Forum, I think tukitoka hapa, hata company secretary ako hapa, nitamwambia aongee na your representative na tuanze kupanga hiyo safari ya vile tutashikana, so that at least we can have a way forward. So I'm going to request our company secretary meets with your county assembly team, the representative, and but also just to for context, this is one law that particularly when we went to the regulations, because not many laws have been public participated across 47 countries. But the regulations that came out of this Affordable Housing Act actually went to 47 counties, and it is one of the very few regulations that have gone through such a rigorous public participation process, because we know it is highly emotive. We know it is something that is of equal great need, and therefore we were very deliberate about ensuring that it went to all 47 counties. And this was during about a year ago now. The regulations have since been published, but then again there was an opportunity for input. But I will then request that we have that engagement outside of this, and you have assurance from the Affordable Housing Board that we will do what we can to support the civic education and the public participation beyond today. Asante.
Thank you so much, Chair. Unfortunately, all of us will not have a chance to provide any closing remarks. So I want to request Honorable Speaker Katisia 1 minute on behalf of all the panel members to make closing remarks before we leave. 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Bwana Moderator. For those who have joined late, my name is Kevin Kinengo Katisia. I'm the Speaker of the County Assembly of Kitui. And I would like, on behalf of the other panelists who are here, I would like to appreciate all of us for actively participating in this particular session. And on behalf of all the MCAs, chairperson of the board, please take note that where MCAs are not convinced that the board is making sufficient efforts to have them involved in the management and also in the administration of this entire process of the housing projects. And I think it is only fair that we ensure full operationalization of the Affordable Housing Act. If you look at the Constitution Article 43(1)(b), the wording is very clear on the issue of adequate and accessible. The project can be affordable, but is it accessible? It can be adequate, but is it accessible? There are some things which you need to involve the MCAs, because we are the ones who are always with the people. We are the ones who maintain close contact with the people, so that we can ensure that the projects have a long-term benefit. If, for example, there is a project which goes up to 10th floor, it has no lift, maybe water is a challenge, maybe there is no electricity, will it be accessible? It can be affordable, but it should not be accessible. Finally, I want to challenge all of us who are here, county assemblies. Kindly, as SG Shege has said, let us not beg to be involved in the housing project. If you look at the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the 4th schedule, housing is a devolved function to the counties. And we should not beg to be involved. We should not even beg the chairperson of the board. In fact, we are your superiors. You know, you should be reporting to us. You know, and I want to challenge my colleagues, please, especially senators. I'm happy to see Senator Kajwang, my very good friend. Senator Alexander Mundigi, you have spoken very well on the need for MCAs and senators to be fully involved. And as Madam Senator, you have said, the issue of joint programs, wait a minute, moderator, the issue of joint programs between the County Assembly and Senate, it is high time that Senate empowers county assemblies. If you want a housing project to succeed and other national government projects, it is high time that Senate empowers county assemblies. There are several bills which are still stuck at Senate and also in the National Assembly, which are meant to empower county assemblies. Please walk the talk. If you want us to have the capacity to jointly oversight this project and other national government projects where counties are involved, please empower county assemblies. Let us see the pension bill being enacted very fast. Let us see the County Intergovernmental Relations Act being enacted very fast, and other legislations which support county assemblies. So, senators, please don't come here and say that you are with us, but in the real sense, when you go back to Senate, you are not with us. Please support us. Support us, because you need us so that we can do proper oversight. We are the ones who have the constitutional mandate to do primary oversight. Your role is to do secondary oversight. Senator Kajwang, please, and your colleagues, we want to ask you, we know what you are going through. Governors are attacking you. We have gone through this for more than 13 years. We are happy that now you can feel it at this stage. So please, senators, support county assemblies so that we properly oversight the governors, and also so that we properly ensure proper and prudent use of national resources. Thank you very much, and may God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. We come to the end of this session. I'll request the panelists to line for a group photo as guided by the MC. I also want to note Mr. George Arwa, please stand up. Mr. George was part of this panel, but unfortunately his flight had time issues. It was rescheduled. So thank you so much for making time to be here. And please also join us for the group photo. Unfortunately, I'll not give you a chance to make remarks because of time, but let us set up for the group photo.
Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, makofi kwa our panelists, our moderator, Engineer Eric Muchuku, of course, Miss Eva Mageto, please come on stage. Mr. Jeremiah Ndambuki, Ms. Masi Okiro, Senator wetu Miraj Abdullahi, Mr. Johnston Oltetia, Byron Buyu, na Mheshimiwa Kevin Katisia, George Arwa. Thank you so much. We appreciate your insights. Tunasema asante. Kidogo muda umetupiga chenga, lakini asante sana. Makofi kwao tafadhali. And as we finish with the photo op and set up, I'd like to request the hospitality team to come and help me set up. We need to replace the waters here. And as we do that, niwakaribishe ndugu zetu kutoka county ya Kwale. Watutumbuize kwa dakika 3 tu wakati tuna set up. Haya, twendeni Wadigo, twendeni. Asante. Hospitality team. Asante. Makofi, ladies and gentlemen. Kwale County staff, asanteni sana kwa Sengenya. Shukran. Asante, asante, asante. Nasema asante, tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Wanapoondoka jukwani tuwapigie makofi. Asante. Asante, makofi tena kwa Kwale County kwa kututumbuiza. Asanteni sana, thank you so much. They have the bragging rights. Wanasema katika sports wao walikuwa namba 1 katika mashindano. Kwa hivyo muwapigie makofi tena. Hongera kwao. Asanteni. Distinguished delegates, let me stand on the protocols that we have observed earlier. I know there are honorable senators who have been here with us. There's an honorable member of parliament from the National Assembly who's here with us. We have the honorable speakers from the various counties. We have the honorable member of county assemblies representing various counties. We have the clerks. And then we also have our partners. And then we also have speakers who have represented different institutions since yesterday and the day before. So we want to appreciate all of you. Asanteni sana kwa kukaa muda huu. I wish to invite the next session so that we can start. This session is on strengthening governance and financial autonomy of county assemblies for sustainable development. It falls under topic general session number 4. Wageni ni wazito kama wale waliopita, na nyinyi pia ni wazito. Kwa hivyo mjipange pia na maswali na kawaida, sawa? Mniwe radhi ikiwa muda utakwenda, lakini hivi sasa ni saa 6 na dakika 22. Tutamaliza saa 8 na dakika 22, lakini hatutarejea hapa. Kuenda tukienda mpaka kesho. Sawa, tumekubaliana? All right, ladies and gentlemen. She has 20 years work experience in governance, program management, media and outreach. She has studied sociology, communications and business administration at undergraduate and postgraduate level and has a BA in sociology and MBA in risk management. She is currently the Executive Director of Transparency International Kenya. She has served as Program Manager, Head of Programs between 2015 and 2020, and she previously served as Research and Learning Manager at TI Kenya and also worked at the BBC Media Action, which is British Broadcasting Corporation's international development charity, where she was the Communications and Training Manager. She first worked for TI Kenya from 2009 to 2012 as the Advocacy and Communication Program. She has been my colleague for some time, and she continues to be our colleague for some time in the media fraternity. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our moderator for this session, Ms. Sheila Masinde, the Executive Director, Transparency International. Karibu sana. And as she comes to talk, kwa kifupi tu, our numbers are really good. Kama jana, additional seating, pale juu tumefungua. Asanteni sana kwa kuja, na tuwe makini, tumpe nafasi moderator wetu atuongoze katika session hii. Karibu Sheila.
Thank you, Nimrod Tabu, my former colleague in the media. Ladies and gentlemen, honorables, I see honorable senators, honorable and honorable member of parliament, honorable MCAs, honorable speakers, all protocols observed. I stand on the previous protocols. If we were to start mentioning all the heavyweights here, Chair, we would not go for lunch, so allow me to stand on the protocols already set. And as has been promised, we want to finish in the next 2 hours or earlier, but it also depends on how we remain on track in regarding to the session, both as panelists and also as the audience. We promise to keep time if you also keep time and keep focus. As you had been informed, this is the 4th session, and we'll be talking about strengthening governance and financial autonomy of county assemblies for sustainable development. And the aim of the session is really to interrogate financial autonomy of county assemblies. I've seen the interest in this topic. Yesterday I sat through the sessions and I already had a lot of questions and sentiments around this topic. And we want to see what do we need to do to emphasize the strengthening of governance, accountability, and improved service delivery at the county level. Yesterday, as I mentioned, a number of speakers in the sessions we had already started delving into the topic, and I'm glad that for those questions that weren't answered yesterday because they were not directed to the right session or panelists, for today, we have an expert stellar cast panel from the county and relevant state authorities and non-state actors who are going to drive this discussion and enable us to get a way to enable further strengthening of governance and financial autonomy of county assemblies at the, for sustainable development. And I want us to go to our first presentation without taking too much time. I want to call, I said we have a stellar cast. It's a large panel. Chair, you gave me 9 panelists and 2 hours. Let's see how that goes. Fortunately, a number of them are CPAs, and I was telling them that at least I know finance people spend less time on words, more on numbers, so we may be able to save time there. Lakini kuna wanasiasa kadhaa kwa panel, we will try to moderate them and ensure that we take time, we manage the time with them. But I want us to go into the first speaker, and for the rest, I'm going to call them after we have the presentation from our main presenter. And I will go ahead to introduce our main presenter. I believe she was already here yesterday to speak. Our keynote presenter for this session is none other than FCPA, Dr. Margaret Nyakango, CBS, Controller of Budget of the Republic of Kenya. Makofi kwake. Dr. Margaret Nyakango has been the Controller of Budget in Kenya since 2019, December. Her role is to oversee and report on the implementation of the budgets of the national and county governments. She reports to the National Assembly, to the Senate, the county assemblies, and the executive every quarter. That's where the reports go. We see them in public as well. She holds a doctorate in business administration from the University of Liverpool in the UK. I don't know that she's a Liverpool fan. She'll tell us. And kama wanaumia vile jana tuliona what happened, she'll tell us whether she got to support Liverpool while there. She also has a Master of Business Administration degree in Strategic Management and a Bachelor of Commerce in Accounting, both from the University of Nairobi. She's a practicing member and fellow of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, FCPA actually. She is also a member of the Association of Women Accountants of Kenya and an active member of the Women on Boards Network. And one other thing I want to just add about Dr. Nyakango is that she has broad experience in finance, accounting, strategic management, audit, tax, human resource management, and governance, all gained from working in Kenya's public and private sector, and her experience spans over 30 years. Makofi kwa Dr. Nyakango as she comes up. So Daktari, she was trying to haggle with us earlier. Now that we reduced her time, unfortunately, I told her that we will have 20 minutes to listen to her, and then we'll call the rest of the panel, the other 9 members of the panel, to be able to have the discussion after we hear from Dr. Nyakango. Daktari, karibu sana.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you, audience. Allow me please also to ride on the protocols already in place so that we deal with this matter at hand. So as you have been informed by the moderator, we are discussing issues to do with financial autonomy And I think the presentation is already out there. Allow me to get my screen as well. Fine. So we are here mostly with members of county assemblies, or so I assume that the bulk of us here are from the county assemblies, and I want to begin by appreciating the County Assemblies Forum as the constitutional backbone of the 47 county assemblies. This is in terms of coordinating legislation, deepening accountability, and giving Kenya's legislative devolution a unified voice. So that is my appreciation going to CAF for even organizing this and for the roles that they play. In very brief terms, what does the CAF do? The County Assemblies Forum coordinates the 47 county assemblies to speak with one voice on policy, on legislation and governance, particularly in engagements with the national government as well as the Senate. Secondly, in terms of legislative development, the CAF facilitates the model bills, legislative precedents, knowledge sharing, so that county assemblies produce consistent and constitutionally sound legislation across the country. Thirdly, CAF has been at the forefront of advocacy for financial autonomy, proper remuneration, institutional independence, as well as the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Act, which was mentioned briefly yesterday, and which we'll be reviewing a little more today. Fourthly, I want to appreciate the building of MCA capacity. Through structured training, benchmarking, and intergovernmental engagements, CAF shapes the professional development of over 2,700 elected MCAs across Kenya. And this is one area, of course, that is both a blessing and a curse, as we'll soon be seeing. So today, as I move on now into the content, we'll be looking at devolution and the county assemblies. We will review the governance gaps, that is the challenges that have been undermining effective oversight. We'll then look at the funding crisis with real county data from the reports of the Controller of Budget. Then we'll briefly look at the mandate of the COB and some of the findings in our reports. We'll look at the new law, number 616 of 2025. What are the provisions and what is the implementation status? And finally, we look at some recommendations, which are the pathways to sustainable governance. So as we move along, we appreciate that Kenya's 2010 Constitution established devolution to bring government and governance closer to the people. The county assemblies are at the heart of this democratic architecture. So what does the framework look like? In terms of legislative power, we know that the county assemblies make laws governing the county affairs and service delivery across all the 47 counties. In terms of oversight, it is the county assemblies that hold county executives to account. They scrutinize the budgets, they approve the plans, and therefore the policies. In terms of representation, it is the county assemblies that represent the interests of the citizens, including the women, the youth, and persons with disabilities. And when we look at the checks and balances, it is the county assemblies that form an essential counterweight to executive power at the county level. And those are very hefty responsibilities, if you ask me. So if those are the responsibilities, when we have laid that base, when we know what the county assemblies are supposed to do, what are the challenges that undermine effective oversight and representation? What is it that we have been doing, or not doing for that matter? So some of these challenges are manageable, they are man-made, and can be mitigated. But let's first of all see what they are. The first challenge that we have come across is executive dominance over the assemblies. And here we find a lot of county executives routinely interfering in assembly finances and operations. As one Senate Speaker noted, the call for financial autonomy is therefore fully merited and timely to elevate assemblies as genuine oversight institutions. This is something we had discussed many times before, even before the law was passed. But we have also seen weak capacity for budget scrutiny. Here we see limited technical expertise among the MCAs, hampering meaningful interrogation of the budgets. Indeed, my officers found that fewer than 2% of the 1,128 county audit reports over 12 years received unqualified opinions. Remember yesterday I said what we are trying to do from the COB's office to ensure that the quality of these reports improves. Then there is transactional politics, which undermine oversight. We have MCAs who raise concerns in the assembly but are denied ward development by the governors. As one senator again noted, the MCAs are forced to dance to the governor's tune, making independent oversight nearly impossible. You'll be telling me whether this is true. Very true? Then there is the low public participation. Budget Transparency Survey 2024 shows that while counties score 64 over 100 overall in terms of public participation, they still do not provide 39% of the budget information required by law. And feedback on public participation remains consistently weak. Indeed, somebody raised this yesterday, and I would like us to look at it some more today. So when we move to financial autonomy, we already have that background and the weaknesses that we have. Let us have a closer look on how the county assemblies are funded. This is a budget dependency problem using county level evidence. We found out that most county assemblies do not receive funds directly from the National Treasury. Of course, that has been a fact. They depend entirely on the governors and the county finance departments. This arrangement, critics say, exposes them to political interference and deliberate delays. So look at Nairobi County, and you'll see a total budget of 28.6 billion. The assembly allocation, 1.4 billion. What percentage is that? 4.9%. Tuende Kisumu Lakeside, total budget 9 billion. Assembly allocation, 0.54, that is 540 million, which is 6%. Mombasa, with a budget of 8.1, the assemblies get 490, that is 6.1% only. Baringo, with a budget of 5.6, the assembly gets 0.31, which is only 5.5%. Elgeyo Marakwet. Sorry, I can't go through all of them, but I wanted to give you a feel of what is happening. With a budget of 4.3 billion, the assembly is only allocated 0.24 billion, which is 5.6%. Ladies and gentlemen, now you can see that the average of that is just about 6.5%. Even granted that there could be others that are getting a little more, we are still saying that this is an area that needs to be addressed. Yeah? May I deal with facts only? Let us look at the obstacles to financial independence. With figures like those, do you expect independence? No. Thank you. So what are the obstacles to financial independence? Number one, and this was identified a long time ago, routing the funds through the executive, whereby the assemblies must requisition funds through the CEC for finance, who's the governor's appointee. This structural conflict of interest has been described as turning the assemblies into the lapdogs of the county executive. Forgive my language, but it is true. Now, the second obstacle, withheld funds as political punishment. We found out that governors routinely withhold funds from assemblies where oversight creates political tension. MCAs who scrutinize the executive risk having their ward projects defunded as retribution. Kweli ama urongo? Number three, there are no independent accounting officers. We found out that many of the assembly clerks lack authority as accounting officers, although they are called accounting officers. These clerks, they depend entirely on executive approvals to access money. This is a direct affront to the spirit of Article 196. Then there are the pending bills accumulation, which really affect independence. As of June 2025, county assemblies had accumulated 5.16 billion in pending bills. This, if you ask me, is evidence of chronic under-disbursement and financial mismanagement hampering operations. So we have seen those problems. So what is the role of my office? Yeah? And how can we help each other? Article 228 of the Constitution of Kenya mandates the control of budget to oversee the implementation of the budgets of national and county governments by authorizing withdrawals from public funds and reporting on this to Parliament. And by Parliament here we mean you, the county assemblies, as well, National Assembly and the Senate. So number one, we do the quarterly and annual budget reports. So the COB, that is my office, publishes detailed reports on budget implementation across the 47 counties. These provide the assemblies with the evidence base that they need to conduct effective oversight. Secondly, my office tracks the deviations from approved budgets. Never mind that the budgets may be bad, but my office still tracks any deviations, flags this, and especially where development absorption has fallen below 30%, and highlights those with unsustainable wage bills. You are familiar with these issues that we raised in our reports. Further, my office provides formal advisories to county governments where budget implementation has violated the law or has fallen below the constitutional and the PFM Act standards. In terms of engagement with assemblies, yesterday I was answering a question here, and I told you that other than presenting findings directly to the county assemblies through the budget implementation reports, we support their mandate to interrogate executive financial conduct. What that means is that my office is your partner in oversighting the executive. We are not on opposite sides. We are in the same corner as far as oversight is concerned. Now, what are some of the issues that we have reported? From what I've covered in the previous slide, I just want you a glimpse, to give you a glimpse of some of the findings. Of course, this is just a sample. Of critical importance is that the audit quality is critically low. That out of the 1,128 county audit reports reviewed over 12 years, fewer than 20, that is less than 2%, received unqualified reports. This indeed is a damning indictment of county financial management. Secondly, we found the pending bills that have been accumulated from the assemblies, that was 5.16 billion. I'm not mentioning the executive because it may not be fair here. But we did find that these have been driven by chronic under-release of operational funds. During the financial year 24-25, the county governments collectively achieved a 57% development absorption rate against an approved budget of Kenya shillings 218.99 billion. What that means is that over 94 billion in development funds went unspent. So where did the money go? If it didn't go to development, where did the money go? So my office's implementation, budget implementation reviews have consistently recommended ring-fencing county assembly budgets. A recommendation, luckily, that has now been enacted through the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Act of 2025. Now, my office has, however, flagged a troubling problem. We found out that MCAs account for over 60% of foreign travel spending. Yet, ladies and gentlemen, the governance outcomes do not reflect this investment in knowledge. I approve this week in, week out. And you will, of course, you'll agree that it is true. If you look at those figures there, foreign travel by the counties, 2.01 B, that is in financial year 24-25 alone. 60% of this, which was 511 million, was spent in the county assemblies, which means that the investment in capacity building is there. What we need to ask is, do we apply what we learn from out there? Baringo, for instance, spent 19.11 million on trips to Rwanda, Uganda, and other places, including a 3.5 million for peace and conflict resolution. Yeah, that's enough. Now, we have others there, other examples. Kisumu spent quite well, Machakos spent quite well. And my office position is clear, that benchmarking has a legitimate value only if it is targeted, if it produces measurable governance outcomes, and if it cannot be replicated at lower cost domestically. So, having looked at those challenges and the capacity building, I would like us to have a view of the new law to see if the autonomy that we are seeking can be achieved. So some of the provisions of the Act number 16 of 2025, that is the County Public Laws Amendment Act, which was assented to on 13th August 2025 and was to commence from 2nd of September 2025. It amends the PFM Act of 2012 by inserting new sections, that is number 109 A to E, and amends sections 119, 134, and 136. I hope you have all read this act. Can I see by a show of hands those who have read the new act? Who has read the new Autonomy Act? Because that is what we are trying to discuss here. Those hands are very few, ladies and gentlemen. Hamjasoma? Wow. So anyway, I hope this presentation will be given to you, and the provisions, I'll just summarize them by the subheading. So we have the establishment of the fund under section 109A1, 109A7 deals with COB approval required for withdrawals. 109D, the clerk may authorize staff expenditure. We have 109A3, the clerk will be the fund administrator. 109B, on funds use for administration and assets only, not other issues. 109E1 is about the monthly disbursement by the 15th. So the funds should be in the county assembly fund by the 15th. 109A, 5A, funds will be kept at the Central Bank of Kenya. 109C tells us that unspent balances will be retained in the fund. You will not need to return the funds. And 119A is that the COB will have viewing rights on those accounts. It's fine, isn't it? We'll just have viewing rights. We'll not change anything. So where would we stand now, given that the law is in place? The law was assented to on 13th of August, just 8 months ago. But right now, we find that the legal framework for the county assembly is in place. The clerk is the fund administrator. The monthly disbursement by 15th is now a statutory requirement. and you need to enforce it. Funds to be held at Central Bank of Kenya, as I have said. What are some of the gaps? We have noted that out of the 47 counties, only Marsabit, Samburu, and Trans Nzoia and Nairobi have confirmed having fully operationalized the county assembly fund with the bank accounts, systems, and procedures in place. Those are 4 out of 47. Transitional regulations and circulars from the National Treasury on implementation timelines are yet to be publicized. County treasuries face capacity gaps in restructuring disbursement systems to comply with the monthly release requirements. CAF and Senate oversight will be critical in the next 12 months if we are to achieve this financial autonomy that we have so much looked for. And as I conclude, a few recommendations from me, by no means exhaustive, but addressing what we have just noted. 1, fast tracking of Act number 16 of 2025, and we have said here that CAF and the Senate must monitor and enforce compliance across the 47 counties. The National Treasury should also issue implementation circulars urgently within a 90-day deadline for counties to open county assembly fund accounts. We need to establish a constitutional minimum funding floor. Here we should advocate for a legislative or constitutional provision guaranteeing county assemblies not less than 10% of the county's equitable share, ring-fenced and released directly to the county assemblies. Thirdly, we need to empower CAF as the formal budget advocacy organ. The Senate should entrench CAF's role in annual budget advocacy, ensuring that county assembly funding and county assembly funds are formally considered during the county allocation of revenue bill every year. And fourthly is to institutionalize structured capacity building. This should replace the ad hoc, expensive foreign trips with the nationally coordinated capacity building programs through CAF, targeting budget oversight, legislative drafting, and public participation management, and delivered right here at home, just like where we are today. We don't have to go to Turkey to do this. Well, occasionally. Let me finish the recommendations. On technology and financial information systems, the assemblies need real-time access to county budget execution data. You need to know how the budgets are being executed. CAF should partner with the COB to integrate county assembly dashboards into the IFMIS reporting framework. Then we need structured inter-institutional coordination. This requires formalizing a quarterly engagement framework, say with CAF, with COB, Auditor General, and the CRA, so that assembly oversight is evidence-based and consistently informed by official reports. Second last, reform benchmarking to deliver value. The 16.2 billion spent on travel in 24-25 demands a rethink. Ladies and gentlemen, foreign benchmarking must be strategic, not eliminated, but strategic. It needs to be outcome linked and tied to specific governance improvements, not general tourism. Then public participation, as we said, dedicated non-discretionary budgets for public participation to be built into every county assembly's annual budget, with reporting obligations to CAF and the COB on how the participation has been conducted. So, the heading was how to have resilient county assemblies. We cannot build resilient county assemblies merely by goodwill alone. We need to be deliberate. We need to do those things that I have just talked about, and the deadlines, I've even recommended some deadlines there, and I don't want to repeat that. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit. Thank you very much.
Makofi tena kwa daktari. I hope the clap includes what she has said on foreign travel. Amesema strategic, not tourism. So the clap, do we have an eye, and is it an A or I for that? Do the eyes have it? So from here straight to your assemblies. Thank you very much, Daktari. That was a very good presentation. You notice I actually gave her 5 more minutes because I thought that she was talking very important things, speaking truth to power, speaking some of the concerns we have as Kenyan citizens. But she also answered 2 of the questions that she was going to respond in the panel. So in the panel, I will let the panelists speak, and then she will come in later to address your questions. So her time was well catered for during the panelist session. At this point, I want to welcome the panelists who will be contributing to this discussion as we get to the second and final leg of this session. I hope that's a relief, as I know saizi now ni sisi between you and the afternoon sessions. So I want to start by calling Honorable Senator Moses Kajwang. As I introduce him, Moses Kajwang, CBS, and he is serving his 3rd term as the elected representative of Homa Bay County in the Senate. I know he needs the introduction, but allow me to do the formalities. He's the chairman of the County Public Accounts Committee. Tumeona akitoa ukali sana, akiita governor. Simemwona? We'll see whether he'll be as equally, ask the tough. Today we're asking him the tough questions. Not him asking, Sidio? Yeah, but you've seen him ask tough questions. The County Public Accounts Committee is the main oversight committee in Senate, and it also works with the Auditor General in terms of scrutinizing, the final financial operations of the 47 county governments. Under his leadership, I think this is very important, CPAC has published the first fiduciary risks report covering the 2013-2015 financial years, and is it 2013 or 2020? 2013 to 2025, yeah, financial years, and has strengthened linkages with other oversight institutions to ensure timely implementation of audit recommendations. He has a Bachelor of Science in Information Sciences from Moi University, postgraduate diploma in Information Technology, and a Master of Information Technology from Makerere University. Prior to joining the Senate and becoming a politician, the bio says that he had a stellar career in financial services and supply chain industries, where he worked for global brands as an information technology executive. I'm always interested to know where people have come from before Siasa, and I'm happy we have such solid people running the politics and leadership institutions in our country. So that is Senator. I also want to just add that he is also a member of the Senate ICT Committee, the Agriculture Committee, and the Liaison Committee. Thank you very much, Senator. I will also quickly introduce my other panelists. I start with Dr. Boniface Erute. And Dr. Boniface Erute is currently the chair, PICPAC Busia County Assembly. Dr. Boniface, you can start coming up. And he's a seasoned development project management, environmental expert. He has 2 years experience in both government and private sectors across Kenya. He previously served in the neighboring country of Vihiga as the Director of Transport and Infrastructure at the county government. So he comes speaking from experience as being part of the executive and also being part of the county assembly in 2 different counties. I hope all those 2 counties have not been mentioned adversely in Dr. Nyakango's presentation. He holds a PhD and Master of Philosophy in Development Studies from Moi University, a Bachelor of Technology in Industrial Engineering from Egerton, and a Diploma in Building Construction from Masinde Muliro University. Thank you very much, Dr. Erute. I will next introduce Mr. Joseph Mbatha. He's a Deputy Director, Intergovernmental Relations and Fiscal Affairs, and he's an alternate at the National Treasury. And he's an alternate director representing the Principal Secretary, National Treasury and Planning on the Equalization Fund Advisory Board. Mr. Mbatha, you can start coming up. He has also served at the Lake Victoria South Waterworks Development Authority and the Kenya Copyright Board. He has over 20 years experience in public service. He currently serves as a Senior Deputy Director in the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Department at the National Treasury. And over the course of his career, he has held several senior positions, including Town Clerk and County Municipal Treasurer in the former Ministry of Local Government and the County Government of Machakos. So you can see also executive now, but previously had the experience in terms of county legislature. And he holds a Master of Business Administration from the University of Nairobi and a Bachelor of Commerce degree. Karibu sana, Mr. Mbatha. Next is CPA Roble Nuno. He's the Acting CEO, Commission on Revenue Allocation, CRA. And CPA Nuno is a seasoned accounting and public finance professional. He has 33 years experience in financial management, public sector finance. He has an MBA in finance and accounting, and is also a CPAK. He's a member of both ICPAC and the Institute of Internal Auditors, and he has held various senior leadership roles, including County Executive Committee member. He was also in the County Executive as a member of Finance and also Health, as well as Director of Revenue and Accounting Services in Garissa County. I like that they are coming from both sides. We are, straddling both sides. And yes, that is CPA Nuno. Karibu sana. Welcome to the panel. Our next panelist is Mr. Kevin Mutuku. He's the current clerk, Makueni County Assembly. He has been the clerk since 2021. And one of the things that stands out in his CV and bio is that notably he's the youngest to ever to hold this position at this time in Makueni County or nationally. Mr. Mutuku. Yes, but he says he's the youngest person to hold this position at the time, or maybe now. His leader, he'll tell us. He previously served as a member of County Assembly 2017 to 2020, and he was the chair of the County Public Accounts and Investments Committee, and he was instrumental in strengthening accountability systems, contributing to Makueni County's first and qualified audit opinion. Dr. Nyakango has spent a lot of time telling us about qualified and unqualified, and we seem to have more of the other. But he was a first. He contributed to one of the first unqualified audit opinions in the counties, and that is Mr. Mutuku. And his dual experience as legislator and clerk, he says, equips him to address challenges in budgeting, oversight, and institutional independence. And those are the things we're talking about now. Yes. Now that is Mr. Mutuku. Karibu sana, Mr. Mutuku. I now go to introduce Mr. Isaac Nganga. He's coming from the Office of the Auditor General. He's the Deputy Auditor General in charge of corporate services at the Office of Auditor General. We had him, I think, in one of the sessions last afternoon, but we are inviting him back to our panel. CPA Nganga, Kamau Nganga, is a Deputy Auditor General, Corporate Services. He has 20 years experiences in audit and in audit across public and private sectors. Before going to the Auditor General's office, he served as the Director of Internal Audit at the Teachers Service Commission and has also held senior roles, audit roles at the National Land Commission, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, CDF Fund Board, and also worked in private sector in CPA firms. He holds a master's in accounting and finance management from the University of Hertfordshire in the UK, and a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration from USIU. Karibu sana, Mr. Nganga. Who haven't I introduced? Moses Nyangie. Moses Nyangie is the Deputy Commissioner in charge of Public Sector Division from the Kenya Revenue Authority. He is a seasoned tax expert and a financial leader with 20 years experience, more than 20 years experience. He has, as Deputy Commissioner at the Public Sector Division at KRA, he oversees public sector tax mobilization. And I think worth noting that he honed his skills in revenue forecasting at Duke University in the US. His expertise drives impactful financial management and tax administration in Kenya's public sector. Yes, that is Moses. I'm just looking through who I haven't yet invited, and I think that's Alexander from the Institute of Social Accountability, TISA. And Alexander Rivi serves as the head of programs at the Institute for Social Accountability, TISA. He has a wealth of experience spanning over 15 years in the design and implementation of impactful programs and projects across diverse fields. He has made substantial contributions to evidence-based policy research and drafting, particularly in taxation and budget policy. His inputs have shaped critical policy documents such as the Budget Review, an Outlook paper, and the Budget Policy Statement over several years. Further, he has also led his team to draft the People's Audit. The People's Audit is an audit that the civil society led by TISA and the Core Uchumi campaign conducted in line with the governance diagnostic assessment being conducted by the IMF for Kenya. Alexander holds a Master of Science degree in Agriculture and Applied Economics and a Bachelor of Science in Agribusiness Management. He hasn't said it in his bio, but I know that he used to work in Treasury before he came to this other side of civil society. I don't know why he hasn't said that. And last but definitely not the least is Speaker of Kiambu. The Speaker of Kiambu, that is Honorable Charles Thiongo. Wakili Charles Murungaru Thiongo, OGW, is the Speaker of County Assembly of Kiambu. He's a distinguished legal professional and public servant. He's an advocate of the High Court. He blends, if you speak to him, you'll see that he blends extensive legislative leadership and with a lot of legal academic scholarship. He's currently pursuing a PhD in law and holds a Master's of Laws and a Bachelor of Laws. He is a presiding officer of the County Assembly and chairperson of the County Assembly Service Board. I don't know that that's current, but that's what it says in your bio. You'll just clarify that for us. I think I have everyone. Thank you very much. And now we can dig into the presentation. Now that we have received, you can remove this. I'll sit now. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want us to delve into the conversation. I think the Controller of Budget has given us a very good opener in terms of her keynote in regard to the issues that we want to discuss today. Because when we thought about this session, and I'm happy that we have, you can see it's a very big panel. It's 100% turnout. We had a wish list of who we needed in this panel, which institutions were critical. So we invited them. We didn't think all would come, but they all turned out. But I think it's important based on some of the questions and sentiments that I've had from some of the other sessions, which touch on this discussion in terms of what we need to do to strengthen governance and financial autonomy of county assemblies for sustainable development. I'm sorry I'm giving my back to this side. It's because we are many and the stage is small, but I'll try to keep turning this side so that you can be able to see me when I speak. And I think the overarching questions in this session, and each of the panelists has a couple of issues directly touching on their work and their experience. Each of them has their direct questions, but the overarching questions, and which the Controller of Budget, Dr. Nyakango, has actually addressed in her presentation, is the structural challenges that are undermining financial autonomy and institutional independence of the county assemblies. And the other aspect was also now looking forward, going forward, what reforms or strategies are required to secure financial autonomy and strengthen accountability, not just for the county assemblies, but for the counties overall, so that we can be able to achieve the aims of devolution Those are the overarching issues we are discussing. And based on the Controller of Budget's presentations, I want to go to the first panelist. I'm going to direct two questions to. Because of time, I'll ask that you please stick to just 5 minutes. Please allow me to interrupt you after 5 minutes, because we had agreed that we'll take 5 minutes so that we can also be able to speak when the room is still here. So I'll start with Isaac Nganga, CPA, from the Office of the Auditor General. Just following, because we had the Office of Controller of Budget speaking, now we go to the Office of the Auditor General, because she has touched on a lot of issues which also affect your work and also some of the outputs you have delivered from your work. From the most recent audit report, Isaac, what recurring audit weaknesses in assemblies may limit their financial autonomy? Do you agree with some of the issues that Dr. Nyakango has raised? Have they also come up in your reports and your observations? And how can the honorable members of county assemblies seated here be able to address them? And also, as you answer that, tell us, how can assemblies then strengthen their internal controls to be able to safeguard independence while meeting audit standards?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And I also appreciate the leadership of the CAF for this opportunity. Needless to repeat what the Controller of Budget, who is a forerunner to the Auditor General in financial accountability on year to year. So you find we rely heavily also on work that is done by the Office of the Controller of Budget. The issues that are cross-cutting, are just the normal issues that we continue to raise on financial statements. But I just wanted to pick on the issue of the budget of the county assembly is not a complicated budget in terms of the expenditures, how they spend the money. They do not have complex things that run in the budget. But what surprises us is that since 2020, we have 2020-2021, only 5 had unmodified, 2021-22, only 1, 3, 8, now we have 9. And 9 is because, again, we are transitioning into cash accrual, and the office had a pragmatic position that we were lenient in the transition. So there's a lot that needs to be done, especially by the technical teams in the county assemblies, because these are, in accounting, open and shut financial management, because the money is for paying allowances, largely salaries, maintenance, and all that. So there's a huge expectation from our side that even as we are transitioning, you should not be in a complicated position as the executives. There's also the issue of the wage bill, where we find the county assemblies exceed, procurement where there is non-compliance, failure to reserve the 30% for persons who were meant to under the AGPO, and also the recent introduction of the 0.03% that was meant to be reserved. But what I also wanted, because we just have 5 minutes, was the issue of the so what in the function of the county assemblies. So one of the things that we are seeing that needs to improve in the county assemblies is the follow-through of recommendations. So you find the county assemblies will do a lot of work. The Senate will also do a lot of work, and the Senate is now pushing for us to regularly report on the follow-up of recommendations, both from the Office of the Auditor General and from the Senate. The same should apply also for the county assemblies, where the county assemblies should demand that whether it's from an internal position or even with support of the office, that there is a report that regularly is tabled and informing you whether the recommendations that you've made have been implemented. And that will assist us at least to get issues that are addressed. And then also the issues that we also looking at is the limited ownership of audit issues, where we find, like it was mentioned yesterday, that the recommendations, there is no drill down to the root cause. Like now, one of the root cause, for example, of lack of clean audit opinion could be the capacity of the financial persons who are managing who are preparing the financial statements. So whatever thing we do, if the persons who are employed or recruited to address and prepare financial statements are not competent, then we have a challenge and will not be able to get a clean audit opinion. So for us, that is also something. There's an issue that has been consistently raised, weak governance systems. You'll find that county assemblies will not have effective internal audit committees. You'll find it's normally a 1 or 2 person. But the question we are asking ourselves is whether it can also be a shared service with the executive. And also, again, we are asking ourselves whether the assemblies can hold the executive to account to have the governance structures, the audit committees that are effective, internal audit functions that are effective, so that the things that the controller of budget and the office raise can be raised ahead of our time. So that even as we are coming in, we are looking at the work of other experts and making a determination whether to use the work of the internal audit functions. Because there is no way there will be enough funding for both the executive and the assemblies to do monitoring. Because you also need a technical team that goes out to check what you have legislated is being done. Whether it's an M&E system, whether it's an internal auditor, whether it's a committee that you have established, so that then, because one of the complaints that also came out yesterday is that our members of the county assembly do not have funding for them to go to the field. So I think for us, those are the key issues that we would like to pick, but there's also engagement with the county assemblies forum. I know there is a consistent audit query we raise for the funding, both at the county executive. But what we keep saying is that you should ensure that the Senate or the National Assembly legislates the funding arrangement and the adequacy of the funding arrangement, so that then we have a clean position. Because the office, as long as we exist, our issues of compliance will be based on a criteria of law. So whatever discussions we will have, we'll not be able to address until the law is amended. I think maybe Sheila, I'm seeing you raising your hand through the microphone. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Isaac. I'm actually timing. I'm being very scientific with this. I've put a timer for 4 minutes so that we can be able to keep the time. I want to go to, and thank you for keeping time, I want to go to Moses Nyanyie from KRA, just as we continue to discuss issues, particularly from, I want to hear more first from the colleagues from the financial oversight and also enforcement institutions. So I'll go to KRA next. In terms of debt enforcement and recoveries on county assemblies, how better can county assemblies perform? How can assemblies forestall such issues in terms of, particularly we talked about debt and the pending bills? I've had that in almost all sessions since yesterday. And then the other aspect, as you take your 4.5 minutes, I've reduced from 5 to 4.5 minutes, is that KRA conducts continuous compliance checks and audits on county assemblies. Tell us how this has been able to impact compliance and also revenue.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, let me start by appreciating each and every one of us who is here. We are celebrating a very big milestone as KRA. By end of March 2026, KRA collected 2 trillion, a growth of 11%. So you can give a round of applause to yourself for that. Thank you very much. Out of that, county assemblies alone contributed 1.7 billion. So you are a major stakeholder in the development of this great Republic of Kenya. Dr. Nyakango has mentioned something very critical, even as I get into the question, that by 15th of every month, we should be able to disburse allocation to the counties and the county assemblies. And that allocation basically comes from taxpayers, which is basically you and me. So we have a revolving fund which we have to support. Without taxes, that 15th of every month will not be viable. So now going straight to my question about enforcement and compliance. I want to really appreciate the effort which has been there. If I just bring it down to the current regime, which is ending by next year, August. When we started this current regime, our enforcement level was very high. In fact, by every end of the financial year, we were collecting through enforcement a figure of 2.2 billion. And as today, I can authoritatively say that that figure has drastically reduced to 960 million. What we normally do as KRA, we rely on two measures, major measures on how to raise taxes. We give you the chance to do what we call self-assessment. So you do self-assessment of what is supposed to be paid, and then you pay voluntarily. That is called voluntary compliance. If that is not done, then we'll now be forced to get into the next step of enforcement. As much as possible, we encourage our taxpayers to do what we call voluntary compliance. And I can authoritatively say that currently the voluntary compliance for the county assemblies alone has really grown so high. We started with the current regime at 2.2 billion, that was the voluntary compliance. As at end of last month, we were talking of a figure of close to 3 billion, meaning there is level of awareness, there is level of cooperation between KRA and county assemblies. Now, we really try to minimize the enforcement. In fact, these days, I rarely hear county assemblies making noise that my account has been attached, this is affecting my operations. We really try to minimize. But when we have a case in point whereby the taxes are falling to the next month, even up to the third month, and we always have a good working relationship with Treasury. We have already established that the funds have been dispersed to the counties, but the same has not been remitted to KRA. In the worst case scenario, that is when now we'll place the enforcement. But as by all standards, we have seen voluntary compliance is really going up. Now on the last issue, just to be spot on, what we have been doing what we call yearly compliance checks. So then we don't have a case in point whereby the current regime is handing over to another regime. And then when we start interacting with that regime, they start complaining that the kind of debt you want to raise with us these were errors by the previous regime. So what we have been doing, every financial year, we have to do a compliance check, and we give counties what we call a clean bill of health. So we have started that, and by end of March last month, we had completed up to the year 2024, 2025. We are going to start 2025, 2026, so that by the time now this regime will be handing over, we'll be able to have completed all the compliance checks on all the counties which are in the country. But one thing which I have to really thank you for, the kind of response we have seen from our county assemblies, the cooperation we have had from our county assemblies is just at another level. We are also having what we call continuous stakeholder engagements, whereby we encouraging our counties that if there is any need for us to come and engage you, come and do what we call facilitation and training, we are ready and available to do the same. The last point, we are moving from the manual era to the integration. So then we deal with this issue at the root cause. There is a new system which we have been working very closely with Dr. Nyakango together with other stakeholders in the government called Human Resource Information System. This Human Resource Information System is replacing what we used to call IPBD. So I want to request all the county clerks who are here, together with the speakers, that we are requesting kindly you engage your payroll managers to ensure that all the payrolls are processed through this new system. I was just looking at the statistics. I've realized only 21 county assemblies are fully compliant. 26 are yet to comply. It is important for you to process the payroll through that system because it will help you deal with not just the payers one. It will help you deal with pension. It will help you deal with the SHA, because everything now will be processed through the system.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner General Moses Nyangie. He said something, and I thought I would hear more claps from honorable members of County Assembly. Ama pia nyinyi mnaumia kama sisi wananchi. He said that county assemblies have contributed a lot to the increase in tax collected. He said we've increased by 11%, and he said 1.7 billion is from county assemblies. Ama mnatoa pia na uchungu kama sisi? Kama sisi? So we're in the same WhatsApp group on that. But thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner General. And at this point, I want to go to Mr. Joseph Mbatha, representing the Treasury. Mr. Mbatha, if you listen to some of the comments, I don't know that you were here yesterday, but there was some concerns around, the limited resources to county governments, and that's also affecting assembly operations. So maybe the question would be, what plans exist to enhance these allocations and safeguard their autonomy and effectiveness? And then the other question would be, what specific measures is Treasury implementing to ensure predictable, transparent, and timely funding flows to assemblies? Because they've also raised a lot of questions about timelines, delays, and this is really hampering their operations. Over to you, Mr. Mbatha. 4.5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. And also, thank you, Kash, for organizing this workshop. It's a good forum for all of us as stakeholders here together to make our country better. Okay, I'll just go straight away. I'll begin by commenting on the new law, the County Assembly Fund. This is under Section 109A of our Constitution. I think this is something that is very good for our country. This ring fences the resources of the County Assembly. And it has also designated the clerk to the Assembly as the administrator of the fund. So the clerk will be able to be requisitioning money through the control of budget directly, unlike before whereby we were being held by the county executive. So the issue of the friction that was there, I think this is something going to be the past. And we've done letters to the county assembly clerks so that they open accounts at the CBK so that we start operationalizing this act. The beauty with it being at the central bank, also the controller is able to be viewing those accounts in terms of accountability. Though the act has ring-fenced the money allocated to the county assembly, this is a good measure for advocating enhanced advocacy and protecting the fund, even though necessarily does not increase the allocation. But I'll share with you statistics on how the equitable share has been growing. In the financial year 2020-2021, we had 316,500 billion as the allocation. 2021-2022 financial year, it grew to 370. 22-23, it was at 370. 23-24, it was 385, 425. 24-25, 387, 425. 25-26, the current financial year, we have 415 billion. And this information is contained in our BPS. It's also in the website. This demonstrates a commitment that is surpassing the constitutional threshold of at least 15% of the nationally raised revenue to be allocated to county government. So you can see there how the money has been growing the allocation. Then there's the issue of that is addressing the limited resources. And I would encourage members to go and look at the BPS statement. It's in the website, giving the policy direction. And our learned senator is here, he'll be able to emphasize on that one. The other reform about increasing the allocation for the county is the own source revenue. Now, since the county governments are able to manage their own money to be coming directly to them. They should be able now to legislate and oversight and pass bills that enhance on-source revenue and oversight. I think now the issue of being taken around by executive is no longer there. We will not be able to fear that our award money will be curtailed or will be delayed. Now the disbursements will be coming directly. I don't think now there's any excuse for that. And also the issue of capacity building for our county assemblies, the members together with the staff. Now with their own budget, they should be able to implement that one. And from where we sit, we are always ready to partner with them in terms of trainings, advisory on PFM matters. And the last one is on the system that my colleague has emphasized, the human resource information systems. I think now all of us in government are going through that direction, and it's the system to embrace in terms of the human management, the payroll, and the statutory deductions. All of them are done at once. The issue of paying salaries at net and not paying the other statutory deductions will not be there. The controller is here. She can attest to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbatha. I want to quickly go next to you to CPA Rob Lenuno, Acting CEO Commission on Revenue Allocation. And for CPA Nuno, the question to you and CRA is how does CRA, the Commission on Revenue Allocation, ensure that its revenue recommendations that you make translate into adequate and protected funding for county assembly operations? And then the other element to this question or concern is, given the persistent allocation constraints, what strategies is CRA pursuing to ensure there's equitable funding and also safeguards to county assemblies' financial autonomy?
Thank you so much. If there's an institution that had borne the brunt of defending county assembly resources, then it is CRA. The honorable members, CAF, and the speakers and the clerks here know that. At CRA, other than sharing revenue, we prepare under the mandate of financing and financial management by county government, the county recurrent expenditure ceilings for county governments. And I just want to make clarification. These recurrent expenditure ceilings that we prepare is actually for the institutions or units or structures that came with the Constitution. The other structures that were actually held in the center and devolved to the county government, moved, their resources were costed and moved together. So the institutions that came and we are costing their recurrent expenditure is the county executive, starting from the governor to the chief officer. The county assembly is another unit, and a few other structures that came by way of legislation. So in developing the ceilings, what have we achieved? As you know that at the inception of devolution, there were fights between the county executive and the county assemblies on who is responsible or who can take what share of the resources that have been earmarked or allocated as equitable share. So these recurrent expenditure ceilings that we develop actually drew a line, and the harmony that you are seeing at the moment between the county executive and the county assembly is courtesy of the recurrent expenditure ceilings, where every person knows what has been allocated and shall be delivered to them. Of course, it did not come without a fight. Many a times we have taken to court by the county assemblies, by the county executive. Nonetheless, some of them, the court made a ruling, some of them we had to settle by mutual agreement out of court. So in the development of county ceilings, what it indicates is that we make recommendations to the Senate, and Senate actually, through CARA, indicates what goes to each county assembly in this republic in terms of salaries, benefits, and other operational resources to help them operate optimally at the county level. Similarly, the same goes to the county executive. Ring-fencing those resources was also a problem. There were fights between the county executive and the county assemblies. The first front was fighting, of course, budgets. Once they are passed, they are appropriated. But the resources were not coming as required. By closure of the financial year, there are undisbursed resources that come from the national exchequer. At this point, the county executives in the national treasury, in the county treasuries, will tell the county assemblies that the resources that were allocated to you in Kara were based on an appropriation act, and that appropriation act has lapsed. So I do not have an instrument to disburse to you the amounts that were undisbursed by the closure of the financial year, because I did not also receive them. However, they were received at the closure either of the financial year or at the beginning of the second financial year. So as a commission, under the mandate, we had to make recommendation to Senate, and Senate agreed with us, and we amended the PFM Act, Section 130, which now allows all resources allocated to the county assemblies through Kara or through ceilings are disbursed to them, whether they were received at the end of the financial year or at that. So we have cured by ring-fencing what has been allocated to the county through Senate by amending the PFM Act, which allowed us any shilling that has been set aside. But you also know that the county executive also is made up of human beings, they are thinking people. So they came around and said, okay, you have set the ceilings, but let us also see the budget making is made up of exchequer, equitable share from the national, and also revenue collected at the county government. So the county executive said, if I have any shortfall in OSR, then the county assembly should bear the same consequences and should not be able to get the amount. However, we also came through an advisory to the county executive, where we informed them the national government also does not realize all its targets on revenue. CPA, however, once that commitment...
CPA, you can wind up. Wind up.
Wow. Thank you. I'll try. Now, by way of advisory, we told the county executive, even the national government projections are not realized. However, the counties receive all that has been allocated to it by way of equitable share. So you cannot subject the county assemblies to similar. It is your responsibility to enhance and collect OSR, as much as the county assembly is supposed to provide the legal instrument for you to collect those OSR. I don't know if I'll get another time, but by that way, we also safeguarded what is allocated to the county assemblies.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CPA. We'll come back. We're going to come back for another round, final round, because I also want to get to plenary. I can see the questions are burning, and my timer is also burning, so I have to balance a number of things here, but we'll come back to you. Sorry for the interruption. I want to go to the political class before I get to Alex. And I will ask, we want to hear from, first we start with Kevin Mutuku from Makueni County. Kevin, there was something that was said about now the role of clerks being enhanced with the amendments. We want clerks to be not, and by that, we're hoping that now county assemblies will be, Dr. Nkango said, she said there will now be watchdogs. She said that currently they're like lapdogs. So now us outside Kwa ground, we believe that you're watchdogs. And that will happen by also enhancing the role of the clerk in all this, in the PFM and budget and expenditure process. So, but from your experience as county assembly clerk, how do funding delays and restricted allocations affect assembly operations, such as committee work, legislative planning, and what administrative practices can clerks adopt to support autonomy while ensuring accountability?
Well, thank you. I have 5 minutes, which is quite short, I've served as a member of County Assembly before, and I'm now serving as a clerk of the County Assembly. So I'll be very practical, because I've been in many forums where we speak a lot of figures and jargon and give very good success stories about county assemblies, but there are also a lot of challenges that we have not been able to speak to around the county assemblies. And number one, today is being the 15th of April, we just released the national exchequer for the counties for March. So that tells you by the time we do on and we go on with the approvals, and by the time we get those funds in our accounts, we will be 2 months late, because the money has come one month late. By the time the approvals are done, we'll be 2 months late. This also puts the county assemblies in a very difficult situation. Number two, we spoke into, and the controller spoke about the amendment, section 109 of the PFM. And I want to appreciate where we have come from, and I especially, in a special way, I want to appreciate the Senate for the support that they have given the county assemblies. But I also want to say that now, the establishment of the County Assembly Fund, the source of funds for the County Assembly Fund is the CRF, is the County Revenue Fund. So that tells you that at the end of the day, National Treasury has to disburse funds to the County Revenue Fund. Then further, the County Head of Treasury now disburses funds further to the County Assembly Fund. So we wouldn't say, really, though it is a good progress, but I wouldn't say that for sure county assemblies are independent. We would only say that county assemblies have now become semi-autonomous bodies. Number three, I sometimes think constitutional commissions, in as much as they have very good things that they do and very nice support that they give to the county assemblies and the county governments, we still have a challenge where circulars do not speak to ceilings. In July 2024, after the challenge that we had with the finance bill that particular time, we had the SRC Gazette notice that we do not implement the third remuneration cycle at that particular time, simply because there were no sufficient funds within the county governments. So now, which means at that particular time, CRA did not allocate those funds, Senate did not allocate us those funds. But now, midway, earlier this year, at the middle of the financial year, in February, we get another instruction from SRC that we implement, and then it is picked automatically by the HR system. No funds, no ceiling provided. Last year in September, SRC gave a circular that reviewed the mileage for our members of County Assembly. Now, as Makueni County Assembly, I require almost 20 million to implement that circular. The controller of budget, when I take my requisitions there, tells me you must comply with the SRC circular. Mid-year, it has come, there were no ceilings, we are already past Kara, and we are not able to get some of these ceilings. So sometimes I think we want to play politics with members. We tell them that you have given them money, but in actual sense, you have not given them money because there are no resources. Next, I will speak to, we have now so far as county assemblies gotten resources in regard to, or rather ceilings in regard to recurrent expenditure. But we still have a challenge with development expenditure. We are required to construct houses for speakers. We are required to construct offices for members of county assembly. But these kind of resources, even refurbishing the offices in the county assemblies, now requires us to go and get and beg to the county executive to get these development resources. So we are still far from autonomy, I would so say. Then second last, we are here courtesy of CAF. Now, the Senate is here and I'm glad. The Controller of Budgets is here. The Auditor General is here. Everybody who matters is here. But when it comes to paying CAF subscriptions and SOCAT, it is illegal. So at the end of the day, I think the goodwill with which we have also come here, we should also work together with the same goodwill to ensure that we entrench CAF and SOCAT in the law. Madam Controller spoke about benchmarking and those kind of things. But there is no better benchmarking and stronger benchmarking that we can get as county assemblies than what we get in SOCAT and CAF. And the engagement that we are having through this week, which is very practical, is going to really help our members of county assembly and our members of staff to get real-time insights on what is really happening within our mandate. So let us ensure that at the end of the day, we support CAF and we support SOCAT to ensure that we go forth. Finally, conditional grants. We have a lot of conditional grants coming to county executives, but we have no conditional grants also coming to the county assemblies to ensure that they are also oversighting the programs that are being carried on by the county executives. So I would say there are so many restrictions as county assemblies that we are facing, and as much as we speak about the progress that we've made as county assemblies, it is also fair that we speak about the challenges that are rarely seen and that are normally not brought out in these kind of forums, so that we also see and help the county assemblies get out of those restrictions and get real autonomy. As it is, we are a semi-autonomous body. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mutuku. I now want to quickly, just to follow on that thread, go to Dr. Erute, who's the chair of PICPAC, Busia County Assembly. From your experience, Dr. Erute, and you've previously were in Vihiga County in the executive, now you're Busia County in the assembly. So from your experience, how does dependence on executive for funds weaken assembly committees' oversight and or make you guys a lapdog rather than a watchdog? And has the shift to financial autonomy of assemblies enhanced, you know, the oversight mandate of the county assembly? Are we seeing more backing from you? How is that related to the financial aspect? And what as now moving forward, looking forward, beyond the issues, beyond the challenges, what practical steps would you propose to the honorable MCAs to take to assert their autonomy within the budgetary laws?
Thank you, Madam Facilitator. Without breaking on the protocols already established, allow me to recognize the chairpersons of county public investments accounts committees across the nation, the 47 counties, together with their vice chairperson. Equally, the chairpersons of sectoral committees that are part of the oversight process. I want to begin by first appreciating that as the county assemblies, we discharge our mandate as enshrined in the Constitution, and to very specifically mention these particular articles so that we are able to enjoin on the subsequent question the moderator has been able to ask. Our attention goes to Article 174 of the Constitution, which is talking about the objects of devolution. Clearly, the aspect of equitable share, and in line with the topic we are discussing, governance and autonomy of county assemblies for sustainable development. We need resources to move forward, and that is properly enshrined in that particular article. Equally, Article 185 is giving us the mandate to legislate, make laws. On top of that, Article 195 is giving us power to discharge a mandate of oversight. I've been persuaded to mention those particular submissions together with the Public Finance Management Act and our standing orders as to see to what extent are we complying with our oversight role. Madam Facilitator and all the delegates present, I want to thank CAF for supporting our oversight responsibility. And most importantly, the chair of our Public Accounts Committee of the Senate, who happens to be our good mentor, for your continued capacity development for all these committees that come before you. On the aspect of autonomy, yes, tuliomba power, tukangoja power, power tumepewa. So the question is, are we rising to the occasion? There before this pronouncement was made, the issue of oversight versus financial dependence of the executive has the biggest impediment. Committees of the County Assembly in discharging the oversight role are faced with very teething problems. One, we have our work plans that are time-bound. Time-bound. And because we don't have the resources to move the committees to summon, to carry out inspections, to report writing. Look at the circuit that we go through in preparing a report that we submitted to us. The bottom line is, have we been able to get sufficient facilitation to do that work? That has not been coming. The chairpersons of the respective committees have had to push and pull with the office of the clerk for purpose of scrambling for the resources to undertake that oversight responsibility. And the fact is, sometimes we are forced to go to the department for that support. So here, you are investigating. At one point, you are seeking facilitation. Conflict. And this is one of the major critical areas that we need to look into. Equally, we have the issue of operational delays. We have the sectoral committees and we have the select committees. Public Accounts Committee has stringent timelines upon which we are supposed to deliberate on these reports. Are we meeting that? No. Budget and Appropriation Committee has stringent timelines. Are we compliant to that? No. Equally, the Finance and Economic Planning Committee. Again, stringent timelines that are constitutional. But because of lack of proper budgeting allocation to do this work, it is perceived that we are not doing this work. Ama namna gani watu wangu? So we are saying the operational delays has been a great contributor as a result of non-facilitation. I don't know the experience of the Senate. If they also have a pending bills for committees that are able to retreat, write the reports, report back, and have not been facilitated. Maybe we need also to learn from my senior, who is also our mentor. Because we have more often been called that we are not discharging our mandate. Yet, we've done a little bit to push that end. Equally, the over-dependence of the executive have created a perception.
Please wind up, Dr. Ari.
A perception and, to that extent, a risk of compromised oversight. We are saying that because if you delay to bring a report, a perception is created. And a delayed report is compromised oversight. So those are the things that we need to look into as we look at this particular matter. And finally, yes, the autonomy is here with us. The responsibility has been given to the clerk of the County Assembly. Governance. So the critical thing we're looking is governance. To what extent are you able to oversight empowered clerk, empowered speaker? So I'm asking something like this. Is there separation of power between the speaker and the clerk? What if they decide to be wrong? Will this autonomy be realized? That is something that we need to do. We need to separate this particular issue. And as I conclude, borrowing from the recommendations that you've heard for Public Accounts Committee and other sectoral committees that are doing oversight, who is following on the implementation of the resolutions? The Senate has directed that EACC take this instruction, follow up. The County Assembly has said EACC, and the EACC is not taking that direction. What happens with that? I think that's the biggest disconnect that we have in terms of oversight. And equally, as we tend to conclude that committees at the County Assembly have done what they could or within their means. But the biggest constraint, as alluded by the control of budget, when you critique, you suffer at home. because you are fighting government. So the issue of majority, again, the government, the members of parliament of the county assembly protect the governor, whether because he's the ruling party or something like that. And also, as we tend to the end, we are saying ward-based program. Yes, we are getting this autonomy. But ward fund money should be able to come to enable the members of the county assembly to stand and create a proper oversight.
Okay,
With this autonomy alone is not sufficient.
Okay. Let's
Bado
end it there.
unafinywa na watu wako wanataka nini? Maendeleo. So
Thank
ward
you very
fund
much.
should be able to be there entrenched. And the
Okay.
senator,
I think you've made
wewe
your point,
rafiki yetu,
Daktari.
tusaidie.
You've made
Asante
your
sana.
point. You've made your point. Thank you very much. Thank you. I want us to go, and I think there are some things he has raised that some of the other panelists may respond when we come back to them after the plenary as a close. I want us to go to Honorable Charles Thiongo, Speaker, County Assembly. From your leadership at the from your position in Kiambu County Assembly, how have you influenced reforms to advance financial autonomy, and what key lessons can our other honorable members here learn? And also, how can you promote assembly leadership that promotes, how can strong assembly leadership promote fiscal discipline, accountability, and independence, especially when facing pressure from the executive?
Thank you, Sheila, my panelist and the plenary. This discussion you're having on financial autonomy is timely. In fact, the issue of financial autonomy of county assemblies should have come yesterday, not today. It is indeed a paradox that the budgets of county assemblies are independent, the budget of county executive are independent, but somewhere within the implementation of the budget, there are some roadblocks that are put that for the assembly to be able to implement its budget, they have to go through the county executive. So we'd want to first appreciate the steps that have been taken. This is a progressive piece of legislation. We'd want to acknowledge the role that has been played by the County Assembly Forum, the Senate. Senator Kajwang, please take our appreciation. It is a step in the right direction. I know Kelvin has said it may not be where we ultimately want to be, but we are headed there. Eventually, we will have to address the issue of the single county treasury, as has been alluded to by Kelvin, that the CRF, the exchequer release, once it is done by the treasury, it still goes to the CRF, and there is action to be taken by the CEC Finance. And in fact, as we move forward, as you try to operationalize the financial autonomy legislation, there has to be a lot of engagement with the CEC for finance, and particularly at the implementation. And I know, Controller, I know you listed the counties that have established the fund, and I was surprised I did not see Kiambu County Assembly, because I know you have done that. Indeed, you even sent the details of the signatories, so I don't know where that could be pending. But nevertheless, I think the point is that the roadblocks that could be, or the bottlenecks that we could be facing, could be as a result of the engagement, because there's still a role to be played by the CEC Finance. And it is not easy. When you are taking something from somebody, you are bound to have some resistance. So I think that's something we have to address going forward. So I would want us then to look at it in this perspective as you look at the financial autonomy. County assemblies, budgets, CRA have said very well, these are costed budgets. And I like the way the CEO has said. They are budget for specific activities. And I don't know why there is always this temptation of scandalizing the engagement by county assemblies. More often than not, you'll open the newspaper and you'll see news bulletins saying, I don't know how, this much money for committee activities, this much money for this activity. The budgets for county assemblies are costed budgets for each and every activity. Every time I see that, and I see those reports by my sister, Controller, when you were in the holding rooms, she said, I'm her friend, and I want to confirm indeed I'm her friend. That every now and then you see these issues saying, I don't know, X amount paid allowances for X county assembly. sometimes I don't know why we never see it at the national level. That is food for thought. But we need to resist the temptation. We need to resist the temptation of demonizing the activities of county assemblies. Even as we go into this route of financial autonomy, the activities as county assemblies take in terms of peer learning, in terms of capacity building. And I like, Controller, the way you have said that even the money that is allocated to county assemblies is not enough. But even as we acknowledge it is not enough, we still find ourselves in negative publicity. So I think all of us as actors in devolution must play our role towards supporting county assemblies. The county assemblies play a very significant role in terms of legislation, in terms of oversight, and I know with this financial autonomy, what is going to be strengthened is the oversight role of county assemblies. Controller, you said very well, sometimes it used to be a challenge to oversight the same person who is holding the purse. So they will do the carrot and stick thing, saying, if you become too hard, then I'll see how to manage you. So I believe this is a step towards that direction. So in terms of the roles that we can play, or we ought to play, as leadership of the county assembly, the office of the speaker, the office of the clerk, is to ensure that we operationalize. We do what is required. We open those accounts. Ashila, I can see you've held your mic as I'm trying to wind up, and ensure that we do everything. However, the bottom line and the elephant in the room is the delay in exchequer releases. That is going to be the biggest challenge that is going to face county assemblies. For this reason, as I wind up, county assemblies do not have any other source of funding other than the exchequer release from the treasury. It is different with the county executive, because county executives can go in and get what they collect from own source revenue, OSR. I shudder and fear for a moment where we have this financial autonomy, you have not received an exchequer release, it is going to grind and ground the operations of county assemblies. You will not be able to pay salaries. The issues of statutory deductions like the Social Health Authority, SHA and SHIF. So I think also the officers from Treasury, you need to support us. It is a good thing. But with this implementation, if we are not very careful, we are going to find situations where activities of county assemblies grind to a halt. However, this is a step in the right direction. My brother, Senator Moses Kajwang, I don't know whether I'm going to get another opportunity. Sheila, you can indulge me. I know there's something that was raised here by Kelvin about the status of County Assembly Forum. Sheila, I'm winding up. I'm winding up. Please. I know, our friends from Office of Auditor General said every time we receive these reports of CAF not being a legal entity. But Senator, sometimes you guys become too hard on us. And you are my brother, Senator Moses Kajwang. The last report we got from your committee was a bit hard-hitting. And clearly, this legislative summit is organized under the auspices of the County Assembly Forum. Surely, Senator, then if I see another report saying that you don't recognize the CAF, I'm going to be taken aback. So food for thought. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you. I think I was going to go to Alex, but I want us to finish with the politicians on the panel. And now that Senator Kajwang, the question has already been given, but don't take too much time answering that question, because we also have our questions. So maybe just take 15 seconds to answer Speaker's question. But from us, the question that we had from you, from your experience as a CPAC chairperson, how has limited financial autonomy been affecting assemblies, oversight of the county executives, from the issues that you get from Senate? What are you picking up in terms of the autonomy and the strength of the county assemblies in terms of oversighting? And what legislative or Senate interventions can secure predictable, independent assembly funding? They've all talked about issues around funding, timeliness, allocations, amounts, and so on. And I will not add more than 5 minutes.
Thank you. I had a lot of things to share, but I'll restrict myself to 5 minutes. And first of all, honorable members, I really commend your patience. It's not easy to be in a meeting in Mombasa at 2 o'clock on a day like this. So thank you for honoring us and for staying this long. To CAF, congratulations on an excellent organization. I think the last meeting in Nairobi deteriorated on the first day when the president didn't come. And I also remember one last meeting here in Mombasa where members ordered that I be ejected from the room. And it ended quite badly. Because at that time, we were not convinced that the Ward Development Fund should be in place. For avoidance of doubt, I am now a firm supporter and believer in the Ward Development Fund. And I think that we in Parliament, Mheshimiwa Moroto, Senator Mundigi and I, have a responsibility to give effect to this. If the courts have said that the NGCDF is okay, that the National Government Affirmative Action Fund is okay, why should we have a problem with the Ward Development Fund? We must have an equitable way of ensuring that development cuts across all the corners of a county. Again, for avoidance of doubt, CAF, SOCAT are proper legal entities. There is nothing illegal about CAF. I wouldn't have come for a CAF meeting if I thought that CAF was illegal. The only problem we have is the issue of auditing of the books of accounts. And we made a recommendation that we can sit down with the Office of the Auditor General and find a way through which they can provide visibility on how the resources are utilized. I know CAF does events like this, CAF organizes sports events, and I've also seen whenever we have legislation, CAF usually comes in as part of public participation. That is the value that CAF should have, and that is why in our report, in our last report, I think we made a recommendation that we need to engage. So Chair CAF, please let us engage so that we find a way out of this problem. Empowered county assemblies, because there is oversight at the individual level and collective. The collective oversight of all the members of county assembly is far much more powerful than the individual oversight at a particular county assembly. But members, I think also I've seen a lot of improvements in fiscal discipline in county assemblies. There is a list that I usually call list of shame and hall of fame. My hall of fame in county assemblies are the 20% of county assemblies that had unqualified opinions. And in my hall of fame, I have Mombasa, I have Machakos, I've seen the speaker, I have Trans Nzoia, Taita Taveta, Kitui, Embu, Kwale, and Kajiado. These 8 county assemblies got unqualified opinions. And I believe that progressively it is possible for all our county assemblies to have unqualified opinions. In addition to the 8, I have also about 5 county assemblies that I can add to the Hall of Fame. These are county assemblies that manage to scrutinize the reports of the Auditor General on the county executive within 90 days. And these include my home county of Homa Bay. I have seen Chairman Waka is here. They were able to comply with the constitutional requirements. Siaya, Kakamega, Makueni, and Kajiado. I don't know whether there is any other county assembly that was able to do it within 90 days. Busia also. Yeah, so progressively things are improving in county assemblies. Now the issue of the county assembly fund has been discussed extensively, and I want to encourage CAF that maybe you should do a policy brief to all the 47 assemblies so that members are aware of the contents and implications of that amendment, because very few people raise their hands when they are asked whether they are aware of it. The history of reforms that Parliament has done to strengthen county assemblies started in 2017 when we passed the law establishing county assembly service boards. Before then, I believe that issues of personnel, HR, and such policy was loosely being handled by the clerk, but there was some direction from the executive. Now you have distinct county assembly service boards, and then that was followed by the county assembly fund. We need to scrutinize Regulation 25 of the PFM county government's regulation. That regulation has put a benchmark of 7%, that county assemblies should receive either 7% or twice the personnel emolument, whichever is lower. But Senate has consistently gone against that regulation because we set ceilings in Kara. And so I want to convince the speakers and the clerks that where you find that you have projects or you've got some emerging issues that require additional funding, you can always approach the Senate Finance Committee to adjust the ceilings accordingly. One problematic thing about ceilings is the ceilings on human resource. And I think we need to look at it differently. I know many of the assemblies, perhaps you have been told by CRA that you cannot employ more than 100 people. And yet a few assemblies do not even have legal councils. You're a legislative body, but you can't employ a legal counsel because you have too many drivers. You can't employ a fiscal analyst because you've got too many messengers. I think that's a conversation that we can have, and CAF can drive that conversation. I've already mentioned that the issue of ward fund is something that we must fast track. Again, another action point that we must work with CAF to realize is on the county assemblies pensions bill. That bill is before the National Assembly. Honorable Moroto, I think we need to make sure that these members of county assembly also have a dignified retirement, and I think the president has made it clear that it needs to be contributory, so that it is not a further drain on public expenditure. We must agree on audit guidelines. It is my belief that some of the things we do in Nairobi should not be done in Nairobi. They should be done at the county assembly. For example, funds and water companies and those county corporations, they operate on county laws. They operate on county regulations. Why should a governor come to Nairobi to defend or to be asked questions about county regulations? I think governors should come to Nairobi to be asked questions bordering on national legislation and national regulations. But you see what the argument has been? That county assemblies are not doing it. And that's why I was very happy to see that 30% of our county assemblies are either on unqualified opinion or have already scrutinized the reports. Please, members, assert yourselves and let's make sure that funds and those other things, bursaries that we established at the county levels, do not have to be brought to Nairobi. Take back the power, and you can only take back the power by making sure that you are doing the right thing. Maybe just to finally list some of the things that we must work on together.
Senator, in 30 seconds, please. The
County Assembly's Pension Schemes Bill, the County Government Amendment Bill, that's the one that's supposed to entrench CAF in law, the Ward Development Fund Bill, the Public Audit Amendment Bill. Members of County Assembly, please scrutinize it and advise us on how we can ensure that county assemblies play primary oversight and Senate plays secondary oversight. The PFM Act and regulations, sometimes the Auditor General says you are not spending 30% on development. That is not applicable to county assemblies. The NCIC Act, you have been coming to Nairobi to answer questions on ethnic composition. And I think that act is a bit faulty in as far as county governments are concerned. And things like ceilings on residences of speakers and ceilings on county assembly chambers. So for me, these are some of the things that we can engage with CAF on, and we can engage with SOCAT on, we can engage with members of county assemblies on. And maybe let me finish by using a saying in my area, that sometimes a hyena can live in a sugarcane plantation but not know that the sugarcane is sweet. That is the situation of the county assembly and members of the county assemblies. You guys have power. The same power I have as a chair of PAC is the same power you have as a member of county assembly. The same privileges, the same immunities that the Senate enjoys is the same powers and immunities that county assemblies enjoy. Please let us wake up and let's realize that we are the most powerful force when it comes to devolution. Thank you.
So real power is here. Hapa, sindio? Thank you very much, Senator. I received so much pressure from the floor to add you a minute, which I did. Actually more than that, but because I also got a lot of notes saying, please give him time to expound, and I did, and I think you have. So I want to go to our last panelist so that we can now go to plenary, because I know there are many comments coming from there. And our last panelist is Alexander Rivi. I had introduced him as the head of programs. TISA have done a lot of work on the inaugural work on devolution by civil society was led by TISA, and a lot of work on public participation, issues around debt, and a lot of work on PFM. And I think, Alex, you're the right person then to answer this question. In terms of county assemblies, what safeguards should be in place to ensure increased financial independence of county assemblies does not weaken what we have been fighting for so much, civic engagement and public participation?
Thank you, Sheila. the issue of financial autonomy for counties, for county assemblies is important, but we also need to ensure that as we get these financial autonomy, this leads to an enhancement of civic engagement with our constituents. This brings me to some provisions that have been mentioned before, and I will start with the one us in the civil society like much, which is Article 1 of the Constitution, that we should always remember that sovereign power belongs to the people, and all that we have as county assemblies is delegated authority. However, this is matched together with Articles 10, 174 that has been mentioned before, and 196 that provides that our governance must be participatory. In my view, then, therefore, our financial autonomy should ensure that we have better public participation, which is not just ticking the box. We should ensure that the public get to participate actively, and given that now we do not have to rely on the executive to fund our public participation exercises, then we should ensure that we also develop a good feedback mechanisms for all the activities that we do out there. We should also ensure that as county assemblies, we empower certain bodies like the County Budget and Economic Forum to ensure that they are strengthened and they help us in our work of oversighting the executive. Remember, the CBEF is chaired by the governor. Therefore, we need to ensure that the way it is constituted aligns perfectly with what is provided for in the PFM Act. Also, looking at, and these statistics were provided by the Control of Budget, what we've been seeing in the County Budget Transparency Survey, we have been seeing a situation where most financial documents are available in the executive website, but they are not available in the County Assembly's website. This is something that our financial autonomy should help us to ensure that all these financial documents are also available and published in our County Assembly websites. I want to mention something that is aligned to something that was said yesterday. Given that we are the oversight body in the counties, we are the ones who are in charge of coming up with the budget. Now that we have our autonomy, we should be the gold standard of how monies that are public are managed. Therefore, what I would expect is, there was a request yesterday to the Control of Budget that we should ease some of the conditions that she has. In my view, and I hope I will not be ejected like Senator Kajwang was ejected the other time, I would suggest that the yardstick should even be higher for county assemblies. Because if we show the county executives that we can manage our resources very well, it will make it easy for us to hold them to account. This will, in my view, reduce the work that Senator Kajwang has to do at the top, because at the county levels you'll have done your work very well. Lastly, I want to mention something about what Senator Kajwang has said about the Ward Fund. Let us check with where the NGCDF case is. Right now, the case has proceeded to the Supreme Court. So before we proceed, this is just caution, before we proceed and advance the Ward Fund debate, let us first of all observe what is happening with the NGCDF case. Finally, the issue of supplementary budgets. I think I want to congratulate the Senate for having helped the county governments in ensuring that they manage their budgets properly and supplementary budgets are done in the third quarter. I think this, for me, goes to Honorable Moroto and the National Assembly. We would want to see the same happening for the national government, because the supplementary budgets at the national government are not as regulated as they are in the county governments, which is a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Alex. I think you've talked about the Ward Development Fund. You've said, let us look at the case of the NGCDF. I think there are issues that have been raised, constitutional, in regard to some of this, that fund, the NGCDF. Maybe that's what you're alluding to, but the points are well taken. And I want us now to go to, I believe all the panelists have spoken. There are many. I know I've been trying to do a roll call, but all of them have spoken. And now we want to hear from the plenary. My notes say take 5 questions. And yes, I'm hoping there are 5. But we will, even the Secretary General, Honorable Sheke, has a question. Yes. Yes, so we'll choose, I'll start from that row. I see, is it Honorable Wanga? Yeah? Is it? Yes. Please, what are maybe a guideline to the questions, because, so that more people can be able to ask. Please go straight to your point, and please take 30 seconds to ask your question or make your comment, so that the mic can be able to go around the room. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be very brief. Number one, for the issue of World Fund and the NGCDF, I'm asking a question maybe to my senator, that where the Constitution, does the Constitution recognize this constituency or the ward as the smallest devolved unit? If you answer me that, then I will see whether we advance the World Fund or leave it. Challenging my friend from the Treasury, because it's a matter of books. Number 2, today I want to be a friend of my controller of budget. You've done it, and we need to clap for you, and we want to be your friend. And I want to state this, Madam Controller of Budget, that which is the advice that you can give us in relation to the ceiling on, and this will answer with Kara, on the side of development, because, for the Assembly, because, one, we need good offices, and those offices should have water and other amenities. And if you look at the development ceiling capped at the Assembly budget, might not support that. What is your take on that? Number 2, I really wonder on this.
Honorable, I've allowed you to ask 2 questions. I ask that we just keep it to 1 question, because there are other hands in the room. Please, can we just adhere to this? You have already asked 2 questions.
So I leave the others.
Leave the others. If we have time, we'll come back to you.
And if
please.
they are not asked,
kindly, we will come back to you if we don't have other questions. But let's be fair to others and go to this row now. Honorable Sheke, now you're the leader of CAF. So I've said 30 seconds, 1 point. Please adhere.
And I'm sorry for giving you this hard task. I just wanted to actually put a comment or a proposal to the controller, because Article 109 of the Financial Autonomy Law allows for some timelines. And so the proposed way forward, instead of again looking for another argument from the law, is if the CRF has money by the 15th, because that is, you have the viewing rights, allow that money to be pushed to the County Assembly Fund as a way of, by way of circular, so that the counties cannot grind into a halt, instead of waiting until that law is reorganized again. But very finally, because we also mentioned, by the CAF is registered under societies, and as far as societies are concerned, we comply in terms of the auditing issues, and we have no problem to submit our documents to the Auditor General if that is important, or even to Senate, so that we are clear on that. But very finally, on the issue of the assemblies getting a reprieve from SRC, because the clerk Makueni raised it. I think it is important, because CRA is here, is that we were correcting an administrative injustice when it came to mileage claim allowances for members, which had been downgraded to 77 out from 109. And so once you realize you have a problem with something that had been done erroneously, you correct that justice immediately. You don't have to wait until end of financial year. And then that's still the same conversation we're having, even with our job groups. So we know we'll have a conversation about when it should start, but once you realize that there is an injustice, the right way is first of all to correct, and then CRA to reorganize their ceilings to adjust to that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So panelists, CRA, Control of Budget, I think Senator Kajwang, you've already noted those questions from the 2 who have spoken. Please note down the questions. Okay. Pardon? Senator. Please, 30 seconds, Senator, please. Don't make my job so difficult. It is coming. The mic is coming. Yeah, Senator. It's not working. The mic is not working. Please give him our mic.
Okay, asante. Mimi naitwa Senator Modigi, Senator for Embu County. Yangu ni kwa ule ana control mambo ya revenue. Mambo ya revenue ni mzuri kwa sababu ndio imewezesha sisi kuendeleza hii nchi yetu ya Kenya. Shinda ni wakati pesa haija kuja county ama wakati pesa haija kuja kwa Senate. Wale wafanyikazi wetu unakuta ikifika kutoka tarehe 1 mpaka tarehe 10 kama leo watu wengine hawajapata pesa ya wafanyikazi. Shinda unakuta mnaongezea revenue au unakuta unalipa pesa zile aziko. Hiyo ndio shinda ambaye wafanyikazi ama sisi senators MCAs tunapata. Shinda ya pili kwa commissioner yangu madam, kuna mambo ya benchmarking. Umeoppose au MCAs kusema wanatumia pesa nyingi. Kutoka wakati devolution ilianza kutoka 2010 ni mambo mengi sana MCA wamefanya, MPs wamefanya na senators wamefanya juu ya benchmarking. Lakini wakati umesema wanatumia pesa nyingi, wakati MC wa Embu wameenda Nakuru, wameenda Uganda, wameenda nchi nyingine, wamekuja na ile maneno.
Please wind up.
Sawa? Ile maneno wale ile county inafanya ama ile county inafanya, unakuta county zetu zimeendelea vizuri. Kwa hiyo request jaribu control, usiwavinye ndio waweze kufanya kazi kulingana na vile inafaa. Tumeona devolution ya MCA wakifanya kazi hata kuliko watu wengine. Kwa hiyo nakuomba usivinye hiyo budget yao ndio waweze kuendelea njia ile inafaa.
While he's still here, I can wind up. I just have two questions within
30
1 minute.
seconds, you can see the pressure I have from that
yes,
corner.
Yes, within 1 minute, within that 30 seconds.
Yeah, quickly.
So my name is James Namati, Speaker Kakamega County Assembly. Now I have two quick questions.
One, please, Speaker, one.
It will be within 30 seconds. One is Dr. Nyakango. It has been a good improvement from where we were to where we are. We thank you for a lot of improvement in your office. We have realized that work and we appreciate it. However, there's still Form Cs that are still there that they have to be signed by the county executive and the chief officers for us to get money. Kindly let us have these forms eliminated so that this we have just that independence directly, so that we can have even two accounts. The county assembly revenue fund should be funded directly by the treasury, not through the CRF. Secondly, CRA, salary increment. The president himself said our MCS get the increment. When is that being gazetted so that they are able to get that increment? Because it's now 2 months and we have not seen that increment yet. Can we have a supplementary CRA? Let's not wait for
thank you very much, Speaker.
Yes, let's not wait for the normal year to begin before we start.
Pass the mic, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just a further guidance. Pia mimi nafinywa, aki nafinywa. Pia mimi nafinywa. Nafinywa. If you add me another hour to this session, well and good.
Yes.
If you add me another hour.
2 hours.
Honorable Chege, we have another hour.
2 hours.
2 hours. They will start working out. Yes. There was another.
I'm here.
There was a hand there.
I'm here.
Yes.
One to the Senator Kajwang. We need a good working relationship between the Senate and county assemblies, where sometimes you call upon the governors to come to the Senate to answer questions, and the same officers have not appeared even before the PAC committee to the county assemblies. So the chairs of various committees cannot even join the governors to attend your grilling because they have not even made the report to the county assembly and come up with the recommendations. 2, Madam Control of Budget, we would wish to understand if you can, when you are going to have the autonomy of the county assemblies, are you going to offer another officer who will be helping the county assembly? Because your officers on the ground seems to be overwhelmed. Where documents comes to your office Nairobi for signing, we are told there is this document that is not attached. There is this one that is required. So is it that your officers on ground are overwhelmed, or they don't know exactly what is supposed to come to Nairobi for you to sign, so that you can, when those documents come to your office, you clear the request and the members get their money? Because right now as we speak, some of the members here, the county assemblies have not paid them their per diem, and they are in Mombasa because maybe the requisition is still in Nairobi or the requisition was not signed. What is the relationship between your office and the SRC? We would want to know, because sometimes we are told SRC is still handling the matters to do with the requisition, and the control of budget has requested the SRC for some clarity. What are these clarities that are not there, or is there a guideline that is given by the SRC to your office so that we can get our clearance when we request the monies to the various offices? Okay. And the CRA, we have been relying on development from the county executive. You have never given a ceiling for development at the county assemblies. We are yet to even build chambers. We are yet to build offices at the county assemblies. We do not have money for development. What are you doing to give us our ceiling for development so that we can also develop our county assemblies and not look like a councillor's offices previously? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's a hand there. There's a hand there, and there's also a hand here. And then we'll come back.
Thank you very much. I'm Boniface. I think the colleague MC who has spoken has asked what I wanted to ask. But quickly on the issue to do with what the clerk for Makwena said about CAF and SOCAT, and also the recommendations that the COG had put into the enhancement of CAF to become that body. Personally, I don't have a problem with that, but I think we are giving money, or we are giving out statutory deductions to tunes of 5 million as counties, and yet we don't have proper accountability to that money. We've gone to CASA. Sometimes it has been mismanaged. Members have complained. We are here. So I think as we route for CAF, we also had our own proposals, Bonachege, that the chairmanship for CAF should be given to an MCA, not a speaker, before then, and comment of those things into the CAF. So as the CAF works out not to become a society, whether it is going to be put into whatever is going to be put to work properly, we need also the CAF to do what we proposed in the other legislative summit. Lastly,
thank
a split of seconds.
Thank you. Please pass the mic.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please, there's more people who want to speak. Please understand the extreme pressure that I am under as I sit here. There was a hand there, and I am going to give a chance to a lady MCA. I've not heard from a lady. There's a lady there. Then he speaks. Please keep it short. Then the lady. Okay, the lady, then the gentleman.
Thank you. I'll not be asking a question, but I would just like to opine. And I had my colleague speak about the Senate and actually giving his direct question to Senator Kajwang. I would like to make it clear that Honorable Kajwang, through you, the Senate committee should make a clear, or rather draw a line between the primary role and the secondary role, so that the MCAs at the county assembly have their own time to do the primary oversight. So that also most of the dramas that we see are not also handled at the national level just before. I was actually insisting on what Honorable colleague just said. On the other hand, we have heard the CAF chairman speak, and I think it is also important that CAF should be ready for audit in the right way possible, so that as we engage, we are all working on the same lane and everybody is able to see us through the right lane.
Thank you.
As I finish,
please wind up.
As I finish, it is quite important to all the panelists to look at these honorable members and understand they come from different areas, but they are all honorable members who have gone to school. We will wish that we are not underestimated or rather intimidated in such a way that the definition of even capacity building is supposed to be drawn locally. That when MCAs have to travel to do their assignment somewhere else, it becomes a stumbling block. It is quite, unfair, intimidating, and it doesn't allow us to grow. Because if we define the academic credentials of honorable members, right from the county assemblies to the national assemblies and to the Senate, then we shall have things to talk about, or rather discuss honorable members at an individual level. Something that will not want to go there because we'll be stopping law. But it is important for honorable members to be respected.
Thank you very much.
And to be included.
Thank you. The hand there, and that will take that question and then come for plenary. I thought we already handled that side. Okay.
Okay.
Please take 30 seconds, then we'll give 1 minute to this side.
Okay, thank you. My name is Abraham Osoi from Kajiado County Assembly. I just have I don't know whether this is a question or a statement, but I just wanted to ask that the enemy of devolution is the MCS not being dependent. And this will continue for the next 50 years if the MCS are not going to be allowed to be dependent. Why am I saying this? If the MCS are not going to be given the ward fund, we will continue to be the choir of executive until the MCS are given power to manage ward funds. And I want to say to Senator Kajwang, now that you are here, and I want to thank you because you are supporting the ward fund to be managed by the MCS. If this is not going to happen, the assembly or the MCS will not be dependent for the next 50 years if that is not going to be done. And we will continue to sing for the governors for the next 60 or 70 years.
Thank you very much, Honorable Osoi. We come to this side. There was a hand there and the Mheshimiwa up there. Yeah.
Thank you. What I wanted to say is, my name is Boaz Kiri from Mombasa Bay County Assembly. What I wanted to ask is, why are we embarrassing the presidents of this country? In February, the president came before these MCAs and said, a job review has been done and is placing the MCAs in job group E2E. Why is it now that you people are talking of some reviews going on? Which are these reviews? If the president here has pronounced himself, then you are talking of the review. And Mr. Chege, please, sometimes we need to be very serious. You saw, and you are the one who invited the president. The president talked of this. Today you are again taking us into circles of some reviews. Which are these reviews? Please, in this meeting, we don't want to hear reviews. We want a circular so that what the president said in February is actualized. We don't want these negotiations. What are we negotiating? We are done with negotiations. The president has pronounced himself. What we want is action. Nothing else. And I don't want to hear anything. Sijui tunasubiri. Kwani huyu rais hakuwa anajua when he was speaking in February that budget was to be in June. And he said immediately. Immediately was February, not June.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can the mic come down? The last point there. The last there.
Thank you. My name is Honorable Mambire Mohammed from Kilifi County. My question goes direct to Senator Kajwang on issues to do with the timeline on scrutinization of the Auditor General's reports. We've seen from this financial year that the Senate was able to start calling calling governors to Nairobi as early as in the month of December, beginning early January, while most of the county assemblies were still in a long holiday, and that we could not manage to have this after the reports have been tabled in the assemblies. So maybe Senator Kajwang, you tell us, how did the Senate manage to call the governors before even the reports have been tabled in the Senate, so that at least the county assemblies can also copy that and have these reports scrutinized within the period of 90 days? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, because the panelists need to absorb these questions before they disappear, and I think they are very weighty questions that have been asked, allow us to respond to these. Allow us to respond to these, please. Allow us to respond to these before we lose them. And we will come back. I will come back. I just want Senator Kajwang and COB to answer the very weighty questions, and then we will come. Yeah? Please understand the time pressure that we are under, so that we are also able to address some of the questions. Senator, so you want us to all take them together? Senator and Controller of Budget, have you noted the I think there are weighty questions more to your direction? Okay, so we'll take 2 points. Please allow me to go to those ladies there. Otherwise, I'll be accused of not being constitutional. Yeah, as my panelists just prepare their responses to the questions already asked, so that we don't lose them. But also, ladies, please also take limited time, so that we are able to manage it.
Thank you, Madam. First and foremost, I just want to start by even reminding you that even you are not gender sensitive, as you brought the panelists before us. You are not.
That is CAF. Please note.
You are not.
CAF,
next time, make sure you correct it, because you are trying to be gender biased. But anyway, let me go to what I wanted to say.
I was also invited to this panel. Thank you very much.
Let me come to what I wanted to say.
I need to correct that.
Given that we are in the same country, the Kenyan nation, we want to know good reasons that are there which make the members of parliament, their total earning is worked on a percentage of the president's earning. Then when it comes to the MCAs, it is dwindling. We don't know where we are. And we have the governor, who is the president of our county. Whatever is earning cannot be compared in any percentage with what is being paid to the MCAs. So let that one be addressed, and we want to get the clear notion of what the Controller of Budget is saying about it. SRC, if he is around or she is around, let us also hear, because we are not a third citizen in this nation. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone from SRC? Is there anyone from SRC here? There's no one? CRA, I don't know, they'll be able to respond to that. Okay, thank you very much. The other lady, Mheshimiwa? There was someone else. There's another lady. Mheshimiwa, please. Huh? Oh, she has left, but there was this hand. Yeah, and I'm told, and you can hear, I've been told that should be the last. Please allow me. That will be the last.
Naomba niseme.
I've been instructed.
Jina Lantano Nabala, Speaker Laikipia County.
Thank you, Speaker.
Jana yote na leo nimeinua mkono nimehama.
Aya, uko na mic
I have
sasa,
that
ongea.
complaint, and the complaint is because legislative summit is once a year. So tukiwa na haraka na tuache tena mpaka next year, it will be too long.
Okay.
Better we spend quality time.
Aya, fungua roho sasa, tell us that within 30 seconds, please.
Nataka kuomba mambo mbili senator wetu na control of budget. Issue ya connection ama linking the treasury Nairobi na treasury county izungusha county assemblies si mzuri. Kama ingewezekana ikuwe completely delinked. Juzi nilichelewa, stima ikakatwa, maji ikakatwa, mambo kusainiwa pesa, tukaambiwa itoke Nanyuki tupeleke 200 kilometers away for signing Rumuruti, tukapata CEC ameenda mahali inaitwa Muwara another 100 kilometers, kufika huko tukaambiwa amechukua ndege ameenda Kwale. So tukakaa bila stima bila maji wiki mzima. Mshahara watu hawajapata. Kama inaweza kuwa delinked, pesa iko hatuwezi pata. Please delink that. Number 1. 2, there is an abnormality that happened a year ago, whereby ceilings, pesa za county assemblies zilikatwa wakati kulikuwa na maandamano ya Gen Z. Ikasemekana adjustment itafanywa kwa budget. Ilifanywa kwa county assemblies peke yake. ikatolewa county assemblies, ikapelekwa executive. Some counties walifika mahali they can't pay salaries for 2 months before the end of that financial year. We go back to the county governor to beg atusaidie kulipa mishahara. Next time ningependelea katikati ya mwaka budget isikatwe. Asante.
Okay, thank you very much. We come back to the panel. Please, I hope you have noted the questions. I'll look at the ones which fall out and remind you, but I think most of the questions go to CRA, to Senator Kajwang, to COB. So can we start with Senator, you look ready.
Yeah, I'll give very direct questions. The first question by Honorable Owaka, the lowest level is a ward. The principle of subsidiarity is a principle upon which devolution has been built. And so we must make sure that development goes to the lowest unit possible, and that is a ward. And for this matter being before the Supreme Court, we will await that decision, but we are all aware of what the Court of Appeal said on the matter. Secondly, the toughest political job in Kenya, I think, is the job of an MCA. It is a job of an MCA. In my county, I've got 40 wards plus a number of nominated MCAs. It is a tough job because every funeral you have to be there, every fundraiser, churches just organize fundraisers and put your name as a first guest or the first assistant guest. And we have this thing of politics of development. They want to see what the MCA has done. And I think that is why it makes practical sense for us to ensure that there's a ward fund. There is what the law says. There's a legalese. There's an argument we can take to the Supreme Court. But let us be alive to the needs and aspirations of our people. There is no way these MCAs are going to be talking about development without being seen to be practically involved in bringing development. And that is why MCAs align themselves to the governor, because it is through that alignment that projects can come to their wards. The Form C matter, I think, is for controller. But I believe that time is nigh for us to have properly automated workflows, processes, and procedures. I think the controller will deal with that. The issue of timelines, I think there's a member who asked why we call governors before the assemblies have done their bit. Unfortunately, Article 229(8) is couched in mandatory terms. And Nairobi City County Assembly, I have seen the clerk and my friend Morris, member of the board. Nairobi is where this jurisprudence arose, and the High Court made it clear that we cannot extend those timelines. Now, the members propose, why can't we draw the line? Now, Mheshimiwa Shege and Chair, you know that when you are delineating boundaries, you don't do it ex parte. Both parties must come together. And that's why I'm inviting CAF, I'm inviting SOCAT, fully aware that you are a legal entity. Why can't we sit down and even take advantage of the amendments to the Public Audit Act that is currently before Parliament for us to come up with a framework? The County Assembly has demonstrated that they have already gone through the report. My committee has adopted the report as is. We did that with Kakamega. We did that with, I think, Makueni and a few other counties. So if the chairs of public accounts committees can do what they are required to do, then we will not be grilling governors at the Senate, hoping that you are going to do the best job that is possible. Finally, a member asked how we were able to start calling governors in January. Remember, the Auditor General starts tabling reports. Some come in November. Some reports come in December. And so let's make sure that once the report is tabled before the House, the Public Accounts Committees can start working. We had to amend our standing orders a little bit to allow the Public Accounts Committee not to go on recess. And I think that is something that is within your power. And I'll also be proposing in the course of the year a conference for Public Accounts Committees across the country so that we can discuss and agree on some of these things. Let me reiterate that funds and regulations of county assemblies should be oversighted at the county assembly. But if you allow them to come to Nairobi, I mean, there's nothing I can do. But you're the ones who are allowing them. You are setting up a bursary fund. You are setting up, what other funds do you have? You've got several funds that are established through the concurrence of the control of budget. and then you let go of oversight and bring it back to Nairobi before the Osotsi committee. If you guys are not going to stand up for yourselves, they say power is taken. It is not given. No one will give you back the power. But I believe that the conversations at the Senate should be about value for money. We should not be counting how many pens a governor procured, or how many seedlings a governor procured, or why a pit latrine is stuck somewhere in a county. That is a conversation that the members of the county assemblies are the ones who should have. I think I've dealt with many of the issues. Maybe a final one that has not arisen is the issue of timelines in the PFM. Right now, the Senate has stood down discussions on DORA, Division of Revenue, because of the intransigence of the Council of Governors. But counties, I think, have already submitted their CFSPs, isn't it? Counties did CFSPs on the basis of BPS. So you'll go ahead and make assumptions on revenue, which might not be realized when Senate eventually does DORA and CARA. So I think those are some of the legislative cleanups that we should do. And I believe that CAF, these members, you have the capacity. Let nobody lie to you that you are small simply because your salary is small. You are the most powerful soldiers in this army of devolution.
Oh, Senator, your salary is small compared to what other Kenyans are, and I think we can just say yes. In terms of the leadership.
Compared to their responsibilities.
Yes, compared to responsibilities and the leadership, yes. I think you have to qualify that. Thank you very much. Controller of Budget, noted the questions. Please respond.
Thank you, moderator. The first question was about whether my office can consider increasing some of the monies allocated. I think there's a question that came from my newfound friend, the one who was my enemy yesterday. But I just wanted to correct this, Honorable Worker, that much as the COB oversights the ceilings, that is not the office that sets the ceilings. So, if there has to be an increase, it has to be discussed by the CRA. So I hope CRA can comment on that. Now, then there was, I picked something about viewing rights and whether we can just transfer the funds because we have viewing rights. The purpose of this viewing rights is just to follow transactions and compare that with the approvals. It's not, as you well know, my office cannot do anything until you have made a requisition. So you must make the requisition for us to make a transfer. There is no transfer without a requisition. On the benchmarking for MCAs, I am not against benchmarking, Honorable Senator of Embu. I did recommend that the county assemblies be strategic. By being strategic, I meant that the assembly needs to put the funds where they are most productive. Don't just go for a training just because somebody has written a letter to you and told you, oh, you know, we are running this course. Please compare that against your requirements and go for it if you think it is going to add value to what you are doing in the assembly. Do not just go because you need an allowance. That is all that I was saying. Benchmarking is good, but let us be reasonable, let us be strategic about it. From Kakamega, there was a comment on the Form C. If you ask me, there are a few processes that are transitional issues. I know come next year, I believe the county assembly funds will be listed separately in the CARA. I may not confirm that right away, but I believe because the act was passed in the middle of the financial year, it was not possible to separate the funds at that point. So it required that we still operate from the CARA, which came from the parliamentary approval. So I believe that the next budget, which is going to be the second budget, we actually isolate those funds in the CARA, so there'll be a schedule for the county assemblies. That's my belief, and some of these transitional difficulties will then be behind us. I think there is more that we can discuss outside, but let's just say it is a transitional issue, and we can follow through at different times. Will there be a second officer to assist the officers on the ground? This is a very, very good observation. Indeed, sometimes our officers are overworked. The amounts payable to the executive, to the assemblies, has been increasing over time. But my office has been working just as hard. We give you guidelines. We tell you, please, for this kind of requisition, attach ABCD. For this type, attach CEDF. You know, we have actually guided each and every requisition. But what do we find? When these documents come from the county or from the county assembly, they still lack very crucial documents. And therefore, there has to be a back and forth. We are writing back to you. You have not attached the approval from devolution when it was clearly listed that that was to be attached. So you have made us work even harder than we already do, because as you know, we are very few on the ground. And the treasury is not ready to give us an open check to just employ 2 officers per county. But we are chasing it. We now have a new structure, and we've been allowed to get at least 15 more in the coming year, and we will allocate the few that we get to the place where they are most required. But I would beg that you please follow the guidelines when making requisitions and make the work a little easier for us. What is the relationship between SRC and COB? As you know, these are 2 totally independent offices, and each one has a different mandate. Mine is to release funds and report on them. The SRC sets the remuneration for state officers and advises on the remuneration of public officers in a nutshell. So, if we find anything to do with allowances, which is not clear as per the current circulars, then we must always refer it to the SRC to provide advice, because that is their mandate. So that we cannot escape.
Thank you. I think you've answered I
think there was one last one from Laikipia.
Okay, from here.
And the Laikipia one, I think I do not want to belabor it, because it is the problem is because many of the county assemblies have not operationalized their funds. So please go back, do whatever remains to be done, make sure your county fund is fully operationalized, then let's discuss after that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Controller of Budget, Dr. Nyakango. There's a lot of questions. There's a lot about the ceilings that was raised, and I'll just go to CRA from CRA CEO to be able to respond quickly to those.
There are many questions concerning ceilings, and actually, again, some legal provisions that exist. So I start with the first one, which is the interpretation of PFM Section 25, Regulation 25, which gives, I think it was coming from the Senator, 7% to be allocated as ceilings. And then I needed to clarify that at the inception of devolution, the implementation of this section was not practicable. And that's what led to the amendment of Section 107(2)A of the PFM Act, mandating CRA to cost actually cost the expenses that can run an simply because if you look at this situation, if you look at the equitable share of Nairobi County and calculate 7% of that, that will be almost 3 billion shillings. And now go to Lamu and look at the equitable share and now try to calculate 7% of that. It will not even reach 100 million for you to implement. And remember, these assemblies are doing the same work: oversight, representation, and legislation. So we were forced now, and through CARA 2021, that through CARA the Senate amended and give the responsibility to the Commission to cost and we were taken to court by the assemblies too. And the court agreed with the Senate's amendment to the PFM Act, and that's the reason why we are costing that. I was also to clarify that there was recommendation from OCOB that at least 10% of the total revenues recommended be allocated to the county assemblies. The Constitution is very clear that minimum 15% of total nationally raised revenue to go to the county. Imagine giving 10% to the county assembly. What will be left for the county to run in terms of development and providing services to the county? Remember, the county assemblies do not do not do development and provide service other than the 3 mandates that have been allocated to them. So I needed to make that clarification on the first onset and come to correct, I think, injustice. And this was from Honorable Member. There are circulars released but midway in the implementation of CARA by SRC. And they have caused implementation to the county assemblies. And the operations are curtailed because once the circular is released, members of the county assembly will tell the clerk and the speaker, you have to implement this circular. Case study, the release of the mileages, which was requiring that the implementation be done from 1st of October. But the circular was directly written to the speakers of each of the county assembly because you had an engagement directly with SRC. At the SRC engagement, that letter is very specific and it indicates subject to availability of resources. And you have confirmed to them that we have resources to implement this. So to correct the injustice you are saying, and you had already confirmed that you have resources to implement that circular, then I don't know which side we are speaking from. Of course, I'll come back to that. There's confusion between CRA and SRC. Oh, there are many questions for me. I can't do that. I have to
just
respond.
Summarize, if you can try to summarize.
There was confusion between CRA and SRC. First of all, our mandate is very clear under Article 216. We have no business in setting benefits and salaries for, but being a sister commission, their recommendations inform our ceilings. So we engage from time to time. And there's a lot that is going on in SRC. Of course, somebody mentioned there was a decree by the president that the salary, the members to be removed to other branch. But the operations and processes to align that. That is what is happening at the SRC, I think. And I do not want to take responsibility for that. So, ceilings. CRA no ceilings for development. That one we are restricted by the law. Our mandate is to set recurrent expenditure ceilings. We have not been provided with mandate to set development for county assemblies. And this development is specifically on the non-core infrastructure for the county assemblies. And the Senate has been very good to the county assemblies. And it has been providing and set ceilings for counties who want to develop non-core infrastructure in their county assemblies, especially the chambers, the speaker's residence, and other infrastructure or developmental projects that you only need to write to Senate and prove that actually you need this. I got some letters from, I think, 18 counties on the same. And Senate directed us to visit those counties to confirm the availability of that. And we have provided our recommendation to set it on the same. Some questions have been repeated. For example, ceilings adjustment mid-implementation. Of course, ceilings is a financial year thing. Once it has been approved and it is gone to CARA, CRA cannot make an addendum to that. It has gone out of us from recommendation and it has transited to an act of parliament which has been approved. So we can only do what the only best practice that can happen at the county assembly is reorganize your budget. If you want to make those expenditures available to be done in the reorganize your budget and through supplementary. I submit.
Okay, thank you very much. Now at this point, because I can see the energy levels are going down, the room is emptying, and my panelists are also very, I think need some sugar and water. I will ask that we conclude here. But before that, I just ask for 30-second parting shot. The three speakers, CRA, Senator, COB, you've already spoken to us, so we will jump you. I'll just go to the remaining 6 panelists so that we can take 3 minutes to wind up this session and take break for, because there's an afternoon program outside the plenary, and also want to respect the program. Alex, I'll start with you, then we go to CPA Nganga, and then we come to the Treasury.
Okay,
just 30 seconds.
Thank you. Mine is just to implore the county, the members of the county assembly, as you go towards your financial autonomy, the requirements of the constitution to ensure that you involve the public and you account for the resources does not go away. And we will expect to see you doing much better than what we are seeing with the executives, so that as you do your oversight role to the executive, they will not point back at you.
Thank you very much. Alex Sipienganga, brief.
Yes, thank you very much. For us, we want to just say that we'll continue engaging with the county assemblies, also offering the support that, the technical support that we continue to offer, and also the challenge by the senator concerning the timelines for discussion of audit reports. I think county assemblies should adjust their calendars, especially for the holidays that happen in December and January, so that we have adequate time to discuss, because our reports, as you said, the deadline is 31st December, but we release reports as and when they become ready. Again,
thank you, CPA.
The final one is just ensure we follow up the recommendations.
Okay, thank you. That's important. We go to Mr. Matheka. I ask that the others who had not spoken, please, CPA. So we go to Mr. Matheka.
Thank you. Going forward, the focus should be placed on effective implementation of the new law, and we continue strengthening these intergovernmental arrangements that you are having. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daktari.
Thank you so much. I think for the chairs of Public Accounts Committee, we have been given some best practice on how to approach the backlog that we have. So let's take that advice so that we're able to take our role of oversight of the county. And finally, the financial autonomy is not a privilege. Neither is it an end to our oversight role. So let's speak it up and enhance areas that we're not performing well. Senate, thank you for your continued mentoring and support. And for those counties that are not probably accompanying their governors to the Senate, whenever they are called, I think maybe I request our senior that communication should cut across all the counties.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Mr. Mtuku.
Thank you. I think all I have to say is that we've walked a long journey since 2013 to date. We must appreciate that CAF has been at the lead of it. We also must appreciate all our stakeholders led by Senate, COB, the auditor, and all the stakeholders and all the constitutional commissions. We also must say that thank you also for being very patient with county assemblies. But now county assemblies have become of age. Please let us assist our county assemblies to be completely independent, and so that they can be able to do objective oversight on the county executives. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Kerry.
Thank you very much. Nothing much to add. I just to acknowledge my colleague, Deputy Commissioner in charge of policy and technical advisory. You can just rise up, so then just wave. Any technical issues together with policy matters, If you have them, you can always challenge to his office. He'll be able to guide you accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker,
Yeah, thank
final
you. Thank
30
you very
seconds.
much. Parting shot, the issue of remuneration that was raised by my sister, it goes into the heart of oversight. You'll appreciate when you talk about the remuneration and the pay for the members of County Assembly in relation to other officers such as CECs and chief officers. There is a disparity, and that goes to affect the capacity of MCAs to oversight effectively oversight the executive. Possibly just a final word to my brother from Homa Bay. He mentioned the issue of the presidential decree and proclamation. And the reason, because I am in that committee, it is important I shed light, being the final comment. I mentioned that county assemblies budget are costed. Remember, CRA even tell you, you must have the maximum number of committees you can have are this much. So the budget is set. So if there is an increment, that necessitates us now to engage the actors, such as CRA, SRC, to be able to factor that in the budget. So CRA, CEO, CPA, I know these one you're not going to run away from. We are going to engage you, because to be able to absorb that, we need to sit down and see how you can accommodate that in the budget by revision of ceilings. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for the panelists. And also applause to you for just staying on into the session. Nikipindi ya lala salama, that point in the afternoon when you need to replenish your energies, but you have really chosen and been very, very patient to be here with us. If I didn't give you the opportunity to speak, if I cut you off your time, si kwa ubaya, ni kazi tu, I'm under a lot of pressure, so that you can move on and we can respect the other program that CAF has organized for you. So please bear with me if I come to your county and ask for anything. Usikumbuka ya kwamba nilikukatiza wakati hapa. Hiyo tunaachia hapa. What happened in Mombasa stays in Mombasa. But thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you for your time. I think we are supposed to take a picture. I'll not attempt to wrap up and repeat all the things that have been said, because I think that they made very strong points that we'll be able to remember and importantly follow up when we go back to our respective offices and roles, so that we're able to strengthen county governance, and particularly for this, we're looking at how do we strengthen county assemblies' role and independence. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon. I think the MC will give us further guidance. Do you come at lunch? Bado imeisha? Tutapata top layer. Tutapata top layer kweli. Sawa sawa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for Sheila Masinde, the Executive Director, Transparency International, for being such a wonderful moderator. Let's give thanks to our presenter, FCPA Daktari Margaret Nyakango, the Controller of Budget, because of the presentation, which led to such a wonderful debate, isn't it? Makofi kwake tafadhali. We appreciate all of you. As you stand so that we take a photograph, I'll just mention your name so that we recognize you. Let's appreciate Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno. Let's also appreciate Mr. Joseph Mbatha. Let us appreciate Mr. Isaac Nganga. Let us appreciate the Deputy Commissioner KRA. We appreciate CPA Roble Nuno, Charles Thiongo, the Speaker of Kiambu County, Boniface Erute, Mheshimiwa Clerk wa Makueni County, Kevin Mutuku, and of course, last but not least, Mr. Alexander Rithi. Thank you so much for a job well done. Na kwa nyinyi waheshimiwa pia, tujipigie makofi, manake mumewapatia motisha, wakabaki ndio wakatupatia maelezo zaidi. So we'll just take this photograph. And as we do that, as we did yesterday and I think the day before, the milk cards will be as we